Is that what chaos control is?
Everything must... Hey everyone, how's it going? I hope you're all doing great. Not this song. That'll do, that'll do. As for me, I'm doing okay.
It's party time!
Oh, winter. So, Sonic Marathon is late this month, because so many things, you know? I had to deal with MagFest, I had to deal with getting sick. I'm feeling fine, by the way. I don't even have that little pinch in my throat anymore. I seem to be completely recovered. Hello to JD, Ainlos, Jackie, Grilson, Java. Hello to Nebula, and thank you for resubscribing. Hello to Dragon Catman. Hello to Gnosis. And Ignite Dreams, Chaotic Claw. Thank you, Ignite Dreams, for gifting a sub to Chaotic Claw, by the way. Hello to Bees, Louise. Psychic Space Cow. Envy. Let's see, scrolling. Hello, No Credit Clear. Hello to Cody. Winter. Leslie. Millennial. Oh, Winter, you wanting me to share this art, huh? This cute art of me cosplaying as Winter. Hello to GF. And Pest. And Dried Wings. I don't expect there to be a lot of people here today, and that's okay. Because you see, Dot Day is going on at the same time. And like, I always want Dot to succeed because she needs to pay her rent, you know? But I'm still happy to be here streaming for all of you and doing my monthly marathon that I always have a blast with, honestly. I love doing this marathon. I'm glad I get to. This month, I have set a goal for $300. If I get that, I will play Trip's story in Sonic Superstars at the end of the marathon. I've heard it's really hard, but it's me we're talking about here, so I'm sure it'll be fine. But, you know, we'll see if we get there or not. If not, I'm sure it'll happen someday. Just, we'll see. So, yeah, I went to MagFest. I had a great time. I got to hang out with plenty of cool people. I got to hang out with Adam. I got to hang out with Professor Bloom a whole lot. You know, there's a lot of Professor VTubers. Bloom's the coolest one, though. And I got to meet VTuber. That was really nice. In general, I spent a lot of time in the arcade at MagFest. I didn't enter any tournaments or anything this time. I'm sure I would have if Cher had been there, but Cher wasn't there this year. It's unfortunate, right? Not everybody can go to every event every year. I'm hopeful that I'll get to do some fun stuff with some of these friends from MagFest in the future. We'll see. I didn't dress up in any special way, to be honest. I've only done cosplay once. I cosplayed as Suguri when I was at a tournament in Tennessee, like over a decade ago. Funny enough, I actually got to see one of my friends that I hadn't seen since that very tournament all those years ago at MagFest. So that was really nice. Thank you, Ignite Dreams, for the $25 towards the goal. Thank you very much. You're always so generous, and I really appreciate it. So, Those of you who are new here, let's be honest, there's probably like one person in the back, way in the back, who's new here. Fine. We welcome everyone. Anyone who's new here, though, I do this Sonic Marathon. I run Sonic 1, Sonic CD, Sonic 2, and Sonic 3 and Knuckles. And I do this back to back. All in one sitting, pretty much. And I have a donation goal, which will add a game onto the marathon. This goal can vary from time to time, but I've decided to set it to Superstars this time. I try to run through the games as quickly as I can. I don't worry about stuff like the emeralds. I speedrun them. At least I try to. Usually takes me about 5 hours. It's true, I have not been fed.
Speed fast and way too fast.
And I doubt I'll hit any of my personal bests today, but we'll have fun doing it. Man, did I have something else to discuss? I feel like I had something else to discuss. God, it's almost when I'm doing Zatsu that I'm like, wait, what was I supposed to talk about? I always lose track of what I'm trying to say when I'm trying to actually just talk instead of playing things. It's true, Millennial. I would probably be able to get through them with all emeralds, and it would only add like 2 hours total to the run, I think, maybe? But it can really slow things down. News of the future, you ask? Well, you see, in the future, somehow Swirldrop was elected president, and he isn't even from this country. They aren't even from this country. And as a result, everyone gets licorice. Unfortunately, that's whether you want it or not, though. So that's the future. Anyway. Oh, right. On Tuesday, I'm playing Void Stranger. So please look forward to that. I will be streaming Void Stranger at my normal time on Tuesday, 5 PM Eastern. Hey Maury, I haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you. I like this song. Yeah, I'm doing well. I got slightly sick after MagFest, but like emphasis on slightly, and I'm already doing better. There isn't that much to do when it comes to Zatsu right now. The Pinball League is going to be starting back up in the Discord soon. We're working it out, like... We're actively working that out now that MagFest is over. MagFest was great. I had a great time. Thank you, Ignite Dreams, for gifting a sub to Disaster Millennial. Okay. Let's bring up the game. Yeah, if you want to get into the Pinball League, we have a role in the Discord for notifications related to the league. Sonic 1!
Sega!
Hello, Rado, welcome. I hope you're doing well today. Now, the question here is always, will I end up dying and starting over in Sonic 1? Because sometimes I mess up really badly in like Labyrinth Zone or even earlier, and we end up starting over in Sonic 1. It's... Eating hot curry? Nice, nice. Okay, let's start. Which is the button? That's the button. had to stop myself from playing the normal way. I almost went for that monitor and I don't need it. This way is fine. Yeah, that would be nice. Especially considering the Sonic 1 Forever version of Amy is pretty nuts. Thank you, Ignite Dreams, for resubscribing. Oh, whatever, that'll do. Oh boy. Thank you, Uno Squid, for the 100 bits. Yeah, it's the same for me, Millennial. I have Amy in every game except Sonic 2. I could have handled that more safely. Oh well. Whoops! That's gonna cost me some time. So is that. Well, at least this happens at the start. Run over. Wouldn't that be a very funny reason to end the run? There we go. That's true in Sonic 1, Grilson. After Sonic 1, you have stuff like the Peel Out or the Spin Dash to help you gain speed. Marble Zone is always where the run really starts. It's where all the risks are, you know? All the danger is here. And I do mean all, because it is, to me, the most dangerous zone. It's also the most technical zone overall, even though Labyrinth comes close at times. You have a lot of tasks to perform, and a very linear
Activate the
progression.
volcanic defense system to shield the base with my lava magma.
Okay. Yeah, that's a line from Shadow the Hedgehog. It doesn't make any sense, and that's great. It's Eggman saying it. Yeah, of course it's from Shadow. Hey, next time. Oops. You know what? Fine. I'm just gonna go on. That's pretty great, Cal. That's pretty great. Why am I going up here? I don't need to go up here. Whoops. You know what? Let's just go on. Damage boosting is fine when you're playing for speed. That was not a good damage boost there, though. That was a problem. I didn't need to do that just now. It's true, Pest. Hey, Mia Zero. Sonic 1 alternates between stages where you can go fast and stages where you can't. It was an intentional design choice. It's going okay so far. Thank you for resubscribing, Lusty. Honestly, it's understandable to resent stages that make you go slow when you're told Sonic is all about speed. In actual practice, speed is just a sign of a good player. Otherwise, you're going to be getting hurt so much going fast.
Speed.
That's how I feel. Especially in Sonic 1, going too fast is just going to get you murdered. Whoops. What am I doing? I can't get up there without the block anyway. I just wasted a bunch of time and rings. I think I got overexcited. Ouch! Thank you for resubscribing, Dan. How you doing? Whoops. I'm good. I'm already over whatever I was sick with. Always feels weird doing trick jumps to deal with enemies like that. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Masumi. Hopefully we can sort out our collaboration soon. Crap. Thank you for resubscribing for 9 months now, Bubble Roxy. Whoa, 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 whoa. Well... Not gonna have the most amazing times, but I haven't died yet. Oh, is there a hype train? Thank you, Winter, for the 100 bits. I'm glad they finally added more emotes to those, because it felt like a waste for people like me who had all of them. Oh my gosh, Shrodo, thank you for gifting 5 subs to the community. Thank you so much. I promise you, this stuff does make a difference. All of the gay bees. Yeah. It's okay if Robot Sonic hits me. I don't care right now. Yeah, and everybody always talking about how Sonic CD or Sonic 2 invented Metal Sonic, but then you got that blue guy rolling around at the speed of sound. Annoying people in Spring Yard, specifically. Thank you for the 100 bits, Neo Zero. Oh god, I got shot. Work or we won't feed you. Yeah. Taking the top route is usually worth it. That's simply a universal truth of Sonic games. There's occasionally a stage or two that really wants you to take the bottom route, but mostly Sonic incentivizes being a top. That's why you can have more faith in me to be very good at Sonic, compared to all those bottom streamers. What? There's streamers who take the bottom route. That part always gets a reaction out of me. Look, I'm... Man, I say one thing and everybody's just like, yeah, eh. That's great, that's great. I'm very amused. Okay, everyone, I think that's enough talking about that. It's true that we should be say-so in here. You like that? Oh boy. This part always makes me nervous. To go through it quickly means risking death. Because that's a bottomless pit down there, you know. That was close. I thought I was gonna fall. Beep, beep. Thank you, No Credit Clear, for gifting a sub. Wow, why am I doing badly at the very start of this stage? Wow. As a kid, Labyrinth Zone is terrifying. As an adult, there's only one annoying part of Labyrinth Zone. Otherwise, you just be patient and you get through it, it's fine. Whoops. Okay, I need to get air immediately. Please? There. These things happen, Rado. Me over here making gamer noises. Oops. My enemy avoidance is very poor today. I think Sonic just wants a hug right now. Who knows, maybe by Sonic 2 I'll be avoiding the enemies again. Who knows? Oh, you're not messing up anything. They were making a comment about how they thought I was messing up somebody's name, but it's not the case. Sonic pacifist run. Man, that would be a nightmare. I should get air. I would love to see a Castlevania and Sonic crossover. Not even kidding, I just straight up would love to see that. The same way that there was, you know, Sonic and Mega Man. I'd love to see what Eggman would have to say to Dracula. Sure, I'll grab that. Sonic would have no room to talk, he only wears shoes. And occasionally like a scarf or something. That went well. I'm gonna be about drowning when I get out of the water, I think. No? Okay. That works too. Yeah, you can in fact drown while you are invincible. It only prevents you from getting hit. Okay, here we are in Labyrinth Zone 3. Everybody's favorite Sonic level. You guys think I'm gonna die in this level? I'm curious to know. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time I die in this level, though. Far from it. Of course, we're to the hard part now. Insurance. Okay.
That was pure skill!
Thank you, thank you.
Everything must.
Deathless Run isn't assured yet, but it sure is close. Took the wrong route here, though. It's okay as long as I don't take the really deadly route in Act 3. There's one particular route in Act 3 that you will usually get forced into if you're not careful. And it's just a death trap. So far, so good. Oops. I always enjoy Act 2. Act 3... Man, I do not enjoy Act 3, though. Oh boy. I do not like this part. Particularly this part. See? You gotta be really precise with these seesaws if you're gonna get through here the easy way. We made it! Whew. Still not out of the woods yet. Almost, though. Here's the boss. Oh. Oops. Ooh. Hey, Azuki. Yeah, we are too scrap brain. I always try to go up these Ukraine platforms first. Feel Ukrainian razor blades. Thanks, Malv. Mauve. Oh, could have died. Okay, well. Okay. Okay.
Everything must be.
This is still alright. No! There we go. Deathless run is over. So close, too.
What a shame.
I'll get it one of these days. It would be pretty funny to just restart, but... ah! What if I just fell all the way down here? Yeah, it's pretty obvious I can get the Deathless Run. It's just funny that every time I go for it, something silly happens, you know? I don't need those, but for some reason I end up grabbing them anyway. Alright, Scrap Brain 2. Onward! It's fine, who cares? I deserved that. I kept hesitating. This is one of those occasions where I might actually prefer the other path. Compared to the one where you can get instantly squished like that. And you can damage boost through a lot of this crap. No big deal, right? Okay. And now on to the easy part, Scrap Brain 3. Looks like we're below my... Looks like we've taken too long to get a personal best on this game. But man, I sure could have gotten close. Okay. Thank you for the 30 bucks. Thank you, Neo Zero. We're making progress toward our goal. Anyway, that's Stiltlets. One. Two. Three. Four. Five. Hey, Claire. Six. Seven. Well, you see, originally this was an orphan crushing machine, so he just repurposed it to crush Sonic, who is also an orphan. 8. I'll be back in a moment. That's painful, Hawk. Ouch. Like, that hurts in the soul, honestly. Okay, you all ready for Sonic CD? Because I love Sonic CD. I know a lot of people don't care about Sonic CD. I love it. I love it. Thank you, next time. The $30 towards our goal. Man, forgot to delete my save. Always remember to delete your save. That's a normal thing to say. Go far behind. Don't be late. Origins has a bunch of issues like that. You don't have a chance to come through. Toot Sonic Warrior, toot Sonic Warrior. Always in your mind to save the planet and conquer time. Nothing can survive the way to stay alive, 'cause if you try, you can do anything. Sonic Warrior. It's Sonic Warrior, never say you can't. Nothing can survive the way to stay alive, 'cause if you try, you can do anything. Yay! You want me to meow all of Toot Toot Sonic Warrior? I see. Amy's just gone. She never caught up. I always love that that little ditty when you clear a stage myself. I always forget about that spring. Come on. Come on. Oops. I jumped into the leg. Television, yeah. Sabadadada. I always laugh at how the captions say television, yeah. Yeah, take her. I don't need her.
It's popcorn time!
Ooh. Not quite where I was aiming. But whatever, right? It worked. That was a pretty good Act 1. Zone 1.
I am the ringmaster.
Come on, Sonic. We're going this way, Sonic. It's something you learn, Gnosis. I understand the hedgehog, you see. I make him go where I want. Whoops. Oh. Oops. There we go. That's taken care of. Competition, yeah. Zabba-da-da-da. Tidal Tempest, the place where you will never drown. There is so little water in Sonic CD. You know there's only water in Tidal Tempest? And there isn't much of it. And then you get to Sonic 3, and almost every zone has water. Go figure. Fact check me if you want. But I know what I'm talking about. Personally, I don't mind water in these games, but you know how people get, right? The very idea that they could possibly drown. Over there, there's no reason to hit that button. Thank you, Cody. Whoops. I always feel like I'm getting too good at this game. Well, these games. Because, you know, I get too good at these games, and then the marathon only takes like 4 hours. That's a little bit of a problem, right? I would believe it, Lava 2. It makes sense, right? But remember, She's Princess Sally. Well, you know, that's the purpose of the donation goal, though. Yeah, it's so ridiculous. The manual says that it's Princess Sally. I don't think you want to speedrun making popcorn. I mean, if you want to eat it anyway. Oops. Thank you for resubscribing, Instigator. Say the hack that has Amy replaced with Sally. Oh god, that probably does exist. Oops. That could have gone slightly better. Barely. Slightly. Oops. A fact I always like to share is that invincibility lasts a slightly different amount of time between the US and Japanese versions because the music is a different length. Same for speed shoes. I don't know why they made it sync up to the exact length of the song. Like, it's funny. In my opinion. Something I might try doing is just running the games with all emeralds and everything to make this marathon take longer. Obviously not happening this time though, but you know, if we reach our goal for Sonic Superstars, which we still could, then that alone will make the stream pretty significantly longer. Now I'm just thinking of the back of that one Sonic notebook again, but I'm not going to say it because everyone wants me to say so. Thank you, Dan, for the $25 toward the goal. That puts us at $115. Wacky Workbench, the zone where you have to stay low instead of high if you want to get through quickly. Thank you, cow. Reminds me, I'm excited to be on GigaBoots channel again for Sonic Adventure 2. That's gonna be fun. My understanding is Dan's never finished Sonic Adventure 2. Because, the last story is pretty tough. It is. Oh, my rings. Okay, this is a little dangerous. I might die. Please don't, please don't. Oh. Yeah, I got hit with a surprise spike drop. Knuckles and Rouge have the most legitimately difficult parts in that, as I recall it. But I won't say too much about it. Those of you who don't already know, I do all this on a keyboard, by the way. Because that's just my preference. Oh good, a ring. Oh no! Hey cat! Good to see you! How are you? Relieved to break radio silence. You were moving? Well, I'm glad that you've gotten through it. Moves may be one of the things I like the least in all of existence. Like, being in a better place is good, but the whole process sucks. Oops. Wrong way. I'm on the upper path for some reason. Ooh, I'm so sorry, Cat, that they were doing that. I mean, I'm glad you're on a faster connection now, but like, from 75 to 25? Good lord. Hey, Gruff. Good to see you. This is Sonic CD boss music. Well, on the Japanese soundtrack anyway.
Activate the volcanic defense system to shield the base with my lava magma.
Please excuse me for just a moment. Just a moment. I'll be back, like, immediately. Just give me a moment, okay? Sorry. Sorry, occasionally I just have to look at a corner of the room and dissociate. I like that the reaction to that is almost universally, oh, me too. Sonic, please. Yeah, you know, Squid. It actually is just a thing cats do. And, you know, like, can't necessarily help. Oh, sorry, I thought I saw something. Thank you for the hydration reminder. I'll get on that in a sec. Okay, hydration complete. A Luigi board. Oops. I always forget about that spring, too. Thank you, Murph. How are you doing? Thank you for the 50 bits, Best. Please get some good rest. Yep. Princess Salami. Thank you, Ignite Dreams, for the 35 and reaching the halfway point. We might just get it. After all, we're halfway through the marathon too, basically. A little less than halfway, I guess. Oh. Going well, Self-Meat Man. How are you doing? Good to see you. Sure, I'll just go to the bowl. And now for the buggiest zone in the entire run. This particular stage sometimes really gets messed up if I don't clear it successfully the first. Because there's this weird bug with the mini laser that sometimes it just won't work after the first time. That one character that Ken Penders hooked up with Sally. Sir What's-His-Face. I make a point of not memorizing Ken Penders' character names so that he can't claim any sort of copyright on my brain. Yeah, Jeffrey St. John. That guy. That's who I would erase. Yeah, I had a feeling you would say that. I had a feeling that you go, oh, but in the video games, though. Elise. Honestly. But it's not her fault. It's the fault of her role in the game. Smolnik. Sonic the Small Hog. Erase Yuji Naka. Possibly, but I'm not really very good at Puyo. Even though I'm good at like every puzzle game otherwise. Well, that of Wario's Woods I'm not great at either. I'm so good at so many puzzle games, but Puyo, well, I'd probably get good quickly. I just never bothered. Anyway, final zone. Da-da-da-da. Big the Cat is actually super easy to succeed at if you know what you're doing. You just look for Froggy, immediately cast where Froggy is, and just nab him immediately. Oops, I didn't mean to go this way. Yeah, I kind of figured I was below par on Sonic CD this time. Oh well. Can't exactly expect personal bests every month. Oops. That's not the way I want to be going. Uh-oh. It's bad timing. So was that... Okay, this is fine. That's not fine. What a weird place to struggle. There's always one of these, right? Like in all of my runs, every month, there's always one place that I struggle that I normally don't. What the? Up. 2 rings, last boss. Sure. Oh! Clean hit! Not so clean. S-braid. Least
This is
favorite
like taking
schmuck.
candy from a baby, which is fine by me.
Oh. That's a lot harder. Hmm. I've played some really dreadful shmups. How am I? I'm fine. I'm in good health. I'm sorry. I don't think I can answer least favorite shmup. Repetition, yeah. Da 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 da. Repetition, yeah. Shoobity doo, yeah. In the end, who's on your side? Who can you trust in the middle of the night? Where will you be when I can't find you? There's no place to go, nothing to do. You gotta do something, you gotta do something. Yourself. Exciting and new things can happen if you believe in yourself. You've got to have some faith in yourself if you always fight with your friends. Keep it all the same as you are in your life. Keep an open mind and don't forget that if you gotta do something, gotta do something. Believe in yourself. 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 Exciting and new things can happen if you believe in yourself. It's extraordinary. Whatever. faith in yourself if you always start with your friends. When you feel tired, look at yourself. Inside your heart, you will find a special place to unwind. When you feel right, look at yourself. Inside your mind, you will see cosmic eternity. Huh? I feel like that happened last time too, but this froze OBS as well. Oh well. Oh well. We're back. I'm sorry. I don't know. OBS froze. I feel like there's a video driver issue recently or something. Inside your heart, you will find a special place to unwind. Inside your mind, you will see cosmic eternity. Oh yes, I am too cool. Just in case anybody was doubting, I'm too cool. Least favorite platformer, Booger Man. Yeah, isn't it though? I've sometimes wondered if maybe Emerald Hill is supposed to be located in Green Hill. There's so many similarities in the first layouts. Oh, you guys. Yeah, they tried and nobody wanted it. For me, the sad one was somebody tried to crowdfund a revival of Bucky O'Hare, and that didn't make it either. Nobody was interested. Bad. Greener Hill Zone. Oops, wrong way. What the? That was a physic. You guys see that? You guys understand why that was weird? Setting off fight or flight response. Yeah, if you're a flightless bird and you get a fight or flight response, do you just end up in a situation where you have to fight or fight? Penguin with boxing gloves. Dear user Airy channel, unfortunately you have been banned from Club Penguin for reason Penguin with boxing gloves. This is against our terms of service. Have a nice day. I didn't either. Chemical Plant, Act 2. I always see those as eyes. The things on these, I always see eyes. No matter how hard I try to see a gauge, I just see eyes. I did it again. I always mess that part up because of doing that. Oh no, I touched the water! I still remember the run where I got through here without even getting in the water once. Oops. Took a chance. I can't believe I fell again. I can't believe I'm messing up at this part. That's amazing. I'm sure it's making all of you feel like I am very relatable right now, though. This is a very relatable Saralene moment. Thanks for the hydration reminder, Masumi. That alone probably slowed down the Sonic 2 run, though. Whoops! There we go. That's more like it. Question of the day, will she remain on the high path of aquatic ruin? Then you're asking this. Oh, I do like head pats. Come on.
Of course.
Oh no! Whatever, that's Act 1. Da 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 da. Straight into the water with you. Hey, Mireille. Whoops. Oh, I'm still up here. We're okay. We're fine. Thank you for resubscribing, Daydog. Nice to see you even for a moment, you know? Oh no, not the enemies! Favorite version of Green Hill Zone in 3D, Sonic Adventure 2. Sonic Adventure 2. There we go. Else, you good? What? Okay. Okay. Wow, getting a lot of asks today. What kind of animal would I be if not cat? We got plenty of bats out there already. It's tough though. I would say, like, the most classical answer for me would probably be dolphin. Butterflies are nice too, but at that point it's basically a fairy, and fairy wasn't offered as an option, because that's not an animal. Fairies are people. Like, if fairies were valid, it would be fairy. What the? Yeah, what the heck? No, probably not, Firehawk. You know all this stuff costs money. I apologize to your ears, everyone. There we go. So what's everyone's favorite Sonic game, anyhow? You all know mine is CD. I love CD. I'm supposed to play Sonic R with Ray Robinstein, but we haven't been able to figure out a time so far. I'm hoping it'll be soon. Oh, that's interesting, Jax. Maybe that's why mine has less viewers than it sometimes does, because there's somebody else doing one. Not that I mind. I don't worry as much about my viewer numbers now that I'm partner. Although I swear to God, if nobody comes here to watch me play Void Stranger on Tuesday, I might cry. Hey, Fernea. Yeah, I'm totally in the dark about it, so we'll see how it goes. Well, it'll be interesting if I end up getting to do Superstars tonight. People talk a lot about how tough Trip's story is, and, you know, I believe them, but also... Joke's on you, I'm into that. Hey, Gyro! Good to see you. It is good to see you. It was nice to meet you at MAG. Tails. That was Tails' fault. Thank you, Strong Bad Man, for following. Wait. The Strong Bad Man. Of course I naturally said Strong Bad Man. Oh my god. I need a Homestar Runner themed Mega Man game. Please make it happen. Inject it directly into my veins, please. Also, I shouldn't have been able to pass through that, I'm pretty sure. I mean, true, but... Hey, Canary. Those who are just getting here know that we have a goal up for today. If I reach the goal, I'll be playing Superstar's Trip Story, which is new to me. If the goal is met, that'll happen after Sonic 3 and Knuckles. I really like Superstars, but I haven't played Trip Story yet. Thanks for the hydration reminder. Yeah, I haven't gotten around to the Frontiers DLC myself. There's just been so much else to worry about. I really gotta put that on the docket. I should probably do that after Void Stranger. Sure. Hey, Schismatism. Thank you for resubscribing for 19 months now. As a kid, I thought Oil Ocean was the worst thing ever. Now I think it's pretty okay. It's going well enough, Canary, although, like, not getting any PBs tonight, you know? Oh, very nice, Renea. Congrats! Yeah, that's how I feel. I don't like Mechanical Fortress theme in Sonic games. Those are always the stages I don't like much. Winter. Winter, surely you were here the whole time, and you just waited to make the joke. Right? The oily bird gets the worm. Whoops. What the? Tails slightly threw things off. I'm also not a big fan of Sky Chase because, like, the first times that you do it, it's really cool, but it's just a set piece. Tails, why are you in the bottom left corner of the screen? Concerned about Tails over here. Oops. Yeah, that makes sense, Instigator. Although you really can't just ignore it entirely unless there's a safe spot I'm not aware of. Yeah, if the last seahorse isn't actually the last seahorse, like, she might as well rebrand as a cat. Whatever, it's fine. Yeah, this boss still sucks. Still hits you when coming up and going down. Thanks for the hydration reminder. So we're more than halfway through the marathon, but donations are at halfway. I'm not the type to beg, so whatever, but just saying. The music here always sounds like some sort of exercise video, but the stage itself feels more like a sweatshop. Fresh fish, 20 bucks. You'll make me hungry. What am I saying? I am hungry. I've never been fed. Feed me now. I have not been fed. Starfish with the 360 no-scope over here.
Errand Bunny donated $57.
$57? That's really specific, but also thank you, Bunny. Every time somebody tells me that they got that song stuck in their head, it's hard to describe how I feel, because, like, imagine getting something like that in somebody's head like that. I'm so flattered. Thank you for the $25, Bubble Roxy. Ooh. That's Act 1. That's just the first act. The caption said Buffalo Rocky. Buffalo Rocky. Sorry, Roxy. I found evil Roxy, and their name is Buffalo Rocky. I get it now. I get it. It was nice percent. Whoops. I actually feel a lot more, I feel a lot warmer to Marble Zone than I did as a kid. Labyrinth too, personally. Because, like, I enjoy hard video games now. Well, when I was a kid, I was just totally, completely and utterly hot-headed. I couldn't stand being challenged by anything. And the thing I don't like about Marble Zone, thank you Instigator for the $25. Your one regret is that you cannot donate it up to 420%. So, what I was gonna say, what I don't like about Marble 3 is that it just feels like a best hits collection of Marble 1 and 2. Like, it feels like they forgot to make an Act 3, so they just kit bashed Acts 1 and 2 together. That's how I feel. I'm sure that makes sense to some of you. Marvel 3. Well, funny thing, I've never played Marvel 3. Or Infinite. I own both, and I've just never played... You know what? One of these days, I'm just gonna pull Roto aside and we're gonna play a bunch of fighters that I've never played. The thing is, Scrap Brain surprisingly doesn't have much in terms of, like, instant death traps. Aside from the, you know, death pit at the end. Oh, Tex-Mex. Yeah, Hawk, we could do that. You know, I've got my character select music mod. That's all I need. Because I need to hear Indestructible for the character select music. That's how I am. You like the purple background I put on this? And whoopsie doodle. Oh no, it's still up there. Okay. Wasn't that, Cyber City tiles, Jax? Yeah, I said purple is the color for this before we knew that Genocide City was actually purple. Cyber City. I thought Genocide was a good name in a Sonic game. I mean, I know Ken Penders would, but... Just think, we almost had a Sonic 2 in which Sonic finally understood the meaning of war. Ugh. I still think it's really unfortunate that Sonic Forces has these really dark themes and, like, Sonic getting tortured and all this stuff, and, like, we're just told about it. You don't really see the Resistance being the Resistance. You don't see Sonic being tortured. He doesn't even act like he's been tortured. Like, they wrote this story that really demands more emotional weight, and they didn't do it. It's really funny seeing the rough drafts of the scripts that got leaked for Forces. And all the notes that were written. Like, does Sonic really need to call him Buddy? I think Dark Sonic could be good. But they haven't been bothering to try. Although Frontiers feels kind of dark sometimes. Frontiers has a really... It feels bleak and somber. And I think it's really interesting for it, because it lends the game some sort of emotional weight somehow that I think is worth it. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. Well, I wouldn't like it nearly as much, Hawk, for one thing, but for another, I would have to say at least it's not Tails Sky Patrol. It still blows my mind that the enemies for this zone were for the ocean zone originally. Well, not those things just now, but like the birds and the turtles. Everything made so much more sense after learning that. Yeah, Sky Patrol is brutal. Really cool game idea. I have trouble with it. People often speculate that the Sky Chase music might have been meant for the Winter Zone, especially now that we know for sure it existed. But we don't really have any evidence. All we know is that Sky Chase and Death Egg were kind of last-minute additions to Sonic 2. So their music probably is from something else, but in the case of Death Egg, it could just be from the version of Death Egg they planned originally, when it would have been a full stage. There were a lot of cut zones, Yoshi. I would be here all day if I had to explain the developmental history of Sonic 2 and all the zones that were cut. Because, put it this way, they cut pretty much as many zones as there were in the game to begin with. More, actually. I do think if Sonic 2 had been as long as it was planned to be, people would probably feel differently about the game. For better and for worse. Like, it would be a very different game than what we got. I personally feel like it would have been too darn long. But then again, I'm the kind of person who already feels like Sonic 3 and Knuckles is too long when taken as one game. I like it, I just think it's really long. Yeah, it would have been interesting for Sonic 2 to have had time travel as originally planned. And it's funny how Sonic 2 and Sonic CD had so many things in common in development by pure coincidence, because the teams weren't really communicating about that stuff. And yet you still get two entirely different Metal Sonics. And two games that were supposed to have time travel, one of which did. I shouldn't need that. One of my favorite theories is that the Wing Fortress music might have been meant for Death Egg when it was a full stage because it's so Star Wars-y. Like, I don't necessarily believe that theory, but it's one of my favorites. That Wing Fortress was the Death Egg music. We have absolutely no evidence for anything like that, though. Thank you for the $5 and Knuckles. Oops. I went for the 4-hit. I didn't need to go for the 4-hit, but I went for it. I don't know why I went the safe way. I didn't need to do the safe way. We just got groceries. I am glad I'm not playing as Knuckles, though. I'm always glad I'm not playing as Knuckles whenever I get to this. Dun, 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 dun. Knuckles jumps slightly less high, and you wouldn't think that would make a big difference, but it means that the chances Knuckles has to actually hit this boss are very few, and it's basically never safe. Hey Chris! How you doing? I'm about to finish Sonic 2. Thank you, Ruddy Jazz. Thank you, Jester. So, that makes it official. We are doing Trip's story tonight, after Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Thank you, Firehawk. I will be sure to eat these $2. I'll be back in a moment, okay? Enjoy the ending. I keep forgetting to do the splits. Otherwise, that would have been maybe a personal best for Sonic 2. Oh, was I making the dot level woozy face again? It wouldn't be the first time. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, if I like, what if I stop doing it? No, it's not even detecting my eye when I do it like that. Look, I tried. There's plenty of other faces I can make, though. What emote is so cute, Dan. You know, we've got 2 dance emotes here now since I added cheer as an emote. Even if it's a little blurry at bottom size, like you know. Okay, so it is time for Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Damn. Excuse me, Sonic 3, where are you? Sonic 3. There it is. Ow. Uh... What? Okay, it looks like I have to close this with Task Manager or something, or... Oh my god, everything is frozen. But...
Oh no!
Okay. Okay. I'm not sure what happened. I may just be slightly cursed today. Your guess is as good as mine on whatever happened. I really do not know. Good job. Okay. After that ominous start. That strangely ominous start. Oh no, no, no. Crap. I hate when this happens. I always forget. Okay. Into the water with our fire shield. Wow. Cat shield. What would a cat shield do? What do you think? Scratch. Eat all of your rings? Well, it's never been fed. And still hasn't.
Everything must be.
No. What am I doing? So you guys think that Tails is going to completely murder Eggman on this zone this time? What are my thoughts on Ape Escape? My thoughts on Ape Escape are that I should play Ape Escape because I've never really played Ape Escape. I've played Snake vs. Monkey. Just another thing to think of actually playing. Tails went for it. Oh crap! That look on Sonic's face is how I felt too. So is Snake versus Monkey missing in the re-releases? I feel like it would be, right? That's a shame, but it is expected. Yeah, Sony seem like the hardest people to work out a deal with. I'm not saying that in any official capacity, and I wouldn't know. But it just seems that way, right? It seems like Nintendo and Microsoft are both reasonably willing to make deals. Oh, did we get into the bitrate dimension? Water edition? Yeah, I don't know if my 5900X and my 3090 Ti can handle encoding Sonic or Sonic 3. Yeah, and they still haven't let me into the encoding data yet. Yeah. Yeah. Oops. I went for the easy hit, and instead I got the easy hit. My favorite song! What's up, gamers? Sounds like it would be the opening line to a knockoff called something like Large Thoughts Dimension. Thoughts? No comment, Dan. Boy, I sure am glad that they didn't make this song more than 5 seconds long. Seriously, this song is too damn short. In general, they just... It makes me sigh, both invincibility musics. They both have problems. Oh boy, this boss fight. It can take a short time, especially if you use Insta-Shield well, which requires, like, perfect timing, mind you. It can take a short time. But I'm not a fan of this boss fight. Umi, neko, neko. Wait, no. That's seagulls. Why did I say... Sea otters and seagulls have nothing to do with each other. To be fair, RPG, that happened when I was playing as Knuckles, right? But man, was it broken. I can't remember if I posted that VOD to YouTube, but it was something. That was one of the Sarlin alt streams. I bet my head does a thing every time I end up in a section like that. Because I end up following it with my eyes. feel bad for these statues and their really big eyes. They got like swelling. Who's a fan of Marble Garden Zone? This isn't a rhetorical question. If you're a fan, tell me. I think a lot of people feel that way, self-made fan, but... You know, also I feel like every part of a Sonic game has its fan. Even the last fight of Sonic Generations, there's people who are fans of hearing the line, "Look out, Sonic! That looks like a homing shot!" I think it's valid to like what you like. What the? Tails? It's not that hard to win it, but it's very unclear how you win it. You gotta constantly... You kind of gotta treat it similar to how the Sonic Adventure 2 one works. And at the same time, you have to make sure that you take care about your rings, because they will become a problem. Bonk. The springy spikes are really funny. Sure, you could put that right there. All that effort just to get hit by it anyway. What am I doing? Here's what I could do. I could go this way. See, now we're fine. No problem. Aside from the part where we almost suffocated in tar, you know. Sometimes you gotta take the good with the bad, right? You know, I'm also just now realizing I don't actually know which themes I have set for the rest of the zones. I feel like I had it set to the prototype stuff last time. I don't think I changed it since. Oh well. What? Huh? Man, the physics really aren't working correctly today, huh? Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. And I'm glad that you're here to, you know, to see it. That would be kind of funny, Tex-Mex. I'd like to see that. It's reminding me of the boombox item in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure for Nintendo Entertainment System. You could just throw a boombox or something and everyone just starts dancing like crazy until the music ends, then they stop and go back about their business as if nothing happened. There's not much good to say about that game, but that is something very funny about it. Excuse me, Bill and Ted's Excellent Video Game Adventure. Yeah, who would buy that? Nobody would buy that. Oh, because I did 8 hits to him beforehand. Okay, so I've got the hybrid mixes for this. I'm sure that Ice Cap is still intact, as I would never turn off Ice Cap. At least this is better than the actual prototype track. But I forgot that I left the music like this. Until I was in Marble Garden and I was like, wait. Yeah, it's better than the Origins version. Origins. It's an Origins? I really like what they did with Amy in Origins, though. And I know that's somewhat of a hot take. She kills things so efficiently. She is a cold-blooded murderer, and I am there for it. Yeah, mistake. Oh no. I'm sure Roto has been activated by the sound of the word steak being uttered. I swear, you can hear it within like a several-mile radius.
I spill my drink!
I've never had steak, but then again, there's a lot of foods I've never had. It's a long story. Okay. Yeah, it's just pretty difficult, Wes, because, like, I'm unfamiliar with most tastes, frankly. Like, I've never had pizza, either, aside from one bad experience. Even though I'm sure pizza's probably great. Like, some people would probably take it as a personal insult, but me saying I've never had pizza, but, like, it's not by choice. childhood trauma that prevented me from trying new foods is the short of it. A kindergarten teacher who'd forced me to either eat something I didn't want to eat or not have any nap time or recess for the rest of kindergarten. And guess what happened? So, yeah. And so I stopped trying new foods entirely because of that bullcrap. Just couldn't do it. Her reason was she felt that I was clearly not eating enough. It's funny because I was actually a little overweight at the time. But she decided to take it into her own hands. I was eating too much, but, like, that's not what that teacher thought. Man, chaotic, you. I'm so sorry. Nobody should have to deal with this, honestly. And, like, I try not to make it anybody's problem. Like, if I'm out with friends somewhere or something, I just go with fries or dessert because, like, that's stuff I can eat pretty much anywhere. Anyway, that's my story. Sorry to bring people down. You live your whole life with something like this, though, and you get used to it. It's not really something that I see as a big deal or that people should feel pity about or anything. Like, nothing about what I go through is stuff I would want anyone to pity. Because I just do my best in life. That's all anyone can do. Oh look, it's this room. This terrible room. And it's gone. Just leads to a big ring. I don't need to go up here. Oh wait, that'll work. Oh, that's the big ring. Yeah, I was one of those who brute forced with it. Especially, you know, like using 2 players to brute force through it. I'd be surprised if he apologized for it. He seems like the type who would double down. Dan. Not wrong. As ever, I'm just glad I'm not here as Tails in Sonic 3 alone. Because of that horrible Tails bug. So, in Sonic 3 alone, if you are in Ice Cap as Tails, the part of the screen that's supposed to loop will not loop, and you will simply fall to your death. You can get around this by going into a special stage or a bonus stage, but by default, you get into this place and you can't get through there. Isn't that incredible in the worst way? Basically, they forgot to unset the flag that they— well, to set the flag they should have set, but it only affects Tails. And they fixed it in Sonic 3 and Knuckles. It only affects Sonic 3 alone. But it's an interesting piece of trivia. And I am pretty sure I ran into it as a kid. Can't believe that happened twice. Yeah, Sonic the screensaver. With all that music. Thank you for the raid, Grilson. Grilson, how are you doing? Welcome back. I hope you had a good stream. Yeah, like they put music from all the games in there, but they didn't change the Sonic CD music. So it was really interesting and inexplicable at the time. Hi, Grilson. How's it going, Grilson? Oh no. Yeah, I feel ya. 4 is kind of the bare minimum. I'd like to do Jackbox again. Been a while. Eventually. Okay. Time for this. Whoops. I usually don't get hit by that. There you go, Tails. Wreck his face. Oh, I do and I don't, because, you know, there are times when I schedule specific things, like Void Stranger is happening Tuesday at 5. I should probably put that on the actual Twitch schedule. Yeah, especially for launch base, it really feels like the best of both worlds. It even has like a tiny little bit where the melody references the original too. Well, original, I mean the as-released version. It depends, Grillson, because, like, I often know what I'm playing next, just not necessarily what day. Stuff like that. Bunny. You just couldn't resist, considering the stuff that's been talked about in certain places, huh? I feel ya. I feel ya. But yeah, I'm excited to try Void Stranger because I've had so many friends who really like it. I'm looking forward to that. I don't know if I might stream tomorrow or not, we'll see. Depends what else I have going on. Void Acquaintance. What the? That was weird. Time for Knuckles to destroy a building. The strangely light gray bomb. History said that they were Void roommates. Yeah, well, apparently Knuckles can have a little bit of terrorism as a treat. What a merry prankster. I think this arrangement might be a banger. Interrupted by this 5-second loop. This is a much longer route through the level than I usually take. Should have been at the boss by now. Yeah, that was so inexplicable and funny. Like, you have to wonder how that happened, right? To be in the room when that was decided. Okay, time for last boss of Sonic 3. Running a little bit over time on Sonic 3. Well, you would fight a boss here no matter what, but you wouldn't fight Big Arms. He's kind of forgettable, TBH. Probably because his arms are very, very small. No! Okay. Crap! We gaming over here. Doing this the cautious way is always unfortunate, but sometimes you gotta. Death leg robot. I'll be back in just a sec. Or not. Never mind. Thank you for the hydration reminder. Oh, I forgot to pause.
Where's that damn fourth Chaos Emerald?
Mushroom Hill do be a jam. You know, when Sonic 3 and Knuckles were one game, this zone was called Mushroom Valley. They changed it to Mushroom Hill when they split it. Dot would definitely have to be Tails, right? If it's among the base cast. But I feel like realistically, Dot would be Cream. That's what I think. To be fair, we know from Cream 64 that Cream clearly is a fan of Castlevania. As far as I'm concerned, Cream 64 is canon. I'm sorry, it just is. And I plan on finishing that game. I've been working on editing the script. Proofreading it and everything, I mean. Excuse me for a moment, okay? Just a moment. I won't be gone long. I'm back, sorry. Sorry. Just resumed, but the game didn't... Hey. Whatever, that probably made up for me forgetting to unpause it earlier. Well, you see, Grillson, Super Cream 64 has quite a few typos and such in it. Even though it's such a charming and very nice game. I just want to deal with all those. It's a case of wanting to improve a project because I like it. Now I'm thinking again of those stories of people who are really frustrated at a bug in software, so they join the company that made the software, fix the bug, then immediately put in their 2 weeks notice. But I'm... That's not how I'm treating it, though. But I just got randomly thinking about that. I wonder how GameBun is doing anyway. You know what? I'll take that. That's acceptable. Okay, never mind. Yeah, it really depends, Masumi. Like, I have plenty of reason to have a high-end CPU, but most people, not so much anymore. Warp. Yeah, for me, there's video encoding, and I mean, like, not the kind you're doing for a Twitch video, but, like, the kind you're doing for the animated opening of a video game. Because if you see, like, the opening animation in Trails in the Sky, or the end credits animations in games like that and stuff, somebody had to re-render those to add English logos or English credits, and in many cases that has been me. And with an older CPU, that can take, like, literally hours. With a newer CPU and a newer GPU, it takes so much less time. It's insane. So that's one of the instances in which somebody might want a really beefy CPU. It also might matter if you're doing a lot of, like, computational stuff in general that isn't covered by a GPU. Yeah, it really can be Instigator. A lot of people assume that it would be GPU heavy, but you're doing tons of stuff in software when you're doing, like, actual rendering work of the sort, and not just game rendering. Of course, the biggest thing in all of these fields is RAM. But I have 64 gigs, and I need it. I need 64 gigs of RAM. It's a lot, but when you do the work that I do, you would understand if you know. Yeah, Adobe After Effects, for example. God, that thing. If you thought Chrome was bad about RAM, After Effects is worse. I have a 5900X Ryzen. But I seriously considered Threadripper at one point in time. Most gamers really don't need Threadripper. Like, at all, ever. Not one that can work with actual After Effects files, I'm afraid. And I can't just, work on stuff from scratch, unfortunately. Even After Effects is actually really bad at supporting After Effects projects. Because for some reason, they stopped supporting projects that are like 3 versions out of date or something. So you have to have an entire chain of old After Effects versions if you need to convert an ancient project or something. Because it will literally refuse to open projects that are too old. And yeah, it's too profitable a field, unfortunately. If a good one rose up, there's a chance, a very high chance, that it would just end up being bought out. It is what it is. Whoops. I guess I'm taking this path. I never take this path. Yeah, but at least with Excel sheets and such, you can use OpenOffice to open them, thank goodness. Yeah. Hey, Shinon. It sure is, and we're gonna see Trip's story tonight. As I understand it, I'm in for suffering, but you know, when it's the hard mode of a game, like, so be it, right? I probably will. I like hard things. Yeah, I'm told that all the bosses take twice as many hits. Yeah, I like Superstars. I played through it with Dan VideoGames and enjoyed every moment. I think the word you're looking for is Eradicator.
I am the ringmaster.
This goofy little Eggman sprite. Alright, let's go. Sendopolis. I seem to be in a good mood today. For me, the bosses in Superstars were actually kind of one of the highlights. I feel like Dan might have felt the same way. Well, Dan could confirm or deny. It's funny, since people hate the bosses in Superstars so much. Of course, a lot of them say it's because of Trip's story, but like, it's hard mode. You wouldn't want to speak for Dan either. But... Nice watch streak, Ed. How you doing, by the way? I know you were here at the start, but... We're in Sandopolis. You caught a cold? I feel that. I just got over one myself, although it was only causing me a slight sore throat. Yeah, please get well soon. We're all rooting for you. Whoops. Not quite what I intended. Oh well. Take it easy, Grilson. What the? Okay. I get the idea, Gabe. I get the point. I can take a hint. Honestly, that was really funny. Yeah, I think most people were stressed out by this part as kid. As a little girl, I could not stand this part at all. Whoops. Wow. Okay, here we go. Here we are. Whoops. You ever wonder how bad Eggman feels about building all that and then that just happening to it? I know I've said it a bunch of times, but my personal pet theory is that as far as Eggman is concerned, Sonic is his only friend. And he's doing all of this stuff to impress his friend, and so he gets to spend time with his friend. Eggman rarely seems to have a meaningful motive of his own. But if you look at it from this point of view, everything he does makes sense. Just not a very good kind of sense. Like, you know, it's obviously not a healthy relationship. Yeah, we're getting closer to it bit by bit. Until eventually, you know, we fight, like, right in front of it. Again, it's not a healthy relationship. But it still makes more sense if you think Eggman's coming at it from that angle. And in fairness, the few times that he really gets close to killing humanity, it actually ends up being something else that he, like, unleashed. Whether knowingly or like, oh, I didn't know it would go this far, I didn't know it would be beyond my control. Yeah. So that's just always my favorite pet theory. Honestly, Chaotic, it is really hard to see every part of any stage of Sonic. At least Sonic 3, especially. Now just remember, if the hand comes from the foreground, you can't spin dash and just not be harmed. But if it comes from the background, you can spin dash. That's the only explanation I have, because this one does come from the foreground, and the ones for the last boss come from the background. That sign is not supported by anything. I also love Crystal Caves as a theme. Like, two of my favorite themes for areas in games are Crystal Caves and Floating Islands. True, it does. Although I'm not, like, as big on the whole, like, classical architecture vibe that Sky Sanctuary has, but, like, Angel Island as a whole counts, right? That's how I feel. Like, Angel Island as a whole totally does it for me, if you think about it that way. But some people would go, Sky Sanctuary is a floating island stage, and I'm like, well, yes, but... It's funny, though, because, like, you'd think, oh, you love that stuff so much, this would be your favorite Sonic game then, right, Sarah? Well, sure, maybe, you'd think that, but, like, Sonic CD has something I love more. Time travel. And it still has a crystal cave. Time travel is one of my absolute favorite things in media. And see, there's the death egg, just right up there. And soon we'll be up there too. Oh no! Oh no! Sonic, Knuckles just knocked us down into a deadly trap filled with lava and magma. Ha! Yeah, Tails, he sure did. That is so classic Knuckles. You got me, Knuckles. Good man. Thank you, Self-Made Man, for having been here. Hope to see you again.
Activate the volcanic defense system to shield the base with my lava magma.
Yes, lava magma, isn't it great? This boss. Can you even call this a boss? This is a waiting game. It just destroys itself. And if you have the fire shield, which you can get immediately before, you don't even have to worry about standing in the water. Water? Yeah, the spicy water, the lava. Tex-Mex, you typed that, and I imagined Ric Flair just half-heartedly going woo at this boss. Yeah, there's a lot of times that it's pretty clear that the released animals are probably dead. Like, you release them in Oil Ocean and they all immediately jump into the oil. Ow! Good one, Knuckles! You actually punched me in the face! And then he landed on me and got contact damage. Uh-oh. My ring. Good job, Tails. Tails, what are you doing? Sonic, what are you pushing? Drugs? Is it drugs? You know what's interesting is, like, in the development of Sonic 3, it was supposed to be like some sort of ancient dragon or something, and still mentioned in like the Japanese manual, I think, that, you know, Super Sonic would be fighting in that mural. And then we finally get a dragon in Sonic Superstars, I guess. Well, that's what it turned into next time. They changed it to clearly resemble Eggman's mech, but like, there's developmental concepts that show it would have been a dragon. So I need this song to just take a moment to play Back in Time from Sonic R instead, please. Here we are in the cloud lair. No! No! Up, not down. There we go. That was a reasonably smooth Sky Sanctuary by my standards. And now this fight that is secretly the fight in the Death Egg from Sonic 2. Just more advanced. Da-da, da, da, da-da, da, da. I'm guessing Death Egg is not going to go that smoothly. We'll see. We'll see soon. Meow, meow, meow. Understandable, Sniff. It's a banger. It's a banger. It has a really good tone to it. Oh. Don't shoot, I'm unharmed. Oh. Are you? Oh. Oh. For a moment I thought I was gonna get double jackpot again. I mean double jackpot? Considering I got jackpot earlier just by falling into one slot. Oh my god. The game got me good there. I mean, I did get a jackpot twice, it's just I got the bad jackpot the second time. Yeah, exactly, Sniff. Okay. Oh. Oh well, that's fine. I can live with that. I'm waiting. Seriously, that thing takes so long. Oops. Now the part I really don't do well with. Ouch! I lost my ring. So that's me being dead soon. This boss is always an issue for me. Tells the ring tells. Rubbish. Honestly, I find it sort of easier with Knuckles because there was that wall. Bye, signpost. Whoops, my shield. What even are these things? I know there's something real, but I'm not... Oh no! We're dead. That one last jump off of one. Uh-oh. Tails, you tricked me. You tricked me, Tails. Well, if you download that mod, you'll find that it happens to just be an OGG file in the mod folder, so... Also, there might be credits on the mod page to tell you where you might find it on YouTube or such. But the file is just there, so... I did not get a personal best on any Sonic game today, but that's okay. You know, Wes, it's actually heavily used in games. Especially anything open source. But even, you know, like, stuff like Falcom games and such. Lots of developers use OGGs, but, like... It sucks that we adopted it for video games, but we didn't really adopt it for anything else, right? Tails, you good? Yeah, he was just really, really scared. Adrenaline, you know? No. Hog's open source, in fact. Finger, please. There we go. Why is it doing this all of a sudden? Oh well. Yeah. So what's gonna happen is after Sonic 3, I will run Doomsday, the Doomsday Zone. And then we will take a short break while I get a snack. And once I am snacked up, we will be doing Trip's story in Sonic Superstars. Else, you almost got me killed there. Yeah, Og is just plain better than MP3, like, in every regard, but... like, try convincing people of that, right? Yeah, let's just leave that there.
Well done, I guess.
Well, it's good to have a backup plan. So I'm fast forwarding these credits. After I do the Doomsday, I will let those credits roll while I grab snack. Okay? Okay. Okay. The Doomsday Zone. Love these games. Whoops. Hey Renee. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a good day. Well, I guess you just woke up, but you get me. Okay, let's get some more rings. Don't need them too badly, but having 50 never hurt. Rings. Come on, where's all the rings? Like, the next phase is really easy, but it's better not to risk taking too long when you can just grab a bunch of rings anyway. That ought to do. You see, you might get hit by those a bunch and get knocked back. It can happen. There. Okay, so I will be back. Hello, hello. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Okay, so let's see.
Everything must. Let's see, kind of eyeballing this. Do I want to play Sonic Superstars, or do I want to play Sonic Superstars digital art book with many digital soundtrack? Is that still running? Okay, so... Let's see. Okay, now just save that. I'm just tweeting. Okay. I should change the category while I'm thinking about it. Okay. Oops. Bear in mind, by the way, I already have all the emeralds. Why am I playing this on keyboard? Use the powers as well that way. Whatever, I'll switch over to my gamepad after this act. Ouch.
Okay, like that. Look, we're a dragon now. I guess I shouldn't have expected any different. Okay, where's my gamepad? There it is. Okay, why did it tab out? All I did was press a button on my gamepad. I think I oughta... do this to force it to use the gamepad properly. Whee! Okay, that's the button. I immediately disengaged it. Oops. And then I lost all of my rings. Ow! Maybe I'm being too stubborn. But it feels like a jump that can be made, right? It feels like it. I can just do it from here. That's the boring way. The music. Her double jump is pretty strong. Well, that's just called modern capitalism, Dual Edge. The way he stands after assembling that thing makes it feel like there should be dialogue. I don't know what it is. Oh. Ouch! Ouch! Give me my ring. Huh. That didn't seem especially... well, whatever. Sorry, I alt-tabbed very briefly there. Whoops. Her double jump really feels strong for these stages. Not that it would necessarily matter when you have access to all the emerald powers, I guess. Whoops. I guess I don't really care if I get into these or not. Not like I'm playing for raw time anymore. Oh god, is it this stage? Oh god, it's this stage. Hey Dan, remember this awful place? I know. I know. But there was just something funny to me about doing that stage again. Like, I go into one blue ring and I end up in the worst chaos stage. This is really funny to me. There, I got him. The dragon can grind. Oh my god, the dragon jumps so high. Why does the dragon even jump? But look at this, look at this. Look at this. Oh god, no. Welcome to the sick dimension. No, not 6th dimension, 6th dimension. Oh! Oh, hey, fruit! Maybe I can go to Act Fruit. Surprise! That big bird. I should tuck my hair so it stops getting my eyes. Ouch! You know what I bet would work well here? This. Thank God there's no spike bug. Can you imagine if the spike bug had stayed in the series? Yeah, like, seriously. They were really impressive the first time around, and then they're just like, oh, it's this again. Get out of here, birdie. Dance with the piggies. Dang! I really appreciate how the song bothers to reference Fang's theme from Triple Trouble. He's so annoyed. And he's gone. Upsy daisy. Hey, metal. So, I'm just gonna say it. Do you think that's the most original version of Metal Sonic? It's Sonic, but metal. Crap. We got a whole lot of running from death lasers segments, huh? Dang, get over here so I can boop you. Man, it's unfortunate that everybody missed the fact that I was saying metal as in M-E-D-A-L, because I picked up a Sonic medal. It was already a bad joke, but it's even worse if you don't understand it, right? This is the part where somebody says, "No, I got it. It just did not qualify as humorous." Oh god. Good timing. Just lost too much speed after breaking that the first time. Oh. You know, Fang, if you just fired missiles non-stop, you'd probably get me. Or are they too expensive? Is that it? The missiles just cost too much for you to shoot too many of them? Okay, that was rude. Now, see, you say that, Splee, but remember filling up Casinopolis Vault with rings? And in fact, the fact that rings are rewards for participating in games at Casinopolis already kind of implies that there is at least some idea of money. I don't know why I'm being pedantic about this, I'm sorry. It's just interesting to think about, honestly. Another death laser. Yeah, there's so many problems with the idea of there not being money in the Sonic universe. Also, for there to even be a mercenary like Fang. I mean, I know he's also a treasure hunter, but you know. The laser got me again. This part is a little unforgiving, that's neat. I keep getting hit by that. Okay, be more careful this time. Oh crap. Oh, okay. Dragon. Oopsie. Oh. Okay, it's not as unforgiving there as I thought. Still not very forgiving, but slightly forgiving. It was willing to forgive me once. This part is the part that's really harsh. What the? What's going on with the speed of the laser? It's so... Okay, so it's forgiving, but in a really weird, inconsistent way? Ah. I'm not too sure about that death laser. What do you guys think? Oh yeah, the part where I can't see. In two-player, this is funny because the circle is only around one person, as I recall it. Which feels really weird. Can't afford more than one butterfly, sorry. Yeah, apparently. Oops, their spikes were out. Still can't see. How about up here? What if I just go up here? Oh. The game decided to throw me. I'll have you know I'm not an object to be thrown. I thought that was an alarm, but it was just splats. Thank you for the hydration reminder. And into the foreground we go. There's nothing up there. That figures. Burn to the ground! Oops! It untransformed me! Whoops. Seems like I actually have to hit that into him, which is kind of specific, huh? That's fine. Whoops. I didn't mean to knock into it like that. Keeping the right angle isn't too big of a deal. Oh, are we doing this again? They need a whole bunch of platforms. Take that, loser? Yeah, I like it. Personally. Feels like there's a lot of bosses in the game that could potentially be easily defeated by the dragon if you can get enough rings beforehand. That was unnecessarily verbose, wasn't it? Whoops! Of course, it's still early in the story yet. The game could still manage to make me dislike it somehow. Well, the mode. Not the game as a whole. The normal story ruled. So far, like, I don't mind it. Everything's been fine. I know people say the last bosses are really bad though. Guess we'll see. I swear, if it just turns out to be very similar to the normal story boss. Yeah, the game doesn't particularly seem to have any live system or anything like that. Such systems have their place. Like, I'm not going to be one of the people who goes on the camp of, oh, what an outdated concept. But some games are well suited to not having such a system, and some games are better off with it. That's how I feel. Right? It looks so good. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Didn't I already use that this stage? Huh. Oh right, I must have hit a checkpoint. I remember now. It's once per checkpoint, not once per level. If we can't have classic Vector, we can at least have his spin animation. You have a point. It is like Vector's. It's exactly like Vector's. Dragon! The dragon is affected by this too? Look at that! Look at that! careful. Whoops. There go all my rings. Whoops. Oh, come back. Okay. And you're just making me ask why they didn't do that, because even though that would be overpowered, it would rule. Not so bad in my opinion, Masumi, so far. I'm definitely dying a bunch, but like, I'm enjoying it. I can only wonder how long Jin has been sitting on this boss song waiting to use it. Maybe it dates back to the Genesis era, for all we know. Dan, thank you for raiding with 3 viewers. Yeah, storing them away for 30 years, just in case he uses them someday. All but 3 viewers died watching it. That sure is a death stream. Well, there go my rings. This is probably not the run. Whoops. So I have a question for those who know Superstars already. Without spoiling anything else, is the final story co-op capable? Because I know it's probably just the last boss or whatever, but... And if somebody has it unlocked and all that, maybe they can check. Yeah, I fully expect to be stuck on some boss or another for a while, and that's fine. I'm fully prepared to go into odd hours with this stream. Oops. Because this is pretty tough. I'm enjoying being challenged like this, though. I can't rely on just my rings to save me. And the boss patterns are actually pretty tough. Yeah, I noticed those too. Reminds me a lot of, you know, like Emerald and such, but like they don't look exactly identical to the customizable ones, but they're clearly supposed to be that. Oh, there went my ring. The only part about this boss fight that I don't like is the music. Probably not even controversial to say that, right? Oh, I jumped clean over him. I mean, there is that other boss theme that's used for, like, the rest of the game after the first half or so. This song just kind of disappears at some point. What the... It pushed me. I really need to not lose this ring during this phase. If I can help it. Well, I lost it, and I panicked. That's just a matter of patience, in my opinion. I don't mind a boss taking a while to hit. Uh-oh. I'm having trouble getting the patterns down for this shot. That's okay, though. Oops, wrong button. Like, it feels like there's actually skill involved in fighting this, you know? If somebody can't handle a boss like this one, then heaven help them if they ever try to play Freedom Planet. Whoa! They don't, but sometimes you can't. Without aiming very purposely. Like the second fight against Prince Dale. Which I remember getting really stuck on during testing at one point. Nowadays I clear Freedom Planet pretty handily, having played it so much. But... ouch. Nowadays, the only place I really have trouble with in Freedom Planet sometimes is Brevin, I think. Which, of course, right? Dead. Yeah, I think this song is the biggest problem with this boss fight. Yeah. Yeah, part of the beauty of Freedom Planet is that all three characters play very differently in ways that will suit people differently. I do well with Lilac or Mila, but not so much with Carol. Oh, he's spinning now. Oh crap! Well, she is a cat. That automatically makes her very good, doesn't it? Okay. Lilac is generally easier to use, I think. Whoop. Yeah, personally, I'm really enjoying that about him. In Freedom Planet 1, Carol has iframes on her really fast kick thing, you know, her... Man, what's the term again? But, you know, her wildcat kick. It has enormous iframes. But the thing is, the utility of it is a little more awkward, right? Whoops. Her dash is called Dragon Boost. It happened again, huh? I know nobody is surprised, but like, gosh. Yeah, I can probably use my Chaos powers to make this fight a lot easier. And I'm betting a lot of people don't use them. I'd like to save them for the third phase. Well, save the one that I plan to use for that phase. If I save it, though, will I even get to third phase? So, let's just use it. Oh. Well, that happened. Okay, there we go. Breathing fire at nothing in particular. Whoops. Crap. Yeah, I think chaos powers are what you're meant to do here. The fight would be much easier that way. Like, by a lot. Okay, that's phase 1 down. You could fly over the activation point? That's very funny. Just skip the boss. Oh, that's very, very funny to me. Crap. Okay, there's more, huh? Ouch. Uh-oh. Don't panic. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, it would be very difficult to
Die, monster! You don't belong in this
put it
world.
nicely, even. Pinball Carnival Zone. Also known as the part where T. Lopes very clearly just kicks in immediately. Well, it's got some of the instruments he typically uses. It doesn't sound that much like him otherwise, though. Still, you know, it's not June, and that's the problem. That June was in so much. Ah. I think that it seems like the game was pretty clearly designed for you to always have access to your powers, but like, if they redesigned the game, rebalanced it and everything, then I could see them removing powers from common use like that. Oh, it's this stage again. Yeah. I mean, the fact that they reset at checkpoints somewhat balances them, but, like, it depends, right? It depends. Please give me a moment. I'm going to adjust some of my settings for something. Turn that on. Change this accordingly. And bring this up. Okay. Okay. And I'm just going to do this. Hold on. I'm sorry for all this. Device has been disconnected. No, it hasn't. It's still right here. Where is my projector? There it is. Okay. Sorry about all that. Oh. It feels like it's pointing up, and yet it pushes you down. Like, they're the opposite of what it looks like if you're trying to take them as an arrow. I know they're not meant to be arrows. But that's how I parse it, you know? Like funnels. Best I can explain it. Are you kidding me? The ring fell there? I don't have my powers this time. I guess it didn't oh, there they are. Got in another hit, just like that. Ouch. Okay, I don't... Ow. I breathed a bunch of fire in its face, but it wasn't very effective. Hey Felly, how's it going? And hello Vane. How are you two doing? Pig! Giant pig! Just a moment. Okay. Do I want to play Act 2 or Act Fruit? Act Fruit. Oh no, there's a death laser in Act Fruit. Like, come to think of it. Who would be devious enough to put a death laser in Act Fruit? Look! There went all those rings I got! Oh no, not again! Whoa, 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 whoa. A lot of blue fire here, not a lot of red fire. Oh god, why was I even trying to go up there? That's too dangerous. Yay, I broke it! Yeah, people's opinions on Sonic Superstars are mostly that the bosses are a big problem and they like the stages. For me, I actually really like the bosses, so... I don't know. I really can't comment on that. Because for me, the boss is one of the highlights of Superstars. One of the parts I like most. And so far, that hasn't changed yet. Oh no! Oh no! There we go. The Emerald powers seem like a neat idea, but it feels like only a couple of them are actually that strong. The rest seem pretty situational, is how I feel. I'd say that Origins is never going to be perfect, but it is to a point where if you're not a huge Ultra fan of Sonic, then just playing it as is okay. You won't get that suboptimal of an experience. It's still not the best way to play those games, but like, if you're just a casual fan, you won't care that much. Which is something I think a lot of people forget when they're thinking about what the collection needs. they forget that they are not necessarily the target audience, because it's targeted more toward casual fans than introducing new people to Sonic. That's how I feel. And I would absolutely recommend Origins to somebody trying to get into Sonic, if they didn't want to go through all the hoops to play the perfect versions of the games. Whoops, why am I doing this? I'm dead. Game's just like, why don't I let you slow this down here? Well, no credit. I would say it's about the same if you're talking casually. If you're a super fan, then emulating is still superior to Origins, in my opinion. But on a casual level, I don't think that somebody who doesn't play Sonic regularly, isn't a Sonic fan already, etc., is going to mind, and they will probably prefer something that's widescreen. But, like, if you're somebody who's aware of the series and you're trying to figure out the way to play, emulation is definitely better than Origins. But Origins is way forgiving. So basically, I think it depends entirely on what level of interest somebody actually has in Sonic. And there are better versions of each of the games, available on PC even, for those who want to play the best versions, but Origins is there for everyone who doesn't care. And I mean that in a good way. I care tons about Sonic, but there's no way I would ever expect everyone else to, you know? Exactly, Red Blue Fire, exactly. You get it. Ding. You got a lot of people out there who get frustrated if they have to set anything up, and get horribly confused if they have to, like, configure things, etc. And like I said, a lot of modern gamers, they want widescreen real bad, you know? Yeah, those are good versions, but like, once again end up with the issue of some people just want everything to feel modern, and they want everything in one place, which is something that the Ages collections won't give them, because they're just one game each. The easiest to explain appeal of widescreen for Sonic is you have more room to see what's ahead of you. But I don't think it's really necessary. It helps casuals a lot, though. People who aren't familiar with Sonic and might easily be frustrated. I'm dead. I'm die. Basically, these things have their place. Those of us who've been into Sonic most of our lives or whatever are never going to really see that as upsides. Although I still say that the Origins version of Amy rules. And I love killing bosses with her. Trip seemed just as startled as I did. For me, my expectations with regards to stuff like that depends on who's doing it. When you've got like a skeleton crew working at Sega doing it, then like, no, it's not going to turn out that great. But if you had like me doing it, then it'll probably turn out well if I'm doing it, right? Not that I would ever get to work on a Sonic game, although I would kill. Working on a Sonic game would be a dream. But, you know, those of you who know my work, you know I could do it. Yeah, M2 do great. When it's them doing the work. Origins sadly was not. Ouch. Saraline, we have recognized your prowess. However, in order to recruit you, we first need you to assassinate Yuji Naka. This mission, should you choose to accept it, will likely be very difficult since he is known to avoid the law. I'd do it. Only if Sega were the ones wanting me to do it. Because that would practically make it legal, right? For legal purposes, this is a joke. Retirement. What is this, Mega Man Zero? Ooh, that felt good. I got a fruit. Would you excuse me for a moment? I want to get a soda. So I'm gonna get a soda. I'm back. So is everyone having a good time tonight? I know we're running a bit later than usual. Oh, Trip put her helmet back on when I was looking away. This loop is way too short. This song loop, way too short. Huh. Is there no Act 2 of that? I wonder what that purple gemstone is. Okay, here we are in Raccoon City.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Let me move your avatar a little.
So it was really uncanny. Right as you cracked the can open, I did the same with my own. I was like, oh, we're synchronized.
I see. Everyone say hello to Dan VideoGames.
Hello. How's it going,
echo.
everybody? Yeah, I fixed it.
Okay.
I'm using the high quality headphones today, and the high quality audio chain, only the best.
As you should be.
I was in the prior act. I was like dancing while making my sandwich and eating it in the kitchen. It's such a good bop.
It really is. There's so much good music in this game, and then there's the boss theme that Jun composed.
I know, so by weight, the game's like, I don't know, 20% kind of mid-music, but it has all these great tunes.
Yeah.
But hello everyone, how's it going?
It's good to have you here.
Yeah, the funny thing is,
yes?
So I was working on the finale of Game of the Year, which as people who read the description and read the tweet probably put together is not what's debuting tomorrow. That's part 5, which is the last part of our categories. Okay. So I was editing the finale, which goes up on Wednesday. And I'm watching this stream, and I even told Tosha, I'm like, I'm so sad. I want to watch the stream instead of editing this. But and then I also wanted to DM you and be like, "Can I join you on the stream?" But I was like, "No, I have to do the responsible thing."
And then
Anyways,
I
I'm here
invited
now.
you.
Exactly. I was like, "Oh, thank God, an excuse." Anyways, hello everybody. How's it going?
Is the stream looking good for you over on Discord?
Yeah, it looks great. Thank you. It's so crisp.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's not freezing every 2 seconds.
Yes, it's so fluid. Are these the AMD fluid motion frames I hear so much about?
Oh no!
I saw that. What was it? I think the NVIDIA one, the NVIDIA fake frame technology, can now be inserted to any DirectX 12 game.
Great.
And so, since that opened it up, I'm wondering if more people are going to get a look at it and go, "Wait a minute, this looks bad." For anyone, I know I always talk in the like I really do just exist solely in the tech sector, but
That's fine.
For anyone who doesn't know, it's kind of like the same thing as a 60 frames per second anime look, or your TV soap opera mode, or whatever they call it, because each manufacturer has a different name.
Yeah, the soap opera mode that you always have to turn off when you go to visit your grandma.
Yeah, exactly.
And you see how terrible. Yeah.
That's the latest technology. You want that.
Yeah, clearly.
Give me 1 second, my voice is going to disappear.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. I should be back.
Welcome back.
When I turn off an input on our mix pre audio interface, it will like turn off all the mics for a second as it redoes all the routing.
I see.
Yeah. Anyways, hello.
Hello.
How's it going? You having a good time with Sonic Superstars?
I am, and so far I don't see the problem with Trip's story. I imagine the last boss is going to be some sort of horrible nightmare, but like that's the only explanation for people's reactions. So
yeah, and like it would make sense that would be what's up, because what was it, Sonic Frontiers free update that happened also added a final boss that was apparently a big deal for a lot of people.
Yeah. That's what I've heard. It seems like people will predominantly judge an entire Sonic game based on its last boss, unless its name is Sonic 2 or Sonic Frontiers. Not Sonic Frontiers, Sonic Generations. Unless its name is Sonic 2 or Sonic Generations, then it gets a pass.
Yeah, that's true. Those actually really do get a pass. It ain't so bad if you play on easy. Yeah, that's a lot of video games.
Yeah, that's
one of the
true.
funniest. There's always this like, so when you casually watch a thing, you don't maybe understand all the choices that was made with it, and so one of the funniest interactions I've ever had based on that is one time someone left a comment on a thing, and they're like, "I know GigaBoots likes to play all their video games on easy because we played all the Kingdom Hearts games on easy because we were beating them each in one sitting."
Yeah,
and I was like, you couldn't be further from the truth.
Oh man, I've been playing through Kingdom Hearts 1 recently. And like,
oh really?
I kind of wish I was playing it on easy, because as much as I love that game, I don't love playing all of it, if that makes sense. Kingdom Hearts 1 is just easily the weak one.
Oh yeah, 100%. There are basic things about movement where I think it was last year I started having a conversation with someone about how it was either last year or the year before. That is a prime candidate to be just fully remade as a game, because the basic movement doesn't even feel that great.
Yeah. I found that when I was playing it last, I was saying to the person watching me, this kind of feels like Dark Souls. And I don't mean that in the way you think. Think about it, Dan. Think about it.
Oh, I totally get what you mean. Meowdy, partner. No, we did all of the Kingdom Hearts games in one sitting each. Very specific phrasing, one
Yes. Yes.
And even then, Kingdom Hearts 2 for a bit there was, I think, our longest stream at 22 and a half hours or 21 and a half hours.
God, did you do 358 over 2 days?
No,
Because I don't think that would have been
actually-
possible in one sitting.
We did escape a couple of Kingdom Hearts games, and no one's ever been like, why didn't you play blank? And I think it's because they know.
Yeah, because, like, 358 over 2 days would take you more than 2 days. Because, like,
no.
the actual, like, story content of it isn't that, like, thick, but it has so much mission grinding that you have to do to get through the game.
Yeah, I've seen cutscenes from that one. That is the DS one with...
Roxas.
Oh my god. Yeah, I was going to say it has Roxas. I'm trying to remember the pronunciation of a character's name. Is it Shion?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So I've seen cutscenes from that and text prompts and things from that are really funny. And like, I'm super interested. And I remember having the conversation multiple times and people were like, you don't want to stream that.
Yeah.
I'm like,
you
okay.
really don't.
All right.
You really don't. And I say this as somebody who played through that entire game and really loved it. I would never want to do that again.
Oh, I totally get that. I'm trying to remember. I was having that feeling about a game somewhat recently.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember which one it was. You know, Game of the Year has been an interesting process of me racked with guilt over not having enough time to play all the games. And that's something we will discuss in the finale, so please look forward to it. There's a certain element to it that I have the most in common taste with everyone on the podcast. So there's almost like a moment where their hands reach for me like Redead, and they're just like, if only you played game, you would understand.
Oh no!
That was close.
That was close.
But yeah, I'm so glad that you know, Game of the Year's over and people get to, like, the Monday part is so insane because as people who were on that recording have been hyping it, there's a reveal in part 5 that is devastating to me. And it is the most upset I've ever been on content.
Oh man, I gotta look forward to that.
I can't, and I didn't know. I didn't walk into it expecting any of what occurs. It's good.
I'll look forward to that. So
I'm really glad you're streaming again. I missed watching your streams.
yeah, I miss streaming. Like, you know, I never intentionally take long breaks from streaming. Outside of when I got partner and needed a huge break.
Mm-hmm.
Which, understandable, I'm sure. But, like, no, I love streaming, so, like, it always bothers me when I take a long break from streaming, too.
Yeah.
I'm doing Void Stranger on Tuesday.
That's a stream you shouldn't avoid, viewer.
Okay, so, if anybody here doesn't know Dan, I've known Dan for over a decade. We are good friends. And I'm very happy to have you on here again, even, you know, impromptu.
Oh, yeah. See, I was gonna ask if I could hop in and hang out, but I don't ever want to, like, pressure someone else. Like, I don't want to be like, let me into your stream, like, knocking on the door.
Let me in! Let me in!
Let me in! Is that Sonic the Hedgehog? Hello? I can tell you're streaming Sonic, let me in.
Oh my god. Oh crap!
Oh no! That came so suddenly.
Like, you know, if you don't know what Dan does, Dan is a member of GigaBoots, the head of GigaBoots, I'd say. And
Yeah.
they do lots of great stuff, including podcasts. And I myself am a patron of their works because, of course, they do great work. Like, it's not even just that Dan is my friend, although he is, but that I have enjoyed GB content for a long time now myself. So I recommend.
I wish there was a blushing version of this YouTuber.
Well, I mean, I can blush. Yeah, you gotta get Tosh on the full emotion set right now.
That's true. She actually opened up some commissions on the side to do like some digital paint like stuff, portraits of pets, if people are interested. But
that's rad.
I honestly, I had never seen her do art in that style before, and I was like, wow, this is kind of crazy. But I'm not here to shill. I'm like, hey, thanks for letting me into your stream. Anyways, about my content, my girlfriend's commissions, and I have a T-shirt.
Well, if you're going to be on my stream, I want you to be able to advertise your content.
That's very kind of you.
Plus, you know, I'm just the kind who endorses you in general.
Yeah, Sarah has been so supportive. It's kind of crazy whenever I think about how long we've been friends.
Yeah, like it's hard to remember a time when we weren't, for me.
Yeah. I also, like, it's really hard to conceptualize GigaBoots as something that's been going for 13 years. And since we met Sarah so early on in GigaBoots, it's like, wait, has it been that long? Oh, right. I have to remind myself.
Yeah.
All Dan gets for emotions is the child looking at their food getting microwaved smile. That is a very specific emotion.
That's a very specific emotion, but also I could definitely see you having that emotion.
I mean, this is basically how I looked when I was eating that sandwich and dancing in my kitchen to that bop. Also, I don't know if it will derail the stream. If it will, do not worry about it. It does not matter. I can't hear the game.
You can't hear the game. That's odd.
But that's not a major problem, so...
It's okay. I can fix this.
the many people have said this before their downfall. It's okay. I can fix this. Whoa! Thank you, Surging Dragon, for the follow.
Thank you for the follow.
Oh, there we go.
Told you I could fix it. You see, this was a result of my Windows reinstall. The sound device IDs are different.
Oh, yeah.
And the Sonic sources, I set them up to be played back and all that, but, like, I never updated them. Because I never needed to. So I forgot about it. But yes, thank you, Surging Dragon, for following.
I'm letting people know I have invaded your stream.
Yeah, who would have thought the second appearance of Dan VideoGames would be impromptu? Well,
see, that's
third.
why it's such a beautiful thing to... Oh, wait, one moment. Third, let me think.
You briefly showed it on Big Think.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I do tend to pop up during their Podlord segment. Yo, Dan, this is not on GigaBoots Live. One moment while I change the URL redirect so that way I'm not an idiot. Though I did technically raid you, so it would immediately shove people this way anyways, which is why I do that. Did you know that's how that works, audience?
I miss hosting.
Me too.
But at least we're all getting a ton of emote slots.
Most panic attack inducing amount.
Yeah,
21!
Yeah, I saw that we were getting more emote slots, and I just kind of give my artist a side eye while realizing that they were already too busy as it was.
Yeah. I think... I can't remember how many regular emote slots I had left. I think it's like 2 on the regular tier, because we've just been too busy to solve that. And then maybe a couple on tier 3 and tier 2, which we don't have that many of those. And then it's like, here's 21 animated emote slots for tier 1. Here's 5 more for tier 2 and tier 3 each. And I'm like, oh my God, what am I gonna do? Doopy 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 doop. What if I became Bish?
Yes, exactly. I mean, that's the meta for escaping drowning.
I would simply become an amphibious person.
Yes. We've managed to avoid drowning. Thank you for the follow.
Oh no, it's so small. Thank you for the follow. I couldn't see who it was. Oh, G tier 93. Thank you.
Whoa. I was not expecting that.
This game's so cool.
It really is. Look at how many boss fights they gave Eggro, though.
Yeah, it's really cool that the powers are so accessible. Right, like you've completely changed how this boss fight is because of this power. And that's so cool.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Okay,
talk
I
about
need to
the
knock
sandwich
down-
I made because
Oh, yeah?
I was very excited. I had an egg patty, turkey, egg, and cheese sandwich with lettuce and tomato. It was delicious, chat. It was so good. Yeah,
I see.
the only thing it was missing was Kewpie mayo, which we're out. I need to go to an Asian grocery store sometime to get some Kewpie mayo. Or actually, I don't know if the local Walmarts carry it. The one in Niceville did right before I moved, and I thought that was neat.
Well,
I always wonder, do you eat mayo? Do you like mayo at all?
I've never had mayo.
Okay. See, I don't know the list, so I have to ask these things.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, it's not a small list, but it's also not a big list, so...
I'm gonna need that in an Excel sheet uploaded to sheets.google.com, publicly accessible document.
Yeah, I see. I can't breathe fire underwater.
Oh my god.
It just looks like she's making a kissy face.
That's true. By the way, if it's not too self-indulgent, I would like to help you with your point economy, and if you're okay with it, chat, I would also answer a question if you do the 1,000-point redeem, since you seem to ask so many questions tonight.
Yeah, there's been so many Ask Me Anythings tonight.
Yeah, the cool thing about mayo is if you're trying to make a really
Hedgehog
fancy...
around here.
Oh no, I'm a faker?
Trying to make a really fancy sandwich?
Yeah, if you're trying to make a really fancy sandwich, instead of using butter to like butter the toast before you grill it, use mayo. It's a lot more flavorful and has all the same qualities.
Huh. Mayo's made from egg? Right?
Yes, it's made from egg and oil, I think. I grew up on Miracle Whip because I don't like normal mayo a ton, but Kewpie mayo is pretty different. I see a couple questions. What makes Kewpie mayo different? I'm gonna type out Kewpie because it's Kewpie. It's a Japanese mayo, and because of that, it actually has a more umami flavor. It's like savory in a way that like your Hellmann's and whatever's aren't. So it's really tasty. Like, it's really, really good. And then there's another question. Why is your cat purple and cute? Her name is Tosh, and that's why my cat is purple and cute, because Tosh gets it.
Yes, Tosh gets it.
Favorite Korean dish? That is complicated because a lot of places can make a good chicken bulgogi, but there was one Korean restaurant run by a person who ran it for a very long time in Niceville. Her name was Sun, and it was like one of my favorite restaurants ever. And she made the best kongnamul, which is bean sprouts, but specifically cooked with, or not really cooked. It's like, well, it is cooked. It's like quickly boiled, and then you cover it, like you chill it down completely, and then you cover it in like spices and sesame seed oil and some small green onions, and it's really tasty. And I keep trying, and it does not work out. I can't get it anywhere near as good as she did. But if I had to choose that, and if I have to order from somewhere else, everyone can say chicken bulgogi, so I'm gonna not say that, and I'm gonna say kimchi jjigae, which is like they bring out a boiling cauldron of kimchi and delicious meat and vegetables. So that's a good choice too. Tengu Gemini, I've heard once of this alleged peanut butter and mayo sandwich, and that horrifies me deeply to my core.
Have you ever had a grilled PB&J?
A grilled? No. I have heard of doing that, but I have never once thought to do that.
Yeah, I've never done it, but I've heard that it's way better, but also kind of hard to control, like messy.
Yeah, because the heat would make the peanut butter a lot more liquidy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I've heard that it's really good.
Yeah,
And
I
I'll
assume
probably
it
try
has to be.
someday.
Because warm peanut butter is great. In fact, when I do hot pot stuff, I use peanut butter in the sauce because it makes it that much more savory. And I learned that from the one hot pot restaurant in Niceville ever. I was like, wait a minute, that's genius. Wait a second, this is brilliant.
This game is so cool.
I'm seeing a quote in chat. It's a guillotine for the whole family.
And I don't even remember the context of that anymore. But that's the best part of quotes in my bot. Like, I have no idea what the context of half these quotes are. And like, that's,
of course.
That's just great. You're being asked if you ever had the Elvis sandwich.
No, but I constantly think about how I should be incorporating peanut butter and bananas into sandwiches more often. Because bananas are so cheap. Bananas are great.
Bananas are great. I wish they were as great as they were when I was a kid.
Oh, yeah?
Because a lot of the breeds of banana that we have now are stuff that were basically bred because they could no longer keep maintaining the breeds that used to exist that were more flavorful, but I still think bananas as they are now are great. But if you ever think that bananas were better when you were a kid, you're not wrong.
Yeah, it's true. One of the actual benefits of that is how cheap bananas are to eat, which is so important to, a lot of people out there. Because, bananas, rice, those are cheaper things to eat, and that's really awesome and great and stuff.
Oh yeah, I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying that it's a shame
I totally
how things
get
have
where
died
you're
out.
coming from. America as a whole is everything must be engineered for the lowest common denominator, and so a lot of things like artistically, commercially, and whatever are literally going through the same process the banana did.
Yeah, but in the case of the banana, there's a bigger reason for it. Like, there were like parasites and stuff that they couldn't kill out, and they basically put those older breeds of banana extinct.
Mm-hmm.
It's really unfortunate.
Yeah, that's exactly why the banana runts taste absolutely nothing like bananas. Because apparently when they were first invented, they were mimicking that flavor of banana from way back then.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. Not that I think they would be a perfect replication of that either. It's just an interesting fact.
Yeah.
Bob actually made banana pancakes tonight.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, oh man, I need to do that. Mm-hmm. It's good for people who are like gluten intolerant or whatever.
Mm-hmm. I think I had banana pancakes once.
Look at him. He's just a little guy.
Yep. When they invented the pizza Pringles, did pizzas taste like that back then?
Yes, correct. Exactly right. You know, I was going to take a trip towards the end of living in Florida to go try... Oh, man, I'm forgetting the name of the... Is it Jollibee? I think it's Jollibee.
Jollibee.
Yeah. Jollibee's a
I've been to
Filipino.
Jollibee twice myself. Wait.
Oh, really?
3 times, I think.
Oh, that's cool. For people who don't know, Jollibee's like a Filipino restaurant, like fast food restaurant that originated in the Philippines and has been slowly coming over to the States. They say they're gonna expand a lot more this year. But currently where I live, I'm pretty far from it. And before, I was still really far from it, but it was a possible trip, like made any sense to try.
Right.
So I was towards the end going to take a trip to go try Jollibee and stop at a place in Tallahassee that makes their own candy. And unfortunately, the exact day we were going to go, almost all of the Panhandle got hit by like massive rainstorms. And I'm like, I'm not going to drive 4.5, 5 hours through that.
Oh, that's really unfortunate. And yet it figures, right? Like, that's how this always happens. Like, you're about to take a vacation and then COVID kicks in.
That's for people who don't know. I worked really hard on GigaBoots and before that on a different YouTube channel to try to make YouTube sort of work out as like an employment thing, because as a person who grew up poor, my prospects were not exactly great. Anyway, I finally get to the point where I get to do it as a full-time job instead of a part-time job on the side of something else, that it becomes sustainable enough. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna go at a convention and maybe take a vacation. And the exact year that finally happened was the very beginning of 2020.
Yep. On the flip side, like, COVID started the same month that I started my first Sonic month.
Oh.
Go figure,
well, then
right?
you were offering some respite for people for sure.
I was.
And like, I say this as someone who's not trying to be overly self-indulgent or praising of you, but this sort of field, like that's like this and live streaming and podcasts and stuff, it really helps people. Like, you don't know what people are going through, and to have somewhere nice to hang out and get to relax is so important.
Yeah, they get somewhere familiar to come back to, even if they don't get to in real life at the time.
Mm-hmm. Adam Admar says, it really does. Thank you both for the good content, but then they used a Margot emote. Banned! I'm just kidding.
Yucky emo.
Demon. Yeah. It's like, what was it? Vox always talks about that time she accidentally banned Rebel Winter because she went to time her out once ever and said she was a mod. That's apparently what that does.
Yeah, it demods you if you time someone out. I timed Roto out once. And
oh my God.
That demodded him. So that's how I know.
It's funny, I have very few mods, so I never run into that. But there was one mod I threatened to time out once, and then they told me like that story. I was like, oh, never mind. Not worth the bit.
Yes, Greenlows, that is why. And yeah, Fry was spamming chat, so I had to time out Roto because like Fry was doing it with Roto's keyboard.
Oh, that's really funny.
It is, isn't it? Like, Fry was just plain laying on Roto's keyboard or something, and it just kept sending messages again and again, and, like, apparently there was no, like, automatic limit, maybe because Roto was a mod.
There's no point where it'll stop, and it's like, no, this mod thinks this is really important, so...
Yeah. It just kept allowing it.
You gotta side with the mods in these situations. These are letters that Sarah really needs to see right now.
Yes. Isn't that great? It's such a great story.
I see a question, Zhang Mayon. Yes or no? I actually haven't tried it. I always look at it and I'm always really, really curious. That's noodles in a black bean sauce for people who haven't seen it. I don't know why I never tried it. I just, like, whenever somebody orders it, I stare at them eating it, but I don't know, I'm too scared. Oh, gosh.
Well...
Oh, that was during the Castlevania Adventure Deathless attempts. Oh. Hey, Bobbins Robbins.
Hey, Bobbins Robbins. Thank you for following. I'm really happy to have you on my stream again. Oops.
I'm thrilled to be here.
I died in the same place.
I know, it's really good. You're like, this is where I die, right here. This game has so many neat ideas for levels. Like, I think that goes really underappreciated. Because I didn't really see anyone talk about that about the game.
Yeah, and there's so many gimmicks that happen like during levels, like minor stuff, that is just really cool. Like even that thing that I went through just a minute ago, you know, having to destroy that core, that part is really neat.
I got some konjac noodles today because I'm doing keto. Have you ever tried those? Yes, and this, like, I talked to Chris about this because Chris is often also on, like, mild diet / exercise stuff, and I'm talking about Chris Wolfhart, not Gamma Chris.
Yeah. K-R-I-S.
Yes, not G-A-M-M-A-C-H-R-I-S.
Yeah.
But Chris didn't understand why this happened to me. That absolutely messed me up. For people who don't know, konjac noodles are shirataki noodles, which are a type of noodle made from konjac root. So it's a very, very low calorie, very low carb noodle substitution. It actually tasted pretty good. Like, I enjoyed eating it, but for some reason my stomach was like violently not okay.
Oh.
To the point where Chris was theorizing I gave myself food poisoning from the raw chicken, but I'm like, I've never done that in my life, and I'm obsessive compulsive. Like, I always wash my hands and stuff, so I don't know, but I'm too scared to try again to find out.
So that thing in the background is knocking me off the wall whenever it slams down.
I was wondering what was causing that. But yeah, if anyone's trying to up their ramen game, because I see in chat been eating ramen with fermented red bean paste almost nonstop lately. Things I recommend for upping your ramen game is just taking a small spoonful of, like very small spoonful of peanut butter and just working that into the broth, like stirring as it boils so that way it can like liquefy. Also a really good choice is, why does Trip jump like that?
It's the thing in the background.
Oh my god. I thought this was like a old school Sonic physics issue where it's like you're standing on a seam and you jumped and the game doesn't know. But yeah, so that fish sauce is really good. It can make, like, say you added some ingredients into your ramen and it's made it a bit less flavorful. Fish sauce and stuff can help with that. And also, frankly, because I am, you know, being a little bit health, like, focused at times, I don't eat the noodles as much anymore, because what I'll do is I'll swap them for what's called yuba, which you can buy at like an Asian grocery store as dried bean curd sticks is what they call them. So basically, if you can imagine tofu sheets that have been folded and dried, so you rehydrate them and then you cut them into strips. So it's kind of like its own type of noodle, but it's very high protein and it's really tasty. I enjoy it a lot.
Okay.
What was it? You saw the robot in the background and you compared it to Emerald. Was that right?
Well, yeah, the ones that are in the pods.
I was gonna make the joke, why don't you compare them to, and I was gonna say the Sonic Boom robots, but then I couldn't remember their names.
I can't either.
I was gonna make a joke. It was like, I clearly care about this, and I can't even remember it enough to pretend to care.
Man,
I still need to go back and finish watching Sonic Boom.
Yeah, that cartoon's worth it. Like, the games,
Yeah.
no, not at all, but the cartoon, yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, man, these games aren't that great, but every time I think about Senzuru, I think it was, ended up being owned by Meta, I'm like, no one deserves that.
When I think about Sonic Boom the games, I just think about the really cutting remark that Tails makes at one point.
Oh yeah, you referenced that before. I actually haven't beaten Sonic Boom, and unfortunately I haven't been able to catch a stream of it either.
So at one point, Sonic makes a really... he makes a typically Sonic joke. Like, it's not even that bad, it's just a very Sonic joke. And, you know, he's laughing to himself, and he's like, right, Tails? Tails, you heard me, right, Tails? And Tails goes, oh, I heard you. It just did not qualify as humorous. It's like, that's Miles Tails' power saying that. Like, goddamn.
Yeah. That's so savage.
Yeah. Okay, can't safely hit. Ah! Oh!
Oh, that was so close!
I think that was a double KO.
That should count as us passing the act.
Yeah.
I actually didn't get to tell you this because you've been on stream. So I made cold brew for the first time. For anyone who's curious about the process, you basically stick a ton of coffee grounds in a jar with lots of good, clean water, and then you let it sit out or in your fridge. But if you sit it in your fridge, it'll take longer to like get the coffee out of it. Anyways, so I tried that for the first time.
Okay.
And I made a really strong concentration instead of just making something you would drink straight. So you need to add water whenever you drink it.
Okay, you gotta water it down.
Yeah, so that way it takes up less space in my fridge. Not only was it a circus, me trying to filter it, because it was my first time trying something like this, and I'm like a klutz. But when I finally made a glass, I got a really tall glass and half filled it with the concentrate. And then filled the other half with the purified water, and I'm like, oh, I have had too much caffeine. I'm peering through the fourth dimension to see the very face of God. This is not going well.
Oh no.
It was to the point where, like, I think it was an hour later, maybe longer, I had a Diet Mountain Dew, and my brain immediately went, that is too much caffeine, go get water now. I'm like, okay, that's true.
Correct.
But yeah, I have a pretty high resistance to caffeine, because, you know, I'm kind of one of those ADHD people where caffeine affects differently.
Yeah, I'm immune to caffeine myself, so I get it.
Right. Oh, hey, look at that.
Bird.
Nice. It was quite intense.
Yeah, I'm enjoying these boss fights this trip. Like, it feels like the same boss fight, but like slightly harder in a way I like. Like, it's not even double health or anything.
Right, and that's the thing. Like, it's really, really cool. Just because it seems a little bit like, how do I put this? It seems designed around Trip's specific mobility stuff with the wall climbing and the double jump.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this stage. I forgot about this. Oh.
No, that's me too, Wesley. Like, I'll drink like a monster and go to sleep within an hour easily. It's weird. It's weird.
Dot has sometimes talked about her coffee brewing on my stream, and she's relayed that one of the brands of coffee that she has is Mocha Java. And so whenever...
I was lurking during it. Go ahead.
So whenever she sees the bag, she thinks about the lava magma voice redeem.
Yeah, I was cracking up really bad at that. Was
Activate
that
the
was that during
Yes?
was that during last Thursday's Dot Souls, or was
Activate
that
the
on the
volcanic
supercut
defense
you made
system to
over on
shield
your
the base
YouTube?
with my love of magma.
It was both because it came up again.
Yeah, I was looking there last Thursday as I was getting ready for Big Thinking podcasts and stuff, and that's what made me think to DM Dot. I was like, hey, how do you make your cold brew?
That was a good idea.
Yeah.
Because she definitely knows.
Yeah, Dot's the only person I think that likes coffee as much as I do, like out of everyone I'm friends with.
Me, I don't really drink coffee, so my coffee story is really simple. I first started having coffee when my grandfather would go to work because he would go really, like, he would go at red-eye hours to work, and he would be away for weeks at a time. But, like, our thing was, you know, if I would often be awake during that time, because of course I would, Saralene non-standard time. And if I was awake, he would make an extra cup of coffee, and we would have a coffee together before he goes off on his trip, and I don't see him for another week or whatever. Because he was a construction worker who constructed a lot of highways, like, across the East Coast, and so he was always away from home. That was my grandfather. He was a really great man. But we would have that cup of coffee once a week. Well, you know, or whenever he would be there and I would be awake.
You know, it's really funny. My grandfather was military, and after that, he was a car repairman, which kind of like worked with what he did in the military, I assume. Anyway, I think it's really funny because I would also describe my grandfather as a great man because he's like really generous to those he loved. Like, he was stern, but he was like caring and provided. And every time I think about it, it's like my grandfather was a live streamer. I'm like, oh, that doesn't. Like, I'm just imagining that. What did your grandfather do? Yeah, he's an edgy podcaster. Like, every time I think about modern occupations being spoken of in the same tone, I always think about that and chuckle because I can't even fathom.
My grandfather?
This isn't even... Go ahead.
My grandfather? Well, you know the word Riz?
He invented it.
Yeah.
You looked that up on Internet Dictionary and it just showed a picture of my grandpappy. But yeah, my grandfather was an influencer. Yeah, that's like not even just exclusive to us. It's like, imagine someone saying that about a game developer. Like, oh, my grandfather was a great man. He made one character in a AAA game. And it's like, oh, oof. What was I going to say? Oh, Wesley, I'm not trying to push you, so don't take it as that at all. But you should try, if you know anyone who's really into coffee, you should try like a really nice coffee brewer, or like an AeroPress, like 1 cup brewer thing, just sometime. And I'm not saying this to pressure you. I think it's really good. I like nice things.
Dan would never, ever pressure anyone on purpose.
No, and especially not on something that can be economically limited. Like, you know, I try to not oversell, but it's also, I don't want to undersell it. Like, I had no money until that moment where GigaBoots was even remotely sustainable as a main job.
Right.
Like, up until then, like, none. So, like, most of 8th gen couldn't afford games. Almost all of 7th gen couldn't afford games. And that's a really awkward position for someone who wants to make their thing covering games. And ironically, the reason we started doing theme months is because we were dependent on demos to have things to cover early in GigaBoots. So when the PlayStation Network went down because they got hacked, we didn't know what we were going to do. So we just decided, it's May. We both like Mega Man. We'll do Mega May. And that was our very first theme month. So thank you, hackers who gave my information undoubtedly to some random people.
Robbins, do you mean the character I'm playing as? This is Trip the Dragon. Sorry, she's something like Sun something. Her race.
She's Solaire.
Oh
no!
Okay.
Is an AeroPress XL worth the money? I don't know. I have no idea. I actually don't know a comprehensive amount about an AeroPress. I just bought Tosh one for Christmas because she also really enjoys coffee. So I got it for her, and it was only after we got it and she looked up tutorial videos that she's like, yeah, they're really specifically saying that in order to use an AeroPress, you need fine coffee grinds. Because it needs to be able to, in this short of... Okay, so I'm going to describe an AeroPress mechanically. So imagine a tube that is airtight, that you have a plunger to push the hot water through. The underside is a paper filter and a thing to keep it completely attached. So it screws on the bottom with a paper filter on it. So the process goes, you stick the coffee grinds on after you attach that paper filter to the bottom and its weird tray thing. And then you pour in a certain amount of hot water. And it's not quite boiling, it's a little bit under boiling. So you just stick it in a water kettle and let it cool down for just
This
a
is like
second.
taking candy from
pour
a
it
baby, which is fine by me.
Yeah, it is that simple. But you basically, really easy, 1 scoop of coffee grinds, pour the water to fill it up to a level, and then you use the plunger to push the water through. Because that's how it works, and it's really fast in the grand scheme of things, you need to have fine coffee grinds. Otherwise, it won't be able to get the extraction or whatever. So, I don't own a coffee grinder, so I just locally, the only grocery store that has a coffee grinder, I just go there and get the fine grind, and I'm like, this is neat.
Right.
Dot seemingly has the same $50 Burr coffee grinder that everyone recommends. I didn't exactly ask for the model, so I was like, okay, well, if Dot can use it, then I'm sure it is perfectly suitable and clearly durable because Dot is a coffee fiend.
That is absolutely true.
Coffee boiled is coffee spoiled. I've never heard that. That's so funny. You need a coarse grinder for cold brew, but AeroPresses are not cold brew, though they say you can use them for that. I don't know why you would, frankly. So yeah, I went to the grocery store to get one thing as a coarse grind for my cold brew experiment, because that was my first time ever doing it. And then I got the other thing in a fine grind in order to do the AeroPress stuff. Anyways, I'm rambling about nothing but food and coffee the whole time I've been on the stream.
I don't mind. I'm just happy to have you here, but like, it is kind of funny that like, there's so much to say about coffee.
Oh yeah, no, it's a very complicated thing because there are delightful flavors that coffee imparts, and then there are like kind of bad flavors, and avoiding the bitterness and sourness that you can kind of get from some ways of making coffees rough. And once again, I'm not saying this to make anyone who owns and uses a Keurig regularly feel bad. I have plenty of family members who use Keurigs, and countless people use them and enjoy them everywhere.
Right.
They taste like burnt plastic. So because it's a tiny plastic cup that you keep the grinds in, and then you pump it with really hot water. Anyway.
Well, as long as it doesn't put microplastics in your bloodstream like everything else.
I don't want to bet on that. As long as it doesn't make me soy. Excuse me, sir, is this a coffee machine gonna make me soy? My grandfather was a great man. He was the first person to call a political opponent soy.
Oh, Lord.
This is okay. The loop of things you just did to him was really funny. As you just wedged in there, going, "What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?" Oh, he's dead.
He sure is. I even got my ring back.
Okay, I'll leave.
Yo soy.
That was optimal, actually. It's a slippery slope towards becoming a pour-over guy. Yeah, that's true. So, hey, Sarah, would you like to hear about pour-overs?
Okay. What's a pour-over? I've never heard about this.
Okay, so imagine the goofiest sort of like, it looks like a toy spiral cone. So it's pretty cone-shaped, but the grooves on the outside of it do actually go in a spiral downwards.
Okay.
So what you have that, okay, and then you cover it in a cone paper filter. And you put the coffee on that, and then you take the most ridiculously long neck kettle, and you with the tiniest spout on it, and you just slowly move your arm in a circle around the outside rim of this and pour in water the whole time until it fills up to a certain point, and then you have to wait. You have to wait for it to drip through, and then it finishes dripping, and then you do it again. And this is, and there's, okay, so I follow a coffee YouTuber, and it's interesting to get insight into this world because I don't think I'm ever going to hit that point with this stuff, but he's like, first you need to do the tiniest amount of hot water so that way it blooms. And then you have to slowly pour in and give it enough time to drain.
Hello,
you don't
Sam.
want tunneling. The important chat, if there's one thing you take away from this stream, it's that you don't want tunneling, except for right now in Sonic Superstars. This is okay tunneling. Coffee tunneling is terrible.
Coffee tunneling.
Yeah, it's true. So the idea with coffee tunneling is that tunnels will form where the water will just go through all in the same spot.
Oh, I get it.
So your extraction is ruined, and some things are over-extracted, so they... I don't know, taste sour or bitter or something. I remember when you and me took forever getting up here, and then we were like, oh, this is somewhere we're supposed to come from. Whoops.
Yeah, and then I just got up there as Trip, no problem.
Yeah.
Her power is so cool, actually.
Yeah, Trip rules. This is great.
Yeah.
As someone who's a fan of Sonic and also dragons, Trip is pretty cool. Oh yeah, this is the thing where you run to the right and it spins the level and you go, ooh.
Oh god. I mean, on one hand, thank you for reminding me so I would remember what to do, but on the other hand, oh my god. Oh.
It really makes you miss Mode 7, doesn't it?
It kind of does.
I can only imagine how different the game Uniracers would have hit you if that's what it did every time.
Yeah, whereas instead, I really liked Uniracers, but didn't understand at the time why it says that the name Sonic isn't cool enough.
I also ran into that same thing. Because I owned Uniracers as a kid, and it was like the weirdest experience, because I think it was just you and me, Sarah. We own the only 2 US copies of Uniracers.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, oh, this is a game about going fast. I'll put Sonic, and it's like, no. Like, is Sonic a bad word? Like, I was so confused.
Yeah, it literally says not cool enough. And it's one of very few names that are on the list of names that are not cool enough. Like, I think Sony is on there, too.
Weird. Okay. That's weird.
Yeah.
Like, I get it, but man,
I think there's a list on Cutting Room Floor.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's where I did see the full list. Because, yeah, as a kid, I was just confused and thought maybe Sonic was a bad word to someone somewhere. I didn't understand it all.
It's like, is this a curse word in a different language?
Right? Does that mean Dan loves Freedom Planet? Well, my name is in the credits, so I guess so. Oh yeah, there was that. What was the thing? They announced something about they were doing an update to Freedom Planet 2 before it hits consoles.
Yeah, it's basically just the console fixes and such, because there were a lot. The big reason the console release took so long is just that there was so much that needed to be done.
But, you know, game development's easy. You just hit the export to console button.
Yeah, obviously.
I was touching bases with a friend of mine who currently works at Unity, but has been a developer for a long time working in Unity Engine.
Okay.
And I click into our DMs, because they DM me out of nowhere to be like, hey, I made a new game, it's out. And I'm like, oh, wow, that was unexpected. But I click into our DMs, and one of the most recent things I had said to them, and it was like, oh, cool, it has the export to console button. That'll make things easy. And I was like, please tell me that was sarcastic. There's no way I said that. Unironically, that I look into it, it's like, yes, we were both making jokes about that. Okay, thank God. I'm holding the cartridge in my hand. Wait,
Well,
Schismatism
to be fair,
also has a copy of Uniracers? I thought it
to
was
be
just you and
fair,
me, Sarah.
Schismatism is in Canada.
Oh, okay, there you go. Well, I was talking about North America, USA.
Yeah, and so Schismatism has like the one Canadian copy that ever sold.
There you go.
Yeah.
There's an episode of Dexter that will live rent-free in my brain forever, where Dee Dee is trying to read where something came from, and it says Chinatown, USA, and she goes, Chinatown, USA.
Yeah, it's a bunny.
And I laughed so hard at that. It's just something really endearing about Dee Dee would see the letters USA and just go, USA.
Thing looks like a Rocket Knight Adventures boss, I swear.
It does. It really does.
Like, it makes sense that they would just have a giant pig.
I know this is a really dumb thing to say, but this oval room just makes me think of the first boss of Freedom Planet. Every time.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, Freedom Planet...
He's invincible!
Freedom Planet is something that there's history with for both me and Dan, because, you know, I worked on it, and Dan was one of the first people to, like, get preview copies and such. And get to, you know, be a part of the process of reviewing the game and helping us figure out what to do for some things, sort of.
Yeah. The complication became that I actually didn't know anything about how the story mode worked or any of the story or any of that. Like, I was surprised when I played the final game and that is what it was. And so my review largely focuses on that, along with like certain things about how boss fights work and how they're designed. And like, when you watch the Freedom Planet review, to some extent, you have to keep in mind that our style of review at the time was a weird parody of game trailers. Like, we started at a game trailer sort of vibe crossed with, like, you know, what YouTube reviews were at that time. So yeah, that's why stylistically that is an interesting video for me to look back on. But yeah, I was genuinely, like, surprised. I mean, people even made a joke in here earlier about the exact part of Freedom Planet's story that you would be like,
So, Lilac's hair. Yeah.
But yeah, so, like, that was, how do I was waiting on Freedom Planet to get an update to make the scrolling smooth, because it's made in Unity, which means it suffers from the same problem that countless other games suffer from, like Guardian Paradiso, which is, and this is not hyperbole, this is not a joke. Guardian Paradiso is gay sex Castlevania, where you beat a boss and then you have gay sex with them. Anyway, that game's really great. Like, the visuals are amazing. It has some interesting ideas for a Metroidvania, but it has that Unity scrolling problem, so...
I'm sorry, I just took every single thing you said in the light of what you had just explained about what the game is.
Mechanically, it's very interesting.
Does some very interesting things for a genre.
It does. I definitely haven't seen fan art invade Castlevania like that before.
But yeah, the Unity issue is really dumb, and like, as I recall it, I was able to fix the issue in like 10 minutes, but the thing is that like, they don't want to change the Unity version they're using officially, so.
Right, because that, well, now that has other implications.
Yeah, but like, at the time, like, you remember, I gave you a build where it was fixed.
Mm-hmm. Which then really confused me, and I think in, like, that part didn't confuse me. I confused myself when I uninstalled that version and reinstalled the Steam version, and then went, oh, they fixed it. And it's like, no, you still have files left over. And I'm like,
yeah,
no.
It's very odd that still had an effect like that, too. Like,
I know, that doesn't make any sense to me either.
I would have thought it wouldn't have worked at all if that were the case. Like, if it were using files from that. But anyway, like, it sucks that Unity has those kinds of issues. That
Yeah,
it defaults to 50 frames per second for some reason.
And it's such a basic, obvious thing to not mess up, and I don't know how they ever would have not understood that.
Yeah.
As I understand it, the people who made Unity are Canadians, so they don't even have a PAL excuse.
Yeah.
I think they just went, well, 2 milliseconds is a really, or 20 milliseconds is a really clean time to increment. Because 20 milliseconds would work out to 50 frames per second.
Right. It's entirely plausible that it's something like that. Plus, of course, Unity's performance wasn't exactly stellar when it was starting out. It's still not the
yeah,
best,
it was
but...
terrible. Like, there's a reason Unity has always had a bad reputation, and that's because during 7th gen, all the games ran like dirt.
Yeah, it was...
Like,
it was virtually impossible to optimize a Unity game enough for it to run well at the time. That changed dramatically, of course, but, like, at the time. And
yeah, I mean, even during 8th gen, like, some games... I'm trying to remember, is it... the ActRaiser, like, made by those other people who made the mother-father first-person shooter puncher game. I know this sounds insane to describe like this. I believe the game that they're known for is called Xenoclash, but I can't remember...
Oh, the Xenoclash people.
The ActRaiser like they made. It's like Soul something. Soul Seraph. There we go. That game's made on Unity, and sometimes the performance on PS4 original would just be like that. PS5 largely fixes a lot of that, and luckily, unlike the ActRaiser remake, it doesn't have the weird 50 hertz problem.
Yeah. And I know it really, really made you sad with Freedom Planet, because I know Freedom Planet does mean something to you.
Oh, yeah. Like legitimately, one of the reasons how do I put this? People often, when they hear me be critical of a fan game, will get kind of, how do I put this? They'll get upset at me for being critical of it, but the thing is, I'm kind of just holding it up to the same standard I would like an official entry. You know, like
Yeah.
it doesn't, to me, it doesn't make sense to hold Sonic Superstars to a different metric, a different bar than Freedom Planet. Like, obviously, I'm not expecting as much money put into Freedom Planet. It's never really about that when it comes to games for me, anyways.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's kind of also why with the game Gravity Circuit, I was disappointed. And I know people who played it and thought it was fine, but my whole thing is like, it kind of should be better than fine if it's working off of the framework of another thing. And, you know, frankly, and I almost made this point a number of times during Game of the Year when talking about, because there's a biggest disappointment category, and Bob and I both kind of agree Gravity Circuit should have been there, and we nominated it for that reason. I think Freedom Planet 1 and 2 are better games than Gravity Circuit, like, significantly, because Gravity Circuit has some cool designs and neat things, and it feels like none of it really comes together in a way that works. Like this game, as I said a moment ago, like it's kind of surprising that more people don't bring up how many interesting level gimmicks and ideas and themes there are in this, and that's kind of one of the areas where Gravity Circuit's kind of lacking. And I felt like Freedom Planet 1 especially, because 2's a little bit of a blur to me because the structure of it is so bizarre.
Understandable.
And I've played through Freedom Planet 1 so many times, you know, in order to do that review, I played something like 21 hours, I think. But yeah, it has interesting ideas for the levels, you know?
Yeah.
In Freedom Planet 1, like they do a lot of really neat things, in my opinion. Anyways, I'm rambling.
It's okay. I basically brought this up, so like it's not on you. And like I'm enjoying hearing about it. Like that's the thing. If you're here, like we're going to be talking about stuff like this. That's normal.
Yeah.
Rest assured, it is the kind of thing that I do appreciate on my channel.
You know, I probably don't come across as this at all in my own streams, but when I'm in someone else's space, I'm very, very in my head about, like, where I'm steering things or whatever. So, like, I'll go to someone's stream and it doesn't even need to be someone, quote, important or someone really hugely popular, and I'll type something in the chat and then just delete it over and over again. Because I have that kind of anxiety when it comes to that sort of thing.
I understand. I'm a very anxious person myself, even if it may not seem like it in my streams.
See, that's the thing though. This is the most comfortable crossover environment I've ever been in, for sure.
I'm glad I can make it comfy for you.
Well, it helps that we're like so eye to eye on a number of things and you understand me. So like I don't worry about being misinterpreted.
Yeah, I mean, even when it comes to anxieties, like we share a lot.
we share. We're not greedy with our anxieties. We go, here's a spoonful for you.
Yes, exactly.
We'll ladle it out like soup.
Oh, what's this gimmick?
Yeah, I'm staring. I literally went silent because I was staring at it too, and I'm like, ooh, what is this?
Yeah, because we hadn't seen that one before.
I remember it passing, and I don't remember if we hit all the numbers.
We probably did.
But yeah, I was like, this is neat. Anyways. Ride Wing says, you hide your anxieties well, Sarah.
Oh no.
And then she died. Look what you did. How could you do this to Sarah?
Yeah, I think when you run a community, like ironically, it's easier to hide your anxieties in your own community because people are there for you.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, you make the rules.
It feels like it's your house, right?
Yeah.
And so, like, I've never once been nervous at a party I was throwing.
Right.
I'm trying to think, because I actually, before COVID, threw a decent number of, like, LAN parties and New Year's parties and E3 parties. And I'm trying to think of one time I was awkward, and I don't feel like, and those weren't even, like, at my house. I think most of those were at Bob's or Eric's. Yeah, I ended up in a weird situation when I moved into, as we call it, the park bench, where my living situation was no longer suitable for social occasions. So I got to a weird part where it's like, I would ultimately organize the party that happens at Halcyon and Agro's place, or Eric's place, or Bob's place.
Huh.
So it was like my party, but their house almost.
Yeah, that's an interesting dynamic. I mean, it's a result of a less than ideal situation, but
yeah. It was interesting. I wish I could have been a part of the LAN party era. I mean, I feel like, because keep in mind, these LAN parties were not exactly in the core LAN party era. It was like 2 decades after, what you would call that. So sorry if I stepped over you greeting Micah.
It's okay. I mean, the greeting got across. That's what matters.
Oh no. For some reason, my Discord... Okay, there it's back. Okay.
What happened?
For some reason, my Discord preview feed dropped dead, like froze on a frame for multiple seconds straight.
Oh, God.
And then it came back perfectly fine. I don't know what's up.
I've been having an issue like that with Discord lately. I mean, not Discord, OBS. OBS.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I have the nightmare issues that you've heard me describe. One time a stream completely crashed because I tried to play a YouTube video.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of whatever's causing that. Whoever did the thing at a driver or OS level to cause that better be lucky that I don't know who they are. Somebody actually posted, let me see if I can find it, in the Discord, the GigaBoots fan Discord, the exact Tech Talk, let me go to the Tech Talk channel, but they posted exactly what would happen on my screen at random, like the exact corruption issue. By the way, I did that clean driver install, and it behaved for a few days and then stopped. I think we're at a point where something is either physically wrong with some component in my system, or my Windows install just needs to get wiped away.
Yeah, it might be. When's the last time?
I don't even know.
Okay, so then the answer is yes at that point. Because, like, I've reinstalled Windows, like, twice in the past year, and, like, one of those times was just inexplicable, but I definitely needed to the time before that. Like, the second time I did it, it was because Fortnite stopped working, and none of the information I could get about anything that could have anything to do with the problem made any sense, so I had nothing to go on. It's really rare for me to be left at a total loss like that, but that's why I did the second Windows reinstall. But the first one, like, my hard drive failed, but it really needed to happen. I really needed to reinstall. It had just been way too long.
I've sent to you the image they posted in the Tech Talk channel because I haven't been able to capture it myself yet. But this is exactly what it looks like. It looks like squares have been piled on each other to cut out pieces of the screen. And so it will be a really weird Lego sort of look as it cuts out the monitor.
Whoa.
And I've had that happen. Yeah, what in the world? What in the world?
I think the game just didn't really expect me to be doing what I was doing.
Yeah.
It's like, wait, you're not just gonna fly as a dragon straight to the right at really high speeds, right?
It's like, but I'm the cool dragon character. Why wouldn't I do that?
Yeah. So, after this act is over, you want me to show that on screen so people can know what you're talking about?
Sure. I don't think the person who posted would mind it because there's literally like nothing incriminating about it or anything else. It's just a picture of a gacha character, I'm pretty sure, with just random squares cut out.
Okay.
Yeah, it's real. In fact, that's not even their picture. That was a frame of reference picture someone else posted as a proof of concept. But yeah, so it's weird. But you don't have to if you don't want to.
No, of course I'm going to. Like, because it's an interesting topic. I just need to deal with Fang first.
Oh yeah, no, you're good. This is an even weirder experience for me because my last GPU did not have this issue because I upgraded from a 1080 Ti to a 4090. But it's really weird to buy a GPU, which we bought it for the 3cam videos. Don't anyone think I spent an insane amount of money on a video card just to play video games. That's...
Yeah, I don't think you even game on it that much because problems.
Grand scheme of things, yeah, not really, because Doom Eternal was the last time I trusted a AAA game on PC. It broke my trust, so I don't do it anymore. Games I do enjoy playing on PC, though. Resident Evil 4 Remake has a really great PC version. It's very performant, has good features. I can turn on the fancy hair and still get really great frame rates.
The fancy hair.
Yeah,
I mean,
you
I
turn
get
on the
it, but
fancy
it's funny.
hair on PS5. Like, I forget the phrasing they use for it, but it's literally like hair quality. You turn on the fancy hair on PS5 and the frame rate drops to like 40 to 50.
Ooh.
Yeah, so it's cool for me to be able to turn the fancy hair on, which, to stress how fancy this is like the first video game I feel has ever completely nailed hair. But I can do that and at 1440p still get like 100 or 90 frames per second. So that's pretty
nuts.
great. Yeah. Yeah, the 4090 is pretty strong. As it turns out, you just need a PC version of a game that isn't complete trash.
Yeah, you know I've got a 3090 Ti myself, so I'm not very far from that.
No, yeah, performance-wise, you're neck and neck. It's really sad that the Intel AV1 encoding graphics cards are not included in that beta for Twitch, because I know a lot of people in your situation who would rather just buy a GPU to encode the stream.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No. Me and Seahorse were doing this for like 10 minutes last night. we were at a birthday party together. We just started yawing at each other.
That's funny. Yeah, the A380 is a super cheap, like Intel GPU, as far as I know.
Okay, goodbye, Rings.
I have to return to my home planet.
Ring World.
I see what he did there. Hello, sir.
I touched him barely. I barely touched him.
He dipped your toe in and died.
Okay, so I'm gonna pull this up. Just give me a sec.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Oh, that is a very interesting look.
Yeah, and that just will happen at random on like a web browser like page I have pulled up on my second monitor, or just at random. It's emotionally devastating to have spent this much on a graphics card and have issues like this.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Like, I don't like to have been someone who feels bad, like I feel bad spending money, period, is kind of the thing I'm at. And to then have like something we bought for the 3cam videos, and the 3cam videos, and I have no problem saying this, are not playing out as well as we hoped they would for the algorithm.
Mm-hmm.
And then on top of that, this issue is just happening, and it's like, oh no, why?
Okay, so my PC's chugging a little. I guess Superstars really does just have some kind of thing going on there. But I've almost got it pulled up.
You're running Superstars at 700 frames per second. You're like, why is it doing this?
That would be pretty funny. It's like when I was wondering why Fury wasn't operating correctly, and you're like, oh, you're running it at 200% rendering resolution.
Yeah.
But yeah, look at this.
But yeah, that's what will happen. It'll do that exact same thing, and I don't know what it is.
Huh. It's like a bunch of buildings.
Right? It's a silhouette of Missile Command.
Yeah.
It's really bizarre that happens. Yeah, it's Belial. Yeah. But that's, once again, that's not my picture. That's someone who posted to the Tech Talk channel, the GigaBoots fan Discord, as a frame of reference for what an issue looks like, and that's the exact one my graphics card is having.
Have to be very clear, just in case anybody would think that you ever played a gacha game.
Yeah, I don't play Grand Blue. Nothing against anyone who does. I am thinking about playing the normal Grand Blue games, and I did enjoy the fighting game the first time it came out a few years ago, despite it not having rollback. And the real number one hang up for me was the single player took forever to load every single time you would do a mission. So it like killed the flow. Oh my god, Gamma Chris!
Hey Chris, hey! How are you? Well, I'm sure that he's like in an ad or something, but
it's okay. I can steal his bit right now. Welcome to Sara.
Is that his bit?
He has, okay, so I lurked in a number of his streams, and multiple times he was doing, what was it, with El Triac, the beat-em-up baseball game, and he was like, welcome to baseball! And then there was another stream where he said, welcome to something up, and both times cracked me up really bad. I don't know.
How you doing,
Anyways,
Chris?
Hello. For people who don't know, that's Gamma Chris. You could call them Gamma, you could call them Chris.
And they're great. They do great streams.
It's true. I hadn't seen the ending of Final Fantasy VI in forever, and watching Gamma go through that was so good.
Yeah, I missed that, but I definitely heard about it.
Stealing all the bits. Yep, that's my job. I'm a sketchy cat in a denim jacket and beanie who just hangs out over here and steals other people's bits.
Yeah, this is Dan VideoGames from GigaBoots, for anyone who doesn't know. I am Sarah Lenny, the magical cat girl. I play retro games. And on Tuesday, I'm going to be playing Void Stranger. But right now, I'm playing Sonic Superstars as Trip. And I've consistently heard that Trip's story is really hard, but, like, it's just been fun so far.
Trip's really cool. Trip gets all the rings and turns into a dragon.
Yeah.
And that's very cool.
Trip turns into a dragon. Just an enormous, like, a DreamWorks dragon. It has that kind of face.
It does.
Yeah.
How to train your pet Trip.
Yeah. Like, it seriously looks like the dragons from that. And also, here's Fang. Not that
Chris,
Fang, the other Fang.
I saw you were streaming Guardian Legend earlier while I was editing Wednesday's podcast for my YouTube channel. How did Guardian Legend treat you? I grew up with that game. I have a great amount of nostalgia for it, and it is on the short list of games I need to beat before I'm done avenging my youth.
Yeah, how'd it go? Can she be the main character of this series now? And I guess there was a checkpoint in there and I missed it somehow.
Yeah, you got it on that time. I mean, keep in mind the first time you came in here, you were a dragon and flew past the game, and it's like, wait, what? What are you doing?
Yeah, I flew past everything as a dragon, and the game's like, what?
Excuse me? But yeah, I think it's really cool that Guardian Legend is like a cool compile shooter mixed with an almost Zelda-like Metroid aesthetic game.
Yeah,
it's so cool.
It's so wild. I love when games mix genres like that. And, like, you know, in such a seamless way, too. Like, it doesn't feel like two games tacked together like some do.
Right. Yeah, and that's so amazing and cool to have been accomplished on the NES, because, you know, ActRaiser kind of successfully does that somewhat on the Super Nintendo.
Yeah.
But Guardian Legend does it even, like, experience-wise, I feel like even more smoothly and on the NES, so it's, like, really impressive. I couldn't imagine beating that game in one sitting, Chris.
Yeah. It would be way too much to do it in one sitting. And bear in mind, the person telling you that they can't imagine it is the person who death streams all the time.
That's true. There are very few games we split across 2 streams.
Yeah, and yet you're like, oh, Guardian Legend? No way am I death streaming that.
Yeah, no, that's an intense game.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know how we were talking about grandpas earlier.
Mm-hmm.
My grandpa owned Guardian Legend because my grandpa was a gamer.
Awesome.
Yeah, he also owned the Dragon Quest games, so that's how I got those and got to try those.
Cool, cool. I've always meant to get into Dragon Quest, but it's been hard for me because, like, I had the first Dragon Quest as a kid because I got it for free from a rental store that was closing down, but I had, like, no real interest or patience back then. I couldn't get into it at all, and, like, by the time I got it, it was already, like, late Super Nintendo era, so...
Yeah, as a kid, I didn't really beat games at all. Because...
B! Hello, B!
Hi, B!
B2 Brazil. I mean...
To Brazil? No, just enough Brazil.
How's it going, B? Wonderful to see you. I'm glad I got to meet you at MAG. Oh, man. Oh, so what I was going to say is, I think Dot's going to teach me the speedrun, though, for Dragon Quest 1, so...
Oh, cool.
That'll help me get into the series.
Nice. Yeah, I didn't beat games as a kid, so I'd just pick up, like, Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy and play it for a few hours and then just drop it. And never come back to that save or anything.
Just be like, oh, that was neat.
I was like, oh, that was fun. Okay, bye.
Oh, man,
There was, like...
pretty funny.
I don't know if it was like somebody told me this, like a parent or something as a kid, but there's just an idea in my head that like a game is supposed to be fun. So the moment you stop having fun with it, why wouldn't you just stop and pick up a different game that's fun?
I see. I mean,
Yeah,
I
like
get the idea.
Kid Me didn't have like this I don't know, this makes me sound like needy almost, but Kid Me didn't understand the value of closure. And beating a video game gives you a sense of closure and having knowledge over all of it and having
not
gotten
wrong.
everything out of it. And so combined with that emotion and also the feeling of like, well, if a thing is cool and I beat it, then it will be over. Like those like 2 or 3 feelings sort of like combined into this ethos of Kid Dan doesn't beat games.
Yeah, I kind of get it. Oh no, they're getting demolished.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
See, and that's the thing, Chris. Like, that's why I started doing the Avenging My Youth stuff years ago, because, and, you know, building that out into death streams. Because, yeah, I also get a lot out of beating a game now in a way that I really didn't when I was a kid.
That was a fun stage.
It's really funny when I finally go back and beat, because when I was a kid, I would watch my brother play RPGs. So I had, like, I've been with the Final Fantasy series since it was Final Fantasy 1.
Dan, we're here.
Yeah, it's a really cool level. I put it on coolest thing in a game this year.
Yeah.
On Big Think Dimensions Game of the Year 2023. And I just had to sit there and gush about it, and I feel like my enthusiasm did not translate into cogent conveyance via words, but I tried, darn it. Anyway, so one of the weirdest parts about going back and beating games that I've already seen so much of, if not all of, from my brother playing it when I was a kid, is like, I went through Chrono Trigger, and I had only not seen about 5% of it, but there was a real nuance to the 5% of it I hadn't seen that had to do with Magus's backstory and stuff.
Oh man, of all the parts
Like
to
either-
miss.
Right, like either Kid Me didn't absorb the emotions on 1 or 2 of the characters there going on, or I just missed that part entirely, or both.
Yeah, that's a very important 5% for sure.
It really is. Because I got it. Like, if you asked me, it's like, what's the relationship between these 2 characters? I would have been able to explain, but I wouldn't have been able to explain, like, the sadness of the motivations of the character of Magus.
Right.
Yeah. And once again, it's like, I don't know how much of that was Kid Me missed that part, or Kid Me was Kid. I'm pretty sure it was Kid Me missed that part, because I know when I hit the certain cutscenes, I was like, whoa, wait, what?
Yeah. As a kid, I understood the nuance of those parts, but that's because I thought that Chrono Trigger was like the coolest thing ever made, and I started, like, I kind of based my whole personality around Chrono Trigger for a little while.
I'm trying to imagine, like, a frog, but with a wig that is your hair right now. And I'm like, oh, she's so cool. She's got Excalibur.
I love Chrono Trigger.
Yeah, it's a great game. It's a really great game. I love Chrono Trigger. It was weird, though, because, like I was telling people, I hadn't seen the ending of Final Fantasy VI in almost 30 years.
Oh.
Because that's when my brother and I went through it, was like when it came out. And Chrono Trigger was kind of the same thing, but a little bit later, because we never owned it. We always just rented it.
Ah.
So when the game store stopped having it was the last time I had seen it until the DS, really, because I tried to emulate it once and it just, something about it didn't feel great for me. Like, I had really cheap PCs growing up, like really bad PCs.
I believe it. And I remember those days of emulation.
Uh-huh. So it was really cool seeing my friends like get to try Chrono Trigger for the first time through emulators, and I was really excited for that. But when it came to me playing it through, like I just sort of dropped it until the DS version.
I'm kind of not surprised, like, that you didn't own Chrono Trigger, because that game costed like $100.
But that's the thing, we had Earthbound, so...
Sure, but Earthbound comes in this huge box with the manual included and all that. It feels like something a family would be willing to buy for $100. But then you've got Chrono Trigger, it's just a normal game in a normal box, and here it is with a $100 price tag. And people forget that that ever costed that much, that anything costed that much back then, but it did.
Yeah, that's crazy. My brother having such a strong interest in sort of adventure games and RPGs at an early age means we ended up with a lot of like, okay, so for one, I end up with a disconnect from some people who came into certain RPGs later, like growing up at least, maybe not so much now. And then we also ended up with some really rare stuff like, you know, Earthbound and Star Tropics. Weirdly enough, we had 1 and 2, and those are apparently like on the, at least 2 is on the more rare side of things. Yeah, this thing is hard to remember the way through on. Yeah, see, that's the thing. We in my main household, so my biological father, that was the Sega house. We had all our Sega games and systems there.
Oh.
And then like the main house I lived in, my mother's house, we had like Nintendo. So we didn't have any of the Phantasy Stars or really any RPGs for the Genesis at all. Just somehow didn't work out like that.
I like the ideological disparity between the parts of your family.
I know, right? Isn't that weird? But then there was a flip. Like, I told this story a couple times on content, but I don't think I properly conveyed the strength of which I would literally be in a car trip. This happened once. I was in a car trip, and I'm reading a gaming magazine through like a light on a thing. And then my brother sees a shooting star, and it was like, oh, we gotta make a wish. And I'm so down bad for a Sega Saturn. I'm like, can I have a Sega Saturn for my wish on a shooting star?
Oh my god, that's so cute.
But my dad got me an N64, which was great. And like, I played the hell out of Mario 64. For people who don't know, I've beaten that game something over 21 times, probably somewhere around 27. I don't know. I lost count. The star might have passed Saturn. Exactly. That would have given it an attribute bonus. But so it was weird because I had the Genesis over there, I had the Sega CD over there, and then it swapped and it became the N64 was over there and the PlayStation 1 was at my mother's place.
I see.
It was really weird. So I didn't end up with the Sega Saturn, which was definitely, it was probably for the best. But I was still so sad because the Sega Saturn had the coolest game in the world, Panzer Dragoon. A game where you also play as a dragon.
Personally, I really adored Knights when it comes to Saturn games.
#1 Knights fan that I know, Sarah Lene.
I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. I do not meet many people who stand Knights, but I do. I absolutely do. Whoa!
I keep sitting there and I'm like, if I sit down to play Knights, like on Saturn, not the Wii one, the Saturn one.
They're different games.
Right, yeah. It'll click one day. Like when I go to do that, it'll finally click and I'll understand.
The most important thing is you really need to use the circle pad, or at least emulate it if you're using the Mister. Because having analog is important for Knights.
Oh, I actually own a Sega Saturn nowadays, and I have that optical disc emulator, so I'd just use that. And I do have the 3D controller.
Good, good.
Yeah, it was actually a huge moment for me emotionally when I finally got a Sega Saturn. 6, 7, 8 years into GigaBoots, I could finally invest in something like that. Yeah, so it was definitely well into my adulthood that I finally get to have like a Sega Saturn, and because our channel was very Mega Man centric, they wanted me to have the Mega Man 8 on the Saturn, despite how rare it was. So on stream once, they bombarded me with money and said, "Buy it, or we'll find you." But less scary.
Well, to be fair, Tengu Man's music is so much better in that version.
It is so cool that man has 3 themes.
Yeah.
I love that.
He's got the Mega Man 8 PlayStation theme, Mega Man 8 Saturn theme, and the Mega Man and bass theme. Thank you for resubscribing, Critic.
Masami in chat has redeemed Ask Me Anything to Dan if you could only have one miracle, DS consoleizer or PS2 ODE. Oh, that's simple. A DS consoleizer every time. I love the DS Castlevania games so much.
They're so good. I love them too. Portrait is my favorite Castlevania.
Yeah, which is excellent taste, by the way, and only a bad forum full of bad people would say that Portrait is a bad game.
Yes, indeed. That's true.
Sarah and I both were, we didn't even know each other at the time, but we were on a Castlevania fan forum, and I remembered the moment that the divide between me and the forum started was when all of them kept saying Portrait of Ruin was crap. And I was like, what are you talking about? This game has amazing music, great art, cool characters, awesome story.
And people were just so obsessed that it wasn't the art style that they were familiar with from Symphony of the Night, and Aria of Sorrow. And that apparently just determined what they liked from then on. Oh, thank you, Anonymous Gifter, for gifting a sub to be.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I actually really love that art style too. And one of the things I dislike about Dawn of Sorrow is that it messes up that art style and the character designs. But that's not for one, Portrait's art is better than Dawn of Sorrow's art for character designs. It's substantially better. 2, there's a lot more to a game than that.
And Portrait's designs were made for that. You put Portrait's characters in the older style for Castlevania, and they just look weird, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, no, it's true.
So it's a matter of that style may not have suited Dawn so much because the characters weren't designed in that style to begin with, but the characters in Portrait absolutely were.
Yeah.
I'll get to the Rocket segment eventually.
So that's why definitely a DS consoleizer every time. That, and I love Pokemon. 5th gen Pokemon is so amazing. That's Black and White for the uninitiated. They're absolutely incredible games, and I love them to death, and I'm mortified over them making a low-quality remake of 5th gen Pokemon, because we're coming up on when they would do that, if they're going to do that, and I'm deeply mortified.
Understandable.
I'm actually, it doesn't come up, it didn't come up enough before we did our 1.5 year long series, or maybe it was just barely a year, Poke Mondays.
Yeah.
But I'm actually a huge Pokemon fan, and I love those games a lot, and
So, you must be a huge fan of the current trend, right?
Which one? The shipping 2 AAA, quote, Pokemon games in a single calendar year for some reason?
No. There's something else Pokemon that everybody's talking about. I'm sure that you're really
This is
huge
amazing!
fan,
I've
right?
divested that so much from my brain, it didn't even click. For anyone who doesn't know, I wanted to provide a space for people to not hear about certain games that came out recently. So our podcast, we opened it this last week by going, yeah, we're literally not talking about that. Because I remember there were 2 days on Twitter where I'm just like, ugh. And then halfway through the second day, I went, wait a second, I can filter words.
Yeah, I'm not actually trying to make you talk about it, by the way. On the contrary, I'm just making light of the fact that none of us want to talk about it, in our general circle.
Yeah, it's for me, to simplify it, I think it's actually deeply I think it's deeply sad that we can talk about any cool game we're playing, but instead millions of people on Twitter just want to talk about this creatively bankrupt thing that's so uninteresting. And because of multiple different angles of it could be stolen assets, or it could be AI, or it could be, and I'm like, none of that should interest you because you should probably just want to talk about cool shit.
Yeah, and like all of those aspects of discussion just muddy the real discussion about the game.
Right. And that's the thing. And this isn't even me being like, if you enjoy that game, you are stupid. It's just, to me, it's the least interesting thing possible. Like, I already don't like survival games.
If somebody likes that game, all the power to them. Like, it might be fun. It doesn't interest me personally, but like, I'm just personally tired of the way people discuss it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So that's exactly. And I told my co-hosts when we met to do a recording ahead of our normal recording day, that if they wanted to talk about it on the podcast, I would just step out, that I didn't want to be like, we cannot talk about this and be like some weird tyrant or whatever. But they were like, no, I totally get it. I totally also don't want to talk about it because everyone's talking about it.
Yeah. My personal feelings are if they made black and white remakes, it would be a real shame for the sequel story to just be completely avoided. Because, like, sure, they may be essentially third version of the games and all, but, like, they're also something much more.
Right, and those sequels are why I like Iris, and anyone who watched the anime wishes she would fall into a wheat thrasher.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Even as somebody who never played black and white properly.
Yeah, I didn't know why they felt this way, but we have now watched, and publicly, our episode of Pokemon Go to the Movies will come out in February. That is the last 5th gen movie, I believe. Oh, wait, I think there's one more after that. Anyways, I've watched a number of the 5th gen Pokemon movies on We're Watching All the Pokemon Movies podcast, and I instantly get it, and I'm never watching the 5th gen anime ever because her character is horrible, and I don't know why they did that to her. I could elaborate, but yeah.
You see how it's actually using my battle robot?
Mm-hmm. That's cool.
Yeah. We actually get to fight Metal Amy over here.
The strongest gamer, Metal Amy.
Yeah. Yeah, surely you've seen her channel on, like, kick.com.
Oh, no. It's funny, I had a conversation with someone recently where they were like, should we be expanding to more platforms to hopefully drive more growth for our stuff? And I'm like, let me be frank, this isn't even a philosophical thing. This isn't even an ethics thing. There would be so much lost time that didn't pan out towards anything if we went to those places. Like, there's literally no reason to go there. And they're like, oh, okay, never mind then. But yeah. But yeah, the story of Pokemon Black and White 2 is really interesting and cool. Oh no! Sorry, it's supposed to be, oh no!
Yeah, you did it pretty well there.
I practice my oh no. I drive in the car and instead of looking at the road, I look in the mirror and lock eyes with myself and go, oh no!
I think you're the fake hedgehog around here.
You know what somebody pointed out to me?
Yeah?
And I can't remember if I put this together by now, but hearing someone else, it really, really clicked that I was certain that that thought is totally solid and valid. So, do you remember, oh, what is it called? Fifth Phantom Saga? Is that the name of that weird shooter they canceled? One moment.
I seem to remember that being a thing. Something.
Yeah, Fifth Phantom Saga was a PS3 first-person shooter announced by Sonic Team. Mm-hmm. It has extensive footage that has been released nowadays. Mm-hmm. In that game, hear me if this sounds familiar, the Psychic Phantom that you use kind of like a stand can lift barrels using his psychic powers to throw them around the environment. And somebody pointed out, yeah, they just repurposed that for Sonic 06. Yeah, I was like, oh, that's so true. That's so funny that all their work on that game culminated in it's no use.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, playing as Silver is actually kind of fun.
Yeah.
And it's one of the few times that it feels like that game actually is doing what it was made to do.
Mm-hmm. Dan, do you at least know what they did to Bianca in the black and white anime? No. I do not. You know what's really weird? When you were talking about that latest trend with Pokemon, I thought you were going to be like, because Scarlet and Violet runs like crap and has DLC. I actually don't know if the DLC is bad. But the weird thing is, and I've explained this to people a couple times, Scarlet and Violet's actually my favorite gen since 5th gen, even though it looks like an N64's dying memories. Like,
That's a way of putting it.
The graphics, there are certain parts of that game that look like if you could live inside of an N64 that's dying while catatonic. Like, that's how it looks. Everything's melting. Everything looks like Pilot Wings 64 is more graphically intense. But there is, like, that game's amazingly fun to play and has interesting and fresh ideas. Oh my god, it's giant metal enemy.
Isn't it amazing?
So good. That's so good. But yeah, I actually really love Scarlet and Violet. I'm going to do another playthrough. You know, at this point, we might just push the Pokemon Days playthrough back until the Switch 2 comes out just to see if it, you know, gets the update and gets fancy.
How can
Because we started to play Scarlet and Violet for Pokemon Days as the last game we were going to do. But then we were going to move, so we stopped doing it. And that was months ahead of us actually moving. So now it's been coming up on a year since we've done it. Anyways, I'm done. What were you going to say?
I was going to say that I've definitely heard a lot of good about Scarlet and Violet aside from their performance. But I couldn't get into them because I just didn't like how much the character customization was reduced and sort of neutralized.
Yeah, it's always interesting what features come and go and how much attention they'll get.
Yeah.
That is the weirdest part of dealing with recent, even vaguely recent Pokemon.
Like, I didn't feel like I could really have a character in those games that would be something I'd be happy with. And it's weird because I felt fine about that in Sword and Shield. But like, you know, it just goes to show different priorities for different people. Because again, I believe that it's probably a great game, and I don't doubt that at all. And my personal concern doesn't make me think less of it. It's just not as much for me.
Yeah,
Hello,
and
Darkwolf.
that happens with like different gens. Also, hi Darkwolf. How's
Welcome,
it going? What were
everyone.
you up to?
Yeah, what were you up to, Darkwolf? I hope whatever it was, it went well. By the way,
Yeah, I
mods.
know that timer was really close.
By the way, mods, have you been doing both kinds of shoutouts? Because I often can't see.
Let's see. Someone asked me what I like about that gen. I think Scarlet and Violet, by being a completely open game, allowing you to go to any gym in any order, makes it a completely fresh experience for that in a way that I think Link Between Worlds suffers from your ability to go to any temple because they can't build the later temples off of the earlier ones.
Right.
Despite that being a really fascinating and cool idea.
Yeah.
I think with Scarlet and Violet, it completely avoids that problem because the difficulty of each gym is building yourself out for it. And in fact, what seemed like one of the weirder parts of Sword and Shield, being able to see what Pokemon you were about to attack and thus be able to only bully Pokemon that you can one-shot, thus making power grinding really easy. This actually like takes that to a whole nother level of you can wander to the farthest point on the continent and go bully like really high EXP gain Pokemon that are weak against fighting type and just become insanely powerful really fast. And that's a really interesting and different experience for Pokemon.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, also I like the characters. Like, I think they have some pretty neat characters.
This character is Trip. She's a sun something, but I just call her a dragon, because look at her.
She's Trip the Magic Dragon.
I haven't thought about that song in decades. What the hell? We had a vinyl of Puff the Magic Dragon.
Oh, wow.
My family, yeah. And, like, they would play it all the time because it just seemed like a cute kid song to them, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that's a really good animation for Trip being up against a wall.
Yes. Everything about the dragon's animations are just so good. Like, what the hell?
Somebody asked, one moment, if you could have a consoleized DS or a consoleized 3DS, which would you want more? Consoleized DS. The DS library is so much better than the 3DS's library.
It's unfortunate, but it's true.
Right. And yeah, that's the thing. That's not to say all 3DS games are bad. That's not even close to true. But as someone who hates using his two different, like, capture card modded 3DSs to play 3DS games, even still, DS is the higher priority by an order of magnitude.
Yeah, when I think of 3DS games, like, not a lot comes to mind except, like, Fantasy Life. There's more, but, like, that's what immediately comes to mind. It's like, oh, I really loved Fantasy Life.
I have deep scarring, so all I ever think of is Castlevania Lords of Shadow Mirror of Fate. You know, I'm like, it's okay, they ported that to PC and console, so you never, ever, ever have to play the 3DS version. Not that you should be thinking about playing that again, Dan.
I don't think we fought this boss.
No, this is new.
But it kicks butt.
I have to step away for 1 second. I'll be right back.
Sure. Whoa! I fell. I fell. Eat that. I really like Superstars bosses. I have not encountered a boss in Superstars that I didn't like. To me, the boss fights are one of the best parts of the game. At least what I've experienced. I do understand that Trip's last boss is supposed to be something that breaks people, though. Whoa! How long did the final boss take us? Not that long. We had a few retries. But, like, you know, it's not a big deal. Like, I don't expect to be able to beat every boss in a game on my first try or even my second. I enjoy it if I have to learn how to fight them. Yeah, and we're thankfully away from the Sonic 4 boss music. The boss music that definitely would have been in Sonic 4 Episode 3 if it had happened, I'm sure, because we know how Jun is with music. Probably composed that in the days of the Sega Genesis and just been dying to use it. Ah. Okay, no rings. No problem. Oops. Well, I mean, everybody's allowed to have their opinions, but, like...
No.
Like, you know, it's not like mine is an objective fact or something, but, like, I enjoy stuff like this in games. Like, I don't need to be able to beat the Sonic boss super fast.
Right, and the thing for me is that when you play Sonic 4 and it has bosses that last a really long time, it's not enjoyable at all there in a way that I felt like it kind of was here.
Yeah.
And maybe if every Sonic game was like this, maybe then I would be like, oh, this is getting tired. But this one's like kind of like the one that does it, and it kind of does it right compared to 4. So,
Yeah.
you know.
God, it was so bad in 4 Episode 1.
Yeah.
Like, 4 Episode 2 is fine, but the thing is, it's not even very memorable because of the fact that you're just thinking about Episode 1 and how bad it was whenever you get to Episode 2.
Mm-hmm. I constantly think back on how long that stream was, and I'm like, Sar's such a trooper.
Yeah, we're on hour 8 of this stream, actually.
That's true.
And most of it's been this.
I got to skip the first, 5.5 hours? I
Yeah.
can't remember what point I jumped in. So, you
Something
know,
like
nothing
that.
I do here will be as impressive unless we go 6 more hours.
Well, maybe the last boss will take 6 more hours.
Well, based on what everyone's saying, I guess it does, yeah.
Yeah. Zoe!
Techie!
Zoe, welcome.
Hello.
Hello, everyone, welcome. I hope you're all having a lovely day. Oh, crap. Oh, no. Zoe, what were you up to? Baba Is You. I've been meaning to play that game.
Baba Is You, so cool.
That's a game that's been on my list ever since I saw Hatsu play it.
Oh, Hatsu played it?
Yeah.
Oh. Actually, I follow Hatsu as well. Yeah, Baba Is You and Patrick's Parabox are both so cool.
Patrick's Parabox. I don't know that one.
Oh, it's really cool. But we'll keep it focused for now on Baba Is You. For anyone who hasn't seen Baba Is You, it's like a logic puzzle game combined with Sokoban. So you can reprogram the game's understanding of things by shoving different things in different spots.
Yeah, you
because
basically...
the win condition will be stated on screen, and you can be like, no, the win condition is me touching this bush.
Yeah, you can shove words together, and as long as you can somehow get the words together, they will be taken literally by the game, no matter what they are.
Yeah, and that's so cool. But that's the thing, Zoe, I also got my ass kicked by that. Admittedly, part of the reason I had to dip was because I picked up that game when I was in the middle of my Game of the Year 2022 grind.
Oh, God.
And since, like, it was not I don't think it was a 2022 game, I had to put it down to focus on those games in order to get ready. But let me check where I
That's
dropped
the curse of Game of the Year right there.
It really is. It really is.
Man, Trip is so cool.
Trip is freaking awesome.
Yeah, have you heard of Mobile Suit Baba?
I have not heard of Mobile Suit Baba.
It's another Baba game that they released, and it's a mecha game.
That sounds really good.
Yeah, it's on itch. Look it up. Like, go ahead and take a look, because, like, you're gonna want to see it, and it'll be a lot faster than me describing it. Because it's like a strategy game. I'm glad you're having a good time with that, Zoe. That game seems really cool. It's good to see you, by the way, Zoe. It's good to see you.
I got a little over 2 hours into Baba Is You, which of course tells you nothing about my progress, because who knows how long I spent solving puzzles.
But yeah, are you looking up Mobile Suit Baba?
Yeah, I'm watching the trailer right now. Huh.
It's like
This is-
super intriguing.
Yeah. So did this only come out last month?
Yeah,
Oh.
it just kind of dropped out of nowhere. Insert joke about Game of the Year here.
Please don't. It's okay. It didn't come out on Steam, did it? I'm sure there's
No.
some rules or litigation I could use to push it into 2024.
It only
4's
came
Game
out
of
on
the Year.
itch.
There you go. Itch games aren't real. So says
Oh, I see.
fascist GigaBoots with their Game of the
Fascist
Year
GigaBoots.
ceremony. Yes. For people who don't know, we have a rule, and it's called the Switch Clause, and it basically is if a game escaped the Switch that year, you can pretend it came out that year. So I gave Game of the Year to No More Heroes 3 twice. Like, it was in my top 10 2 years in a row because I was like, oh man, on PS5 it's so good. It loads really fast, runs perfectly, runs at like 120 frames per second. And the loading really is an important thing for it to do when so much of that game is like loading a mini game and then playing that mini game and then jumping back out to the world map.
Right. Oh, that was cool. Get him!
I'm trying to remember what we would have fought here instead of this, because I don't remember fighting this.
I've been told we skipped this stage entirely.
How did we do it? Are we magic? Is that how we skipped it?
Maybe we did like one of the acts instead, like Act Knuckles or Act Aiming or something.
Act banana.
Act Fruit, yes. We went right to Act Tails apparently.
Ah, okay. Naruhodo.
Because I do remember that penguin.
You know how people do those half Japanese, half English like phrases where they start a phrase that is a known Japanese popular saying,
Yes.
turn a phrase, and then they end it in English, like sumimasari.
Yes.
I'm trying to remember what the shikatakanai one is. What was it? Shigataka no way? Was that the thing people say? Because that made me laugh really hard. Sumima, excuse me?
Sumima, excuse me.
Oh, yeah, someone asked a question back here, and it was seemingly for both of you. Given the forced choice between Sonic 4, Heroes, and 06, which would you hate to go through the least? The only person qualified to say is you, Sarah.
I would choose 06.
I have only ever beaten Sonic's story on 06. I didn't play any of the other ones.
Going through Heroes is a lot more repetitive. The bugginess is about the same. Like, you know. Yeah, so I've heard, like, did QA or something, right, JD? But yeah, like, the thing about Sonic Heroes is one of the level designers got sick during development, and the other was forced to finish the entire rest of the game, and it really shows.
Yeah. And so, like, you're redoing the levels as a number of teams, right?
Yeah, you have to do the
And then on top of that,
levels.
the design is questionable.
Yeah, you have to do the levels as each team, and, you know, the designs are always a little different.
So, this is where I say, seeing... I'm sorry if this upsets anyone in chat. Seeing the... I went to the Sam's Club in, like, 2003.
Okay.
And seeing Sonic Heroes on the TV is when I started getting depression as a Sonic fan.
Oh, no!
I was like, what? Sonic Adventure 2 was so good. What is this? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Because I love Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 so much, and then Heroes just made me go, what is this? What are we doing? This isn't... What?
There's a lot to like about Heroes, but, like, I feel like, for me personally, it doesn't come together the right way.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, I think people are totally valid to like Heroes. A lot of people love it. But I have my reasons for not liking it much myself.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, you can be a fan of it and also understand why someone who likes Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2 wouldn't, because they are so different in what they're going for and the way they go about it.
They're completely different.
Mm-hmm. Big Nerd Sam in chat was seeing Grabbed by the Ghoulies on the Samsung TV next to Ratchet & Clank 2 made me an extremist. That's a rough comparison if I've ever heard one.
Oh man.
For anyone who has no idea what Grabbed by the Ghoulies is, Grabbed by the Ghoulies was the first Xbox exclusive that Rare shipped after they were acquired by Microsoft.
Yep.
It is the game made by the Banjo-Kazooie team, who was just tired of making those big Banjo-Kazooie type games. And they basically said, like, yeah, we could make another one of those, but we really, really would just hate it. So we're just going to make this other thing. So what Grabbed by the Ghoulies is, in the most bizarre way possible, is they made a microcomputer game, like the classic days of, like, you know, your Commodore 64, your ZX Speccy, and they made it in a 3D graphics video game where you go room to room, figure out what obtuse thing the developer wants you to do to leave the room, and you do it or die.
Yeah. And it strongly resembles Rare's early library from their ZX Spectrum days.
Mm-hmm. So for someone who came into Rare at, like, the NES, it was incomprehensible to me to see that game and be like, what? Because, like, as an American even, it just is a completely alien thing.
Yeah, like, if you play Rare Replay, like, you really play Rare Replay, you get a feel for it and why it's like that, and suddenly everything clicks, but, like, until then, it's just complete nonsense.
Yeah, and so people are like, is it like Saw? So let me explain. You'll enter a room, and it'll sort of be like a puzzle or adventure game. And the developer will have set it up so you need to walk up to this object, this panel on the wall, and you need to punch it. And then that'll alert the enemies to the fact you're there. So the room will start flooding with enemies, and the first 3 will be reasonable enemies you can beat. But you need to know which of the 16 different panels in the room you need to punch. They are not different at all. You will only find this out through brute force. To punch, to release the invincibility item, so that way after the first 3 enemies, you don't die to 2 enemies that jump in the room that are literally invincible. They're unkillable unless you pick up that item.
Yeah, that's a pretty good explanation. Like, it's the kind of stuff that can be enjoyable, honestly, but, like, it's just a completely different thing.
Yeah, it's a really bizarre game, especially when you come from the prior 20 years. Well, like, a little less than 20 years. I guess 15 years of Rare games.
Like, in some ways, I would honestly like to see more things like it that have that old school feeling. But, like, it is a completely different world. There is no comparing it. And, like, the cutoff for that was, like, right before the NES, so, like...
Yeah, and I think you're right, and I think a lot more people would be interested in that sort of thing now.
Yeah.
Especially at the indie scale. Like, I don't think anyone's gonna pay $60, $70 for a video game and be like,
that's true.
Oh, yes, delightful. This puzzle has yet another arbitrarily correct version you have to do, designed by the developer. But, you know,
yeah.
I think there's... Wow. Do do do, boo do 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 do, do do do, boo do 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 do. Yay! I really like that they did this. This was the other
I do
thing I put
too.
on my
It's
coolest
so
thing in the game.
cute. I love that Fantasy Zone is just in this game.
Yeah, when I talked about it on Big Think, Bob was like, wait, not Space Harrier, but literally Fantasy Zone? I'm like, yeah,
Yes.
actually Fantasy Zone.
Yes.
Because for anyone who doesn't know, at the beginning of Space Harrier, they say, welcome to the Fantasy Zone.
Get ready.
Get ready!
It almost sounds like he's asking a question. He's like, get ready?
Get ready?
Yeah.
So King's Quest put the moon logic as in individual rooms. Yes, that's yeah. Something like that.
Yeah.
It's really weird because the way you mechanically work with the game is unlike any sort of adventure or puzzle game.
Yeah, it sort of
So-
defies explanation because it's still kind of an action game.
Yeah, to some extent it's a weird brawler. Like you have boss fights and yeah, it's weird. It's
Yeah.
a real weird game.
But like cannot emphasize enough that like a lot of games used to be like that. It was just straight up a way games were.
Yeah, especially in like Europe.
Yeah. And like when you think of like old PC games for not Microsoft PCs, but like various weird PCs.
Microcomputers.
A lot of games were like that.
Mm-hmm. I really wish a lot faster progress was being made on the cell phone aspect of like all these sorts of liberties and rights and things. You know, like the European Union just kicked in Apple's teeth, and it's like, no, you have to use USB-C to charge. You can't keep doing this proprietary cable. And
Apple is
now
also...
they're trying to get the payment system third party on both Apple and Google.
Yeah,
So
Apple
that
is
way,
also resisting all of this stuff in the most predictable way possible by
Yeah,
forcing
great.
everyone to have like American versions and European versions of all their stuff. For example, they allowed non-WebKit browsers finally, so Firefox doesn't have to have a WebKit version for iPhone and such. But there's a catch.
only in Europe?
It's only in Europe.
Okay, I actually didn't hear about that. The App Store thing went through, but only in Europe.
And
So-
Firefox complained very strongly.
Oh, of course, because that absolutely should not count as abiding by the rules.
It also forces them to make two different versions of the app depending on the user's region, and completely different code bases. Like, it's not minor, obviously.
No.
It's an entirely different thing.
They basically are forcing them to make another browser.
Yeah. And, through that way, Apple is being anti-competitive by essentially forcing people to not do that, even though they could. Like, you could make a non-WebKit browser, but you would have to maintain two browsers. Oh.
1 second. Sorry, are you so radicalized that you would insinuate or even outright state that Apple, of all companies, is being anti-competitive? I can't believe you'd say such radical things here on Twitch.
Die, monster. You don't belong in this world.
But what I was trying to get to is, I absolutely am glad all this progress is being made with charging ports. Soon, like just now, like I think it was literally the cutoff date is in February or March. They have to make cell phones that have user
This is like taking
replaceable
candy
batteries.
from a baby, which is fine by me.
I had
Like
missiles.
all smartphones have to. Yeah, I think we found that out at the very tail end of the fight last time. But so any new smartphone, as per European Union law, has to have user replaceable batteries, which is really huge and important for a number of different reasons.
Yep.
One of the number one reasons a person will finally upgrade their cell phone is that the battery is just bad. And not everyone wants to go through the hassle of going to a repair shop and getting them to replace the battery for them, and etc.
Yeah.
I wish more progress was being made faster on this front because I wanted to finish up on cell phones and work its way to consoles because I want to be able to boot my own thing on a console. That would be cool. Can we get Law to bring back SSD cards for phones? SD cards? That honestly should be mandated too. Oh my goodness, you're already at the end. I know that sounds like really selfish for me to say because I've only been here for the past couple hours.
No, I'm back at the start, but it's funny, right? That I can just do that.
So we gotta talk. Why doesn't Sega give more individual Sonic characters their own game? What's with that?
Well,
why don't we have a Tails game and a Knuckles game?
We have a Tails game. We have
Why
two.
don't we have a Tails game that hasn't happened in the last 30 years?
I think it's because Shadow was such a big failure.
That was 20 years ago.
It's Sega.
That was 20 years ago, and it was Shadow the Hedgehog, a character that even someone in chat was like, yeah, when you saw the Sonic Heroes, wasn't your first thought, why is Shadow here? And I'm like, yeah, I feel like a number of people thought of Shadow as a Sonic Adventure 2 thing and didn't expect him to carry on as a Sonic character.
He was just so popular that he couldn't not.
Right.
But at the same time, they had no idea what to do with him at the time. They've sort of found their way with Shadow as it's gone along, and I feel like we might see some sort of a Shadow renaissance with Sonic 3 coming out, but like, you know, they just didn't know what to do with him, so like, they did something really weird with him that, like, from a strictly serious standpoint, I don't think anyone liked what Shadow the Hedgehog did to his backstory. So, like, even on that level, it's like, such a strange, who was this for, you know?
Yeah, I feel like when you give a character's side game, you know, it's not a major Sonic title, this is the Shadow title. When you give it that much emphasis as a major Sonic game,
yeah,
that's when people's expectations and standards and things change. And admittedly, nowadays, it's so much easier to be like, well, yeah, this is a side game. It's not $60.
Yeah.
But back then, it was like every game is $50 and on a disc, and very few aren't.
Yeah, and there's no way that the game was, like, marketed as lesser.
Mm-hmm. No,
and frankly,
no, it was...
On a lot of levels...
Especially after Heroes, weirdly, I feel like people were more confident Shadow the Hedgehog was going to be normal.
To be fair...
Like, well, that was the weird one.
I think, on some level, it is more normal than Heroes.
It is. Mm-hmm.
It even controls, like, Adventure 2.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a real weird situation, but I think it's a really lost opportunity for, like, they've shown that they're willing to let other people make Sonic games. You know, it doesn't need to be just in-house Sega. I mean, this is made by Artoon. Is that their current name, or is it something else? Arzest?
Arzest.
Okay, because the two different companies, but same guy heading both and different times.
Different form of the same company is how I would think of it.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. Because it was Artoon when they made Blinks, right?
I think so, yeah.
Which, by the way, chat, Blinks, not a terrible game.
That's what I've heard. I've heard multiple people say Blinks is pretty cool.
The tragedy is that the version of Blinks that is on back compat for Series X is the worst version of Blinks. So if you really want to give Blinks a chance, so there's a 1.0 version of that game and a 1.1. The 1.1 is the Platinum Hits version, and it rebalances the game. And its changelog is so immediately important and obviously huge to anyone who beats the game that basically when you tell anyone who's beaten that game what the changes are, they scream. because the game would be drastically better with every single change in the change log. We're talking, this enemy no longer takes 14 hits, it takes 6. Buying this cosmetic item does not take the amount of money you would only gather through an entire playthrough of the game.
And they back-compatted 1.0.
Uh-huh. Because Microsoft just didn't care, or no. A combination, probably. It's really tragic. Because, yeah, I enjoyed my time with Blinks. And then I hit the final, like, 2-3 worlds. And you could tell they went a little cracked out with the difficulty at that point. And not in a way that's like, what a fun challenge. In a way that's like, maybe I shouldn't have to marathon every boss in the game to get a single attempt at the final boss.
Oh.
Yeah, it's rough. And also, it's even to the point of... Blinks is a weird game, and I can't even begin to describe exactly why this is as important as it is, but in the rebalanced version, you get to shop for your consumable items and things in between the marathon of all the other bosses and the final real boss. And if you fully die at the final real boss, the continue point is right before the final real boss. Yeah, it's complicated, but yeah, Blinks was cool, and Blinks 2, weirdly enough, is so different from Blinks 1 that I'm not even sure I can recommend it to people who like Blinks 1.
Yeah, I haven't heard as much good about Blinks 2, if any.
It's got a multiplayer focus and 2 different halves of the game. You play as the Blinks crew or the Pig crew, and you're playing as an OC instead of Blinks. And it's weird.
So what I'm getting is that it is Blinks Heroes Adventure 2 Forces.
Yes. How did you do that? That's incredible. If anyone is wondering and you've played the third Ratchet and Clank game where they invented the multiplayer, so then they started making the single player levels out of the multiplayer map creator, that is literally what Blinks 2 is. It's the same thing.
Oh.
Where they went, we want to have multiplayer, so we spent so much time making the multiplayer that now the single player is just multiplayer. So imagine you were playing through sort of levels kind of like a normal 3D platformer or Blinks 1 or whatever, if you know that. And then it just becomes a versus match. That would be a versus online multiplayer mode, but now it's you against either the pigs or the Blinks crew, and that's the last level of that world now.
Yeah, I'm familiar with games doing that sort of thing.
Yeah, it was a weird trend during 6th Gen. Like, it feels like it happened a lot then.
Well, you know,
and then
everybody...
Ratchet Deadlocked is made entirely out of those maps.
Well, you know, everybody thought that Xbox Live was going to be the big thing and everything when it comes to Xbox games, especially... What?
What? What? What just happened?
I'm not certain.
You were saying people were like, the Xbox Live is so poggers.
Yeah, like, it's going to be the big thing, and, like, everybody's going to want to play Xbox Live with their friends all the time. So, like, you see tons of Xbox games that have huge multiplayer focus and clearly let the single player suffer for it.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And, like, that didn't... I feel like that wasn't adapted as soon on, like, the PlayStation end, because, like...
Because Sony didn't care. They're just like, yeah, you can do online, we don't care. Whatever.
Yeah, and PSN as a whole was kind of half-assed at first, let's be honest.
The PS2 doesn't even have PSN. It has... what was it? Okay, so Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3, I believe. Yeah, 3. Can use online even though it launched before the broadband adapter came out because you could hook up a USB modem. So that was the level of not caring Sony was, where they're just like, yeah, it can use USB devices. Write the driver yourself, have a good one.
That's... Oh, Lord.
Yeah, it was really great. Yeah, part of me wonders if we wouldn't have just been better if we sort of hung in that weird quasi Sony's not going to try era of the PlayStation Network, because I think one of the tragic things to have happened to gaming is the idea of like, oh, you want to play with your friends over the internet, you have to pay rent. Imagine any issue that would upset a poor person and I'm upset about it, like always, basically. Because I went basically the entirety of the PS4 generation without PlayStation Plus, because I couldn't afford it. Oh.
Thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Waka, waka, waka.
That's not quite what I said, but I'll accept it. I'll accept it.
Don't worry, it's what the subtitles thought you said, I'm sure.
Welcome, Blue. How are you? What were you streaming? How did it go? I think you typoed their name, Adam.
Wait, no, it says check out Blueser DLN 000. They were last playing, and then it links to, what is happening?
So what happened is Adam missed the E in Blue. So it was a non-existent username, and it defaults to me for some reason.
Oh!
Oh, you were playing Freedom Planet 2. I'm in the credits of that game.
Yeah, did you know? Sorry, it's kind of a big deal.
Hey.
I get to say that because I'm not you.
Yeah, I suppose you could say that, Dan. So, did you have a good time?
Oh yeah, you didn't know? You just stumbled. Yeah, no, it's true.
Yeah, I'm a former member of Galaxy Trail, and I worked on Freedom Planet 1, and I was a tester on Freedom Planet 2.
The more you know.
Why don't I just go across the ceiling?
I'm in the credits for Freedom Planet 1.
It's true. GigaBoots.
Yep. Anyways, hello.
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Also, I like your Proto Man sprite. I knew when I saw the DLN, I was like, Dr. Light Number. I know this is a Mega Man fan.
Yeah, that is a good sprite. They do need more love.
I can't remember what the launch for Freedom Planet 2 is on. Is it Switch only, or is it on like everything?
It's on like everything.
Okay.
The one that's coming up, of course.
Yeah. Because I remember with Freedom Planet 1, it came out on the Wii U exclusively originally, and then came to the PS4 and presumably also Xbox, but I don't know.
Yeah, well, I don't remember if we had an Xbox release back then, actually.
Yeah.
I feel like we didn't. I feel like it's just Xseed that sort of enabled that later on.
Yeah, you're getting that PlayStation Vita release. Absolutely. No, actually, the reason why Freedom Planet can't come to the Vita is because it's running on CryEngine.
Oh no!
Yeah, obviously it's Sonic Boom.
Oh no! Oh, Dan.
Could you imagine?
Oh,
you missed the X-Men Destiny stream. So somebody pointed out that Dennis Dyack, from Silicon Knights, the people who made X-Men Destiny, 2 Human, Eternal Darkness, and Blood Omen. Anyways, Dennis Dyack's new game developer has been working on the same game for the last 6 years, and it switched engines. It's been on 3 different engines, so it switched engines twice. At one point,
6 years.
In 6 years, one of the engines they were working on was Amazon Lumberyard. And I'm like, hey guys, just throwing this out there again, you could pay me to be a consultant. You could do that. I could have saved you so much money. You would have been like, hey, we're thinking about making a game on Amazon Lumberyard. And I'm like, no, you aren't.
Yeah, that's...
No, you aren't. You're thinking about using literally anything else. But yeah, they switched from that to, what was it? I think the name, it was a really generic name, but it was like 3D Game Engine. And then the third engine was finally Unity. And I'm like, okay, cool. That's an engine you will probably be able to ship on.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Oh,
Good job. For anyone who
This
doesn't know
stage
what
is so
Amazon
cool.
Lumberyard is, it is a fork of CryEngine. It is a fork of CryEngine that's really, really old by now, like 2016, 2015.
Oh.
Because Amazon bought the rights to CryEngine, and of course, they only would get that one version. It was a very specific deal that Amazon made when they thought they were going to get into making games. By the way, as far as I know, they never once shipped the game successfully on that engine. I think. Well, maybe the what is the name of that one? The World, New World.
New World.
Maybe that's you. Maybe New World's using it. Let me check. But one of the things is they thought, oh, we bought a game engine, so we could just make games now, and we never need to maintenance this. And people at the developers kept telling Amazon upper management, they're like, no, this engine needs fixing. It's CryEngine.
Yeah.
Did you just honk?
No, I went, ah.
Wah. That's a Freedom Planet reference.
Yeah, Sabrina did the Duck Guard voices, and she's always, whenever writing it out, she's always spelled it weh. So I just assume that's the sound that she's making is weh. Oh crap!
Oh, I never
Slowing
knew that.
this down does not help.
I've never heard of this game, and now I have to look it up. It doesn't even have a Wikipedia entry.
That's always a good sign.
Oh yeah, that's a great sign.
Especially for, you know, a game made by a major company.
Yeah, this is weird. Okay, one moment. Who made this? Okay, apparently a company called Frag Lab LLC made a game called Shatterline that Steam is trying to tell me is similar to... Yeah, I know, right? Telling me it's similar to PUBG, and it is made on Amazon Lumberyard, and that shipped late last year. New World apparently also runs on Amazon Lumberyard. Some
I guess we
version...
figured that out.
Some version of Star Citizen / Squadron 42, which are two separate games, is being made on Amazon Lumberyard, and they added all sorts of features to make that work at all, and maybe someday it'll even ship.
Yeah, well, Star Citizen is too busy selling you ship bundles for tens of thousands of dollars. Not exaggerating, by the way.
No, that isn't an exaggeration. Some of them go above $10,000. If I recall correctly, one of the packages I looked at was $13,000 for a ship.
Yeah, isn't it just completely and utterly devoid of any sense of sanity?
Yeah, it is. It's the sort of thing that makes you go, how is this not illegal? But, you know, we pointed out that game had been taking forever to come out on a podcast, and somebody got upset. They're like, anyone who criticizes Star Citizen hasn't done the research. And I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of sunken cost fallacy going on with people who have paid for Star Citizen for any reason. Mm-hmm. That's the only people who will ever defend it.
No, that's how it seems. But yeah, they technically Star Citizen's in beta. Squadron 42, I have no idea. I think they even said they were feature complete on Squadron 42. For anyone who doesn't know, that is the single player game set in the Star Citizen universe that has what's his name? Mark Hamill? Yeah.
You're asking if Mark Hamill's name is Mark Hamill?
I was just like, I think Mark Hamill's in it. And yes, Mark Hamill. It's so, for people who don't know, the whole thing with the Star Citizen thing is that it's made by the Wing Commander guy. Yep. So Squadron 42 has a lot of the actors that he used before. So it's, you know, Mark Hamill and... Well, maybe it's just Mark Hamill. I could have sworn there was someone else. But John Rhys Davies and Andy Serkis are also supposed to be in that. I have no idea what's up with that, though. I have no idea if it's... One moment. No, I can't be reading this right. The game is planned to be released in multiple episodes. Thank God, that's always gone well. Squadron 42 Episode 1 with about 70 missions worth of gameplay. Squadron 42 Episode 2 Behind Enemy Lines, and Episode 3 will launch
Behind
much
Enemy
later.
Lines?
Much later than when?
Man, how many games are named that at this point?
I do wonder.
Like, I hear Behind Enemy Lines, I'm just like, oh, well,
Which
that's a
one?
game. There's so many games called that. But, like, the thing is that, like, there's always this thing where a game that is clearly never ever going to come out has a side game released. Like, even stuff like Star Mazer, which that game really shouldn't have fallen apart, but it got a side game that came out, and then Star Mazer never came out. And, like, this is just a thing that keeps happening.
So I played one game that was made on the Amazon Lumberyard engine, and it was a game called Breakaway.
Oh.
That was a MOBA basketball game.
What? Excuse
Yes.
me? Excuse me?
It was a very bizarre thing. It was kind of neat. But it never actually came out. I played it the beta.
I'm sorry, how did that work?
It's so weird. So imagine it's a lot like Pokemon Unite. Yeah, there you go. Power Proto-Man. Yeah, so it's a lot like Pokemon Unite. Imagine regions, but at a much smaller map, at least in the beta. So there would be regions where you would cache these points in. And so they invented Pokemon Unite years ahead of Pokemon Unite and then just never shipped it.
With a basketball theme.
Yeah, because Pokemon Unite literally is kind of the same thing. You have to go to a region and then cash in your points as you do a dunk. So it's kind of very similar. Let me see if I can find any like video and stuff of the game, because you know.
So what I'm getting from this is Pokemon Unite is a basketball game?
Kind of.
Like secretly?
It's really, it's less basketball like than Breakaway was, because Breakaway had a literal ball. That people would attack each other for and defend for, and then try to run to their home base and other things. Man, okay, it's kind of surreal seeing this game again. It's almost dizzying. I gotta stop.
Oh, we're doing one of these numbers. I'm just gonna go this way now.
Yeah, this is really different from what it was before.
Yep.
Oh, hello. That was close. And then we hit the middle one from the second set? Yeah, I guess that's the idea.
Aww.
I hope something cool comes of O3DE now that Amazon's open sourced it. I actually don't know what O3DE is. Is that just a fork of Lumberyard? Yeah, it's a fork of Lumberyard. What?
It's always nice when everything's a copy of a copy of a copy.
That's so bizarre. So it's the original fork from back then? One second. Yeah, it's, oh my god. The initial version of O3DE is an updated version of Amazon Lumberyard. So it's clearly newer than that original CryEngine fork from forever ago. I wonder why they open sourced this though. And I also wonder if this makes more sense to use than a Godot. Or as I like to say, Godot. I like to say it. No one likes when I say it. That's interesting. Huh. Yeah, it looks like a number of companies are a part of, like, the open source alliance that is maintaining this.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think it's really sad that, you know.
I like Dot too.
I also like Dot. People often be saying, "Go Dot, go."
They do.
But yeah, I do wonder. It's depressing that Blender is like the most successful any industry's open source version of a tool has gone. Because I wish there were more stories like that. I wish video editors had their own Blender.
Yeah. It's kind of nuts that, like, if you want to use something like After Effects, you have to use After Effects. There's no alternative.
Yeah, the closest you're going to get for, you know, free, especially, is DaVinci Resolve has an effects end of it now. I can't remember the name, and it is growing in popularity because, once again, the base model is free. And
that thing is maintained
solid.
by DaVinci. That's maintained by Blackmagic, right?
Yes. So it's not open source, but it is free.
Yeah.
Activate the volcanic defense system to shield the base with my lava
I like
magma.
that you're just moonwalking there. Whoa! Look at this pissed off bird. I'm sorry, it just looks like a bird. I know it's supposed to be fake.
This robot kicks ass.
It's so purple.
I really like Superstars, but my opinion is not the most common. Because I love, like, the boss fights and such, and people hate it. Probably because of stuff like that.
Probably. Oh my god, that was cool.
That was really funny.
It's fine. I had a great time playing this game, and this trip stuff seems really cool.
Good idea.
Yes, Greater Odessa Department of Transportation. Go Dot. But yeah, when you look at like open source software and how far they've come and like what is the best success stories, it's like Blender, and then 10 trillion miles behind it, GIMP.
Yeah.
And I just wish it wasn't like that. I wish we had, you know, I think it's obvious to every corporation out there that we would all, us individual creators and corporations alike, save so much money if we had viable open source alternatives for all these things. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I roboting? I have no idea. Discord be like that.
That's unfortunate, but it should clear up. Question mark? Oops.
Yeah, and then there's, you know, the LibreOffice stuff. Possibly even further behind GIMP. I use it because I use OpenOffice Calc.
Yeah, there's OpenOffice and LibreOffice. Like, they're both forks of the same original work, but...
Really? I didn't know they were both forks. That's really funny.
Oh
Remember
boy,
the time
do
a
I.
Russian malware firm bought Audacity? Yes, I do, because now anytime I need someone to have Audacity, I have to go look at what my version is, because it's literally the last version without that.
Yeah, and I use Sony SoundForge. Not even the Maxon SoundForge or whatever that was, you know, they continued SoundForge, but like the Sony version's still better.
You need to say that like you're bougie. Oh, I don't use that version. I use the Sony version. It's so much better.
Really, darling, I simply can't believe you would expect me to reduce myself to the level of a commoner that uses a later version of Sony SoundForge.
This is where we get the off-brand evil Sarah emote that is you oh-ho-hoing.
I mean, Sarah the Smug almost looks like I'm doing that.
It's true. That's as close as you can get without it being full oh-ho. What vintage software is this? Okay, have a good night.
And then you've got me in actual practice where I have to use DOS programs still in my work sometimes because there's just no alternative, no source code for some tool that's needed. You know?
Yeah.
Oh. So he can show up in the first wave. Good to know.
Yeah, and I mean it's cool that like Fla Studio, as the kids call it, is like so accessible through extra legal means, and its licenses are so affordable and good. Because if I remember correctly, the whole deal with Fla Studio is that you pay for it once, and then it just like you get access to all future versions.
That's
Forever.
extremely generous, and no company would do that anymore.
Yep. Fact. I think you need to jump into the side of it.
Yeah, I was just trying that because it worked one time, so I wasn't
I know.
sure.
I was like, what? Why did that work that one time? And every time since then, it's like, no, why are you doing that? And I'm like, because it worked one time.
Yeah,
like,
so
what?
Yeah, so I get it now.
Yeah.
And either way, like, this isn't bothering me at all. Like, I enjoy learning something like this.
Yeah, the parameters of the fight are clearly communicated and decently, like, how do I put this? The feedback is obvious.
Yeah.
This doesn't feel like many a nightmare fight I've been locked in.
It feels good. Like, it seems like a well-designed fight in and of itself. Even if there may be, like, some instant death at play, it's also easy to avoid it.
I constantly think I should try out Fla Studio.
Personally, I use Acustica Mixcraft.
Acoustic Matata?
Yeah, sure, that. I wonder if that's going to be repaired.
Oh, this is a very Sarah core question from chat. Which is better? Large chain French fries or local business French fries or homemade French fries?
On average, for better or worse, the answer sadly is the large chains. Local businesses will try to church up their fries by doing something fancy that just loses the core idea of it. And homemade is very difficult to get right. You will get way more consistency and more normal fries from a large chain.
True. We have a place locally called Cookout.
Okay.
Cookout as a fast food place is kind of like a weird miracle of a place. Not only because they have Cheerwine from a soda tap, which is wow. If I had a favorite soda, it would be Cheerwine from a soda tap. So it's a good thing I don't work there. I'd be 500 pounds by now. But the thing about Cookout is that they have things called trays, and you order a tray, and then what you get is you get an entree, 2 sides, a soda, and it's all for like $7.
Oh.
And the entrees will be like 2 chicken quesadillas. And then the sides could be any number of things, but each side can also be a chicken quesadilla. So you can get 4 chicken quesadillas and a Cheerwine for $7. It's like an absurdly good deal.
Yeah, Cheerwine, I can verify Cheerwine is actually real because I had Cheerwine for the first time recently.
I was so shocked. I was like, oh, what?
I saw it on the menu and I was like, oh, Dan loves this soda. I gotta try it. I was at a barbecue place with Roto and the Last Seahorse, and that's when I had it.
Yeah, Cheerwine's delicious. It's
It was pretty good.
It's like if a cherry cola, like cherry Coke, wasn't as medicine-y and had a little bit crisper and sharper of a taste. Yeah, so a lot of people have compared it to a Dr. Pepper flavor profile-wise, almost. So a cherry Dr. Pepper's close?
But it doesn't
There
have...
was one frame where he was in the ground. I'm sorry.
It doesn't have the sharp feeling that a Dr. Pepper has. It's gentler.
Yeah. Cheerwine is a gentle lover.
Because, like, Dr. Pepper is an extremely harsh soda in terms of flavor profile. It's like...
Cheerwine knows your needs. Cheerwine will treat you right.
And, like, I say that as somebody who likes Dr. Pepper. Like, it's a harsh drink.
I actually, my second favorite drink is the Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar with strawberry cream.
Nice.
My pantry is always stocked with a 12-pack or two of that, a 12-pack or two of Diet Mountain Dew, and a 24-pack of Sam's Club Zero Sugar because it's cheaper.
Well, that's always a valid reason.
One hit kill?
Yeah.
On those? I
Yeah.
didn't know.
All of those lasers are instant kill.
Oh my
I
God,
realized
they're so
right
red.
away because in an earlier stage he has the death lasers and they're chasing you. So I never even had a question of whether that was instant kill or not.
So the reason I brought up Cookout, and then we started talking about Cheerwine, I had to regather my thoughts. I was like, where was I? Cookout does Cajun fries, which, because Cookout is a value fast food place, Cajun fries mean they throw some fries down and then just take Tony Chachere and just sprinkle it on top. And it wasn't until I ate those from there, and Tosh was the one who ordered them, and I tried them off of her plate, that I realized, oh my God, that's brilliant. Why am I not just doing that for other people's fries? So, yeah, I would just get a normal large fast food chain fries and then put that on it. That's like the winner, probably. I don't know which place, though. It's hard.
One thing that makes me sad is Wendy's used to have extremely good fries. They would be bad if they were like soggy and cold. And like a lot of people have experienced that, but fresh Wendy's fries were amazing. And then they decided that they needed to change them for the pandemic because people would be upset that their fries are cold. So they changed them, and now they don't even taste like potato anymore.
Yeah, and even as someone who likes the new thing they're going for, it really was their fries didn't keep as well for delivery through like Uber Eats and other stuff. So yeah, that's why they changed it, which is, you know, kind of like the homogenization thing we were kind of talking about a little bit earlier.
Yeah. Oh crap.
Oh.
I should have kept moving. I stopped moving. I hesitated. It's okay.
Fear is the trip killer.
Yeah, I expect that I will be stuck here a while, and that's fine, because I'm going to learn the boss.
We also have the question, has the air fryer improved your life, or is it a non-factor in your eating habits? Sarah, do you own an air fryer?
We own an air fryer. It has
Okay.
nothing to do with me.
Okay. I own an air fryer, but we haven't cleaned it since we moved, and before we moved, it was sitting in storage. Because I lived in a room with boxes on the floor in a very... saying modest is euphemistic living circumstances for a chunk of time there. But I really like the air fryer. I actually picked up some chicken. So Walmart sells chicken breasts by like the Humongo pack, and it's like a full $1 cheaper a pound if you buy it that way.
Okay.
So I bought some of those, and I'm planning on like air frying some chicken breasts with some panko and stuff as the crust. You know, do a little air fried chicken. Because I love fried chicken. I always think of good Chappelle stand-up from forever ago.
Oh.
Where he made the, literally the 90s. he made the joke of people who were saying, like, when he had to confront someone who was like, well, of course you love fried chicken because you're black. And he's just like, oh, I thought it was because it was delicious. Silly me. I didn't realize that this was because of that. I think about that constantly just because of how much much like Chris Broad from Abroad in Japan, love fried chicken. Like, it is one of the best things.
Yeah. I don't have that much experience with fried chicken. I eat chicken nuggets.
It's weird because fried chicken from like a lot of fried chicken chains is really greasy. So like I feel like for most of my life, if you had said like, how much do you like fried chicken? I would have been like, it's fine. Because my experience would have been a smaller chain that is somewhat local to my region, Danny's Fried Chicken, and then also KFC, and both of those are pretty greasy. But Publix chicken tenders are absolutely delicious.
Huh.
They're basically the peak. And then, you know, various places have different qualities of fried chicken sandwiches and stuff.
You know what fried food I like? Hush puppies.
You didn't give me any time to guess.
That's true. That's true. I didn't.
Do you have like a place that makes them the best?
Used to be Captain D's, but then they changed the kind of battering they were using, so it's like completely different now. Long John Silver's still has pretty okay ones.
Okay. We had a place around here, I can't remember which place it was, because once again, I just moved here. But when I came up here to visit the year before we moved up here, when I was scoping out the city,
Right?
they had a place that actually had pretty good hush puppies, and I cannot remember.
Like, there's local places here that serve hush puppies, but the thing is that, like, they try to church them up in some way. For example, one place...
I'm sorry, you're totally on the money with this exact thing, but now I'm building out the joke version of you that's just going into every locally run place, and you're like, I just wanted some fries. Why you trying to church it up?
Well, you see, though, like, for example, there's this place, Bailey's Seafood, and they have hush puppies, but the thing is, their hush puppies, have corn in them, like an actual corn kernel.
I've had that. I've done that, and I was like, "Why did you do this?"
Oh, it snaps like that.
Can you?
Oh, maybe I can move after. I was trying, but.
I love
Okay,
that
this is
animation.
interesting.
That's
This
so
is
funny.
interesting.
Yeah, no, that's weird. Is that the first Sonic boss that you can mash to get out of a grab? Of some sort. I think it might be. But yeah,
Oh my
no,
God,
there was... But yeah, one of the hush puppies I had where I was like, what is going on here? Was corn. The other one was they stuck spices in it that were approximate to a ranch almost. So imagine you infused a hush puppy with ranch dressing.
Well, I don't know what that would be like, but I can be sure that I probably wouldn't like it.
Okay. Yeah, ranch dressing, it's hard to describe. But imagine somebody put so many herbs. I'm sorry, chat. If you like ranch dressing, you're not going to like how I'm going to describe this because I don't like ranch dressing. Somebody took something like a cream of some sort, like a sour cream or whatever.
Okay.
And then they just put way too many herbs in it and then just boiled fat into it to just make it that much thicker and fattier. I'm not a fan of ranch. Wait, why did it phase through that time?
Not sure.
Was it too close to the laser and then it got scared?
I'm not certain.
Huh. But yeah, so that's kind of like what ranch is like. Like it's fattier than a normal creamy thing, and then on top of that it has like a million spices and things.
And like Roto learned how to make hush puppies, but his are a lot thicker in general than like places, fast food places, such that like one of them is pretty filling on its own, and that's a very different feeling.
Rhoda's like, Sarah, you haven't eaten your bread orb. Eat your bread orb and go back to the stream, Sarah.
Bread orb.
I'm imagining it's like fist size.
It's funny because like they're like the typical size you'd expect from like Long John Silver's, so it's weird.
It's just dense.
It's really dense.
Local streamer Sarah Lene says Roto's cooking is dense. The tabloids are exploding right now. I don't think that's... That doesn't... I have to pop out for just 1 second. I'll be right back. Don't dodge out, people. Don't worry. After we beat this, we're gonna go straight into Sonic Mania.
Oh god, no. Oh my god. Drama YouTube. This one I'd almost forgotten that was a thing.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Oh, thank you. So how are things? What did I miss?
Not much.
Yeah, I watched one video on YouTube one
Okay.
time where it was some people on YouTube, and they were like some of the most insufferable people I've ever watched a video from. They basically just live streamed the two of them being nasty about the AVGN and the network that backed them. And while I'm not a fan of Screenwave Media, even just listening to this video was like, God, I can't stand this. And I only did it because they had information that I was unaware of. Like one of those things where it's just like, I'm literally watching this to get novel information. I'm not.
Right.
But me watching that one video has made YouTube serve up like 12 different videos from that channel. And I'm like, please, you need to understand I am not into drama YouTubers. Please stop bringing this stuff to my doorstep. And I think I'm there finally. Dan VideoGames is a cat VTuber now? Insert thumbnail of a red circled neon video games.
And of course, bug-eyed expression on someone's face.
Uh-huh. Someone's got the hands on the side of their head in the foreground just freaking out.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can't do that. It's kind of like I'm gonna say the B word. It's kind of like Pow World, where it's just like, I'd rather focus on, like, my YouTube channel, streaming stuff especially, is a lot about exploring things that maybe aren't great, but can be interesting. But I'm really not into people whose entire shtick is, hi, it is my goal to be negative. It is my goal to be upset about things all the time.
Yeah, I've seen too much of that in life already.
Right? Exactly. And that's part of why I feel that way, because I too,
Yeah.
I grew up in a household where one of my parents was like really like all they would ever do is talk about their coworkers in sort of like derisive ways. So, you know, you spend an entire childhood listening to that, you get a little less enthused about things that are sort of like that.
Yeah, that makes plenty of sense to me.
Oh, that's so clever. Sorry, you're so clever.
Oh, crap.
Oh no. No.
Okay, I feel like you can actually mash out of that, but...
Yeah, it seems hard.
It seems hard to avoid it in general. It's interesting, though.
You have a hydration reminder, but I feel like you should have an eat chip reminder. Like so many times watching a stream, I'm like, I hope Sarah ate. I see you're in the suffer portion of Trip's story. Well, so far this hasn't taken as long as it took us in the single player, or in the normal mode where we were co-oping. Not yet.
It probably will take longer than that.
Probably, but...
Mostly because I haven't grasped how to dodge the net yet.
I think you were really onto it there.
Yeah, but I won't be able to do that every time. Because it's not going to refresh. So
Trying to think what the other powers were. Do you think your doppelgangers could get caught in the web for you?
That's an interesting idea.
Or even destroy them? But yeah. That's why if anyone... Like, the weird thing is the AVGN ostensibly is a rage YouTuber. Kind of. Like, he's basically the origin point. But there's such a tonal difference between him and Angry Joe and other people sort of a little bit more that direction, or even worse.
I think the thing is, like, he's not huffing his own fumes. He's not taking his shtick seriously because he knows that that's not how he actually feels.
Right, you can tell it's a show.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's why, you know. That's yeah. I think you all get it. I don't need to keep driving this point. But it's funny, most of what I watch on YouTube is either like food YouTubers or technology YouTubers or straight up boomers talking about video games. And when I say boomers, I mean they think the Batman on Genesis is the coolest thing ever, so they will use it as their like outro and intro theme. That tier. Where they're like, I have opinions on whether the Sega CD could have succeeded in America. Like, oh, I love this guy. He's probably like 47. Like, this is great. I love his perspective. And a lot of it, like, not even from that guy, but like, I also watch GameSack, which is kind of a similar genre of gaming YouTuber. A lot of that is game exploration because they cover games at a rate at which I will see new games, you know?
Epsidon.
Yeah. You say that, Epsidon, but I give Cybershell $25 a month, and I don't know why. Because he never makes anything.
Well, Cybershell, when he does put something out, like, you know you're gonna love it.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, I know some people were mad at Cybershell just because he used to have a Discord that would link to his Patreon. And so I got to see people get upset when he disappeared. Was it the second time? Second time. They don't make it easy, do they? But the thing was, like, I would never... like, I can cancel my Patreon subscription or whatever. I see it as a personal, like I see it as my fault.
Right.
Oh no, the timer's... If the timer hits 0, it's not gonna kill us, right?
I don't think so.
Good job.
Oh god, they're still there! That could have been bad.
Yeah.
Crap,
Sometimes you want to pretend to be a ye old rich person giving an artist some money because you can.
Man, I didn't manage to hit that.
I try to not stress this because I don't want people who aren't in a position to easily support to feel pressured to support. But I can't tell you how much of a massive difference it makes in the lives of creators you enjoy to financially support them. Like, no one ever wants to tell you, like, oh no, it's easier to sleep at night because I get donations. But it totally is. Like, you know, everyone... Sadly, we live in a world where everyone needs money.
Yep.
And doing what, you know, Cybershell... Well, Cybershell presumably has a real job.
Probably, considering his content schedule. Right.
I don't think his small podcast on the side is somehow generating an insane amount of money. That doesn't make any sense. But, like, a lot of the content creators that people care about, it really is a huge risk for them to do that.
Yeah, and like...
Yeah!
Even for me, the fact is, like, I have a day job, but I'm transitioning toward full-time streaming in the long run. And, like, me asking for, like, $300 so that I'll do this, like, that actually is money that is making me more comfortable.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't understand, like, running these streams takes a computer, and the computer can break.
Yep.
All of these things break eventually. Yeah.
Okay, this is easy enough now.
And, like, that's the thing. Like, Sarah doesn't want to say something like that because none of us want to be like, hey, like, and express truly how much it means.
Yeah.
Because
like,
it's not, yeah, it's pressure, you know?
I always have to express, though, how much I appreciate each and every one of you watching me, because, like, I seriously thought I would just be streaming to, like, Roto and Mireille and Dan for, like, the rest of my life, and that would be that. But now, look at you. There's, like, 70 of you here right now, and that's not even my full user base, you know, my full viewers.
Yeah, and this is at, like, almost 2 in the morning in my time zone.
Yeah.
So
it's almost 3 in mine.
Right. And that's, like, incredible. Like, the other day I went live with Puzzling Places, which is like a VR jigsaw game, and the fact that a number of people would show up for that was, like, great. Because that's not, you know, I didn't promote it at all on anything ahead of time. It's not... Oh. You're making good progress, though.
Yeah, I've basically got this down. I just wasn't expecting that pattern at that time. So I jumped out of it a little bad. I'm actually really enjoying this boss fight, and, like, I love the skill it's demanding of me, because it's not too severe, but it just feels right. Nothing about this fight feels, like, hopeless to me or anything. We like to assume... we like to assume that you all sleep. Because we like to assume that our viewers are also taking care of themselves. I know this for a fact. I know Dan worries about this, because he's talked to me about how he worries about this. I worry about this. We want you guys to be taking care of yourselves. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a third phase.
That'd be pretty funny.
It would be.
See, here's the thing. I want this stream to go forever. I'm having such a great time hanging out with Sarah. See, what you all don't know is Sarah's trapped here with me until the stream ends now. because there's no socially convenient way for her to be like, okay, scram. I'm just kidding, by the way. Also, there's the element of maybe I have to go back to work editing a podcast, even though I spent over 5 hours today already working on podcast stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot of hard work.
It is. It's a lot. I was talking on the GigaBoots Prime Patreon about the Discord about how maybe I should do a behind the scenes on what goes into Game of the Year and stuff. Just because like Bob will edit it and it'll still be 4.5 hours of work.
Yeah.
And that's after, because I actually, like, it's complicated to explain to people. I do all of the audio processing, Bob does the edit, and then I do the final master, thumbnails, uploads, and everything. So Bob edits the podcast, but also I engineer the podcast and do deliverables and stuff. So
yeah.
it's really a 50-50 effort, basically.
It's a lot of work.
It is a lot of work, and you know, it sure would be less work if I didn't care about how it sounded.
Yeah, true, but like, you're one of those people who still really has an eye for quality. Like, my stream audio is as good as it is because of you, in no small part.
And that makes me really happy. Because, and I only told Sarah this after she vastly improved her audio quality. The only part of her stream I didn't like was the audio quality, because I loved hanging out for her streams, and I think, like, if I told you all how much I have gushed about Sarah to other people in my life, she would turn beet red. But yeah, it's a terrible thing because audio quality is expensive.
It is.
You know, we took part of what's so helpful when people support channels is that if something breaks, you know, like if we lost a microphone, that's $400. For the podcast network / streams we do, we have, I think it's $700 of audio plugins, which obviously I only bought once ever, and now I'm good for life. Yeah. A multi, I think it's a 5-input mix pre, 6-input mix pre, which there's a reason for that. And it actually solves us it fixes a lot of problems with our audio balance, because it just auto balances me and Bob locally.
Hey Dan.
Sorry.
I'm deputizing you for a bit because there's no other mods around, really.
Okay.
You
Be afraid.
You can go ahead and allow that auto mod thing if you can see it. If not, I'll handle it.
1 sec. Got it. If only I had a Zardoz image just to post in chat. Anyways, but yeah, like, I think as someone who's really sensitive to audio stuff, which definitely comes from being on the spectrum, I think it's really important to focus on quality, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I realized no mod was on duty when I saw that was just sitting there. Because that was auto-modded, that last message.
Yeah, I see that. That's funny. But, yeah, you know, a lot of people won't use a de-esser on their audio for podcasts, and sometimes that'll be rough enough to listen to where I'll stop. Or you'll listen to stuff and somebody won't have compressed audio at all, so they'll be inaudibly quiet, and then they'll get so loud it literally hurts.
Yeah.
Not like figuratively, but literally.
Whoa,
Whoa. He's like, let me throw a curveball and see how this affects her.
I had to get hit by that in the end, because, like, what the hell was I going to do after seeing that? He threw it through the floor.
Yeah. To be fair, that was a pretty good trick. You wouldn't have seen that coming.
It's true. It's true.
My mic picks up a lot of mouth noise. What type of mic are you using, Wesley? Because any mic can, to some extent, but some mics are more prone.
I have no idea how prominent mouth noise is in my stuff.
Oh, you're golden. Trust me. One of the things I have to do when it comes to audio engineering and editing, because I also mildly edit the audio where I'll just remove sounds people make, is Aggro is a very loud breather, and he makes mouth sounds when he's about to say a thing. And when I was doing Goaty specifically, Spaceman Spiff does the intro for categories and stuff for this year's Game of the Year. And I've never worked with him before on audio stuff because, he was a mod and just occasionally would come out and come down to Niceville and co-host a stream.
Okay.
So I've never really had to do recordings with him before, but he has a lot of mouth sounds in his takes, so I'll have to have him redo takes. Some people just make more mouth sounds, I think.
Well, I had a lot of problem with mouth sounds before my voice acting training, I think.
Oh, and that could be it, yeah.
Like, a lot of the recordings I did before then, like, editors would be like, okay, this is unusable, there's way too much mouth noise, I can't edit this out.
An Elgato Wave 3. I actually don't know much about the Elgato audio products because they're so specifically aimed.
Thank you for the follow.
Thank you, Naz. They're so specifically aimed at streamer and gamers that I don't really keep track of that. I mostly looked at the broader, like, what is a microphone brand that people know and stuff. As for, let's see, audio itself is like a big black box to me, says Red Blue Fire. Yeah, that's the thing. It's so expensive that even I have limited experience with the greater landscape of equipment and mic types and stuff because, why? Like, just the mics we own, ignoring the ASMR one we bought as a stream goal that is not a normal microphone. Ignoring that.
Yeah, ignoring that.
I think after years and years and years and years of investment, and definitely over-investment, because some of this is for types of content we don't do anymore, we have something like $3,000 worth of mics. And that's possible because of a decade of work and putting all of the money back into the thing and just barely being able to do that.
Yeah. I still remember, like, when I was asking you for advice, and you were nervous because, like, everything you would use personally is really expensive, and I was like, well, my budget is $1,000, and you're like, oh.
I'm like, oh, we can solve this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. Countless people have come to me and been like, hey, I want my audio to sound good, and I get nervous because I don't want to be like, how good?
Yeah.
How bad do you want it? Yeah. Like, I never want to say that to a person. So each person, I try to get out of them in the first place, like, well, what's your budget? And then we work from there. And a lot of people I've been able to help even at lower budgets, like $200 or $300. But it can be rough. Especially when Scarlett Focusrite products have random glitches. Darn
Fantastic.
Yeah.
That's
a good
exactly...
quality audio, but then it just breaks and...
That's exactly what you want in your audio setup, random glitches.
I love when equipment just isn't consistent. That's great.
Yeah.
Shinon says in chat, I quit jobs and tried to make a business out of my audio stuff 3 times, but it worked out 0 times out of 3. I went full-time on YouTube 1 time, and it bombed terribly to the point where I was, like, eating beans. So, like, I feel you. I also used to be a colorist, editor, filmmaker in the Panhandle region, but no one wanted to pay anyone. So
okay.
I had to stop doing that to focus on YouTube exclusively.
The boss is Fang the Sniper. Whoops.
In a giant mech. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Whew.
Oh, that's a relief. I think if you were really good at mashing out of that, it would be more meaningful to do that than to actually, like, wait.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I see. That has to be hit from the back, like the other one.
Yeah, this mech has hands. problem with clarity. Picking up pin drops from 2 miles down the road. Elgato is the first mic that I had that doesn't need a sound studio booth. You know, a lot of work can be done with plugins, and there are some pretty good open source ones. Like, there are pretty good free ones just out there for, because your 3 basics are like, you want to compress, you want to DS, and you want to EQ.
But while I haven't done it myself, I can say it might be cheaper to treat your room than you think.
That's true, and the expensive solutions for that sort of stuff actually aren't that much better than the cheap solutions for that sort of stuff, weirdly enough.
Yeah.
But of course, you know, sometimes you can just be in a bad situation where it's like, oh, I have hardwood floors and big open spaces, and nothing is going to make this sound good.
Yeah. I actually have hardwood floor in my room.
It actually doesn't sound like it, huh? One of the things that upsets me about the new location is the room we do GigaBoots from has a very, very large opening to the living room. So you hear a lot of echo from that, especially on Bob's mic. So I have to get a curtain to cover that at some point, but we haven't had time to do basically anything.
Yeah, it is pretty scary.
But luckily this floor is carpeted, so at very least the audio from my mic and the audio in general is less echoey than it was at Bob's house. But yeah, I actually have an IMDb page full of my credits. I was paid $30 total across all those films.
So, you know, if that's what you're after.
Yeah.
If you're after getting paid $30.
As an award-winning, like, because we did short films that had won awards, multiple, and out of all of that, I got $30. And this is how bad it was, chat. The guy who paid me the $30 to completely save his film with my working a normal job and then spending my entire night sleeping only like 2 hours a night to finish his nightmare project that he thought he could edit, but he actually has no idea how to edit. He did an interview with the local paper, and they asked him what the hardest part of making the film was, and he said paying me $30.
Oh.
He literally said that. They were looking for some artistically meaningful statement. No!
Oh my god. Beautiful. That is hilarious.
But yeah, they were asking for some sort of like production complication or like artistic statement. He just goes, I had to pay the editor $30. And I'm like, dude, you paid an audio engineer, editor, and colorist all in one $30 to save your project, and you gave him less than 3 whole days.
Yeah, that's... Oh boy. I've had jobs like that.
Yeah, I know for a fact you definitely have.
It's a shame that either of us can say that, but... Yeah.
I know. And that's as things like that make me afraid to call on friends even to do streams together, because I never want to come off as someone who's trying to exploit other people.
Yeah.
And I know it's different between my friends and like what that arrangement was, of course, but it still feels like in a perfect world everyone would get compensated really well for anything they did.
Yeah.
I'd say this as someone who's like elated to be here co-hosting Sarah's stream and would literally yell at her if she tried to pay me for it. But it feels different when I'm the other person.
Yeah. I think a lot of us have been there.
I'm sure I told this story on the other Sonic Superstar stream, so apologies, chat. But that short film was also the one that went to Comic-Con. Like the major one. It got to the Comic-Con. It got to the film festival. It actually won an award from there. And the production of it was such a mess. And the funniest thing is the main character, like there are two main actors in this short. Okay. One of them was what a lot of people in the film industry in the Panhandle are, which is person with money who wants vanity project and would just like to act, but can afford to, doesn't need. The other one, who is my friend, who hooked the director up with me to have me save his entire project less than 2 days or less than 3 days before the film festival it went to, that got it ultimately into Comic-Con. Both him and I couldn't even afford to go. So yeah, it was really funny. I don't know, there's some weird irony too. Guy who's the reason it was saved and main star, and the guy who saved it cannot afford to go to thing to answer questions at film festival at Comic-Con.
Yeah, that's really something.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, the reason I talk about this is because I actually deeply love making film. My first YouTube channel is like a live action sketch comedy thing from a long time ago. And while I didn't understand all the things I do now about making video, like I didn't know what color correction was, I didn't know what color grading was, I didn't understand any of that.
Yeah, you didn't understand any colors.
Yeah. No, it's true. It was black and white. Honestly, that camera had a black and white mode. We maybe should have used it once even. It probably would have. It would have saved. Okay, so this is. I'm a colorist now. Back then, we didn't know we could turn off the auto white balance on the camera. So what would happen in a scene is someone would open a door, and then through the door you could see a window to the outside, and the camera would go insane trying to white balance for the outdoors, so the entire color of the scene would change, and we'd go, "Oh, nothing we could do about that."
Yeah,
because we had no idea. It was like 2007, and no one on the internet had any information to help budding filmmakers.
Yeah, you just needed to be making GigaBoots Justice's Gray edition.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. But yeah, I do miss that sort of thing, and it's a shame that, like, because this moral complexity, this complication, keeps me from trying to do live action projects like that, because when you do something like that, you are asking a lot of time from someone, and if you know you're not going to make money to financially compensate them, that to me gets morally and emotionally complex.
I completely understand. Like, I really appreciate that you care so much, because so many don't. And like, I do, but like, so many people just could not give a crap, and they see money as like a justification for anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When in reality, there are situations where you could be paying someone $1 million and still be exploiting them. You need to think about these things if you want to run a project ethically. That's how I feel.
Yeah. No, it's true.
It is so easy to exploit people, especially fresh-eyed.
If anyone in chat does have $1 million, maybe you can talk to me after the stream.
Fair point. But like, there's always going to be all these fresh-faced, bright-eyed people who have huge amounts of talent, and then, they just can't actually understand how much their work is worth and what they should be doing during these projects, because they're just too new to it. Okay, Dan, I know you don't like doing this stuff, but please post your Twitch in chat.
So I'm Dan from GigaBoots. I run a lot of. I'm a full-time content creator, so I'm one of the lucky ones. I always put it like it's a lottery, and I lucked out. But yeah, you can. Every Thursday we go live with Big Think Dimension, the gaming news podcast, the weekly gaming news podcast, where we talk about what we streamed the prior Friday and the lettuce gaming news. The lettuce gaming news.
Yes, the lettuce gaming.
The only podcast with the lettuce gaming news.
This week's coming up iceberg.
You should do that as a bit. and just see if anybody calls you on it.
That should be our intro this week.
Yeah.
But yeah, we do a big thing to mention every Thursday. That should count. That should have counted. Give us 2. We want 2.
I feel that way too.
And then every Friday we beat a different video game, and we play games from across the entire spectrum of time. So maybe it's 7th gen, maybe it's a PS2 game, maybe it's something that came out this week. I don't know. We'll see if people still want us to play The Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League.
Oh God.
Friday.
Oh God. And,
yeah, I kept trying to tell people no one wants to see that stream, and they kept telling me I was wrong. Oh no!
Okay, I think I get it. But I didn't expect the reaction time on that to be that tight. That's interesting.
I know. I thought there was more of a gap the first time.
Yeah. And, Dan and I have been friends an extremely long time.
Yes. It's true.
So, you know, GigaBoots is naturally friend of the stream here.
I am officially Sarah's first fanboy.
You might be. You might be.
And none of you get to take that title. I'll kill you.
I think you even have the first subscription label now after I got partner, don't you?
Really, do I?
The badge?
One moment. I do.
Yeah.
Fancy. That emote in the earlier one I was using, that was like a kind of cute dancing one.
Yep.
Those are both from the same streamer who streamed the Bouncer, and I appreciated anyone streaming the Bouncer, so I gave them a gift sub.
The Bouncer.
The Bouncer.
I got that and my oh no locked down. I always appreciate anyone playing the Bouncer, but I feel bad for anyone who wasn't prepared for the Bouncer, which as it turns out is everyone who's playing the Bouncer, because literally no one has prepped them with, hey, did you know that game has pressure sensitive controls?
Yeah, that's the problem.
And if you did not set up your emulator and have a PS3 controller, you literally have locked off almost half of the combo trees. That game is a nightmare, and if there was one dream project I could will into existence, it would be a giant fan community patch to make the combo tree something sane, like, hey, do different moves when I hold R1 instead of pressure sensitive.
I getcha.
Oh, that's not Sora from Kingdom Hearts in that game, that's his dad.
That's my dad.
Exactly. Yeah, clearly you should still play the Bouncer because you have a 6-axis. Exactly. That's what it's for. It's so funny that Sony's like, pressure sensitive buttons, that's the future. And they get the whole PS2 gen to see, nope. And then they go, the PS3 controller has 10-bit sensitivity instead of 8-bit. It's 4 times as sensitive. And then everyone was like, are we still doing this? Are you serious?
Like Metal Gear. I
bought Metal Gear on the Vita, the HD collection on the Vita, which legally should not be able to be called HD.
Oh no.
They're basically SD resolution.
Don't they look like slightly worse than they originally did?
Oh, I don't doubt that at all. Not in the least. A neat thing about the PlayStation TV or Vita TV is that people have made a fan community plugin called Sharp Scale that will run the game at its original resolution and then do the nearest neighbor upscale to the closest resolution to the HDMI's output.
Interesting.
So you could do that and get the actual native resolution of those Metal Gear HD collections games, and then see, like, compare that side by side, and that'd be cool to see.
Yeah, see, Bunny's got us there, though.
Oh, of course that's the case, because 720p's HD and 1080p's HD. and 1440p is called Quad HD, and I still don't exactly know how that makes sense.
My favorite part is still how what's called Ultra HD varies depending on the time of day and the weather.
It gets even more confusing when you have non-16 by 9.
Yep.
So if you have 16 by 10 and other things, people will just call it whatever they want that. For people who don't know, Quad HD is 1440p. And that drives me insane that they... I don't... He was upset. He didn't want to look at him missing. He got upset. He started raging.
I think it's more like he saw something on the wall somewhere, or he's sure he saw something.
But yeah,
you know, like a cat.
Yeah, exactly. Like a fly was in the room or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ah.
But yeah, Quad HD is called Quad HD because it's 4 times as many pixels as 720p, but here's the problem. They call 1080p full HD.
Yep.
So, 1080p is full HD. How is it 4 times HD if it's...
I really like that he just throws Beyblades at me and I hit him back at him.
Yeah, I don't... It's not a winning strat here. Ignore the parts where he keeps winning.
Well, he's winning through brute force, not through any of the trickery. Like, he's got all these fancy abilities, and he only wins when he smashes the floor with his face. And also potentially my face.
4K resolution is really quad full HD. It's true. Thank God they didn't call it that. But yeah, I think the part that's annoying is when they call anything with, what is it? They call anything with 2160 on one of the sides 4K, but then and it's a different, and yeah, it makes me mad. It almost makes me as mad as 2K. Because 2K resolution should be full DCI 2K, which is supposed to be 2048 by 1920 or whatever it is. It's supposed to be 2048 by different number goes here.
Right.
You know, it's slightly wider than 1080p. That's the idea. But then someone decided 1440p should be called 2K. And when I find them... it's better than XGA or WXGA. I don't know. I don't know. It's different. It's different. PC resolutions, they get to live in a different space from cinema / TV standards / whatever. You'll ask them politely to fix it. No, it's gonna be like that scene in V for Vendetta where they say, is it too late to say sorry? And I'll say, it's never too late. But they're already poisoned. They're gone. Ow.
Honestly, I know this is a long fight, but I've come to really enjoy it.
My parents like, what's the funniest thing I could say in that circumstance? And I was like, I should just go, this sucks. But no, this is like... I mean, part of it is, you know, getting unlimited tries, right? Like, if this was like the Sonic 2 situation of, oh, sorry, kid. You couldn't do it without getting hit. It's over.
Well, if it were like that, they would be absolute psychopaths for designing a boss this complicated that you have to learn or you die. Because, like, you have to learn by dying. It's not a case where you can see the attack before it's a risk to you.
Yeah.
And everything it can do will kill you. Except maybe the missiles, I'm not sure. Because I haven't been hit by them. Well, I think... Oh, wait, I have been hit by them, and they do drop rings.
Being hit by those, you just drop rings, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why I said I hadn't been hit by them. That was a lie.
Well, you've been here 10 years, so it's understandable. This, by the way, by this point in time, has been the majority of our streaming careers. This one stream.
Probably true. That checks out to me.
It is funny that I only got into streaming because the people who liked the Mega Man Maker videos were like, you should do this live. And I'm like, but then you have to see my face. I don't want to.
Of course, you know, that was... That would have been well after the streaming days back on live stream with you watching my stuff, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you were a streamer before I was.
Go figure.
There you go. I'm the poser. I'm not even like, look at me, I'm not even half the streamer. Just look at how tall I am compared to Sara.
Yeah, you're like three heads tall.
Mm-hmm. It's true. It's okay, I'm just the right height.
Well, fortunately, the step stool that is always off screen when Dot is here works just as well for you.
It is really helpful, and I thank you for being such an accommodating host. But yeah, it's really weird that we're finally getting progress in the PC monitor space, and I hope the price on that comes down. Because when I profess my unending love for OLEDs, it has nothing to do with, well, this is the bougie nice thing. It's OLEDs, the pixels are self-emissive, so you can have per pixel sharpness. And for live action video, that's helpful and neat. But for video games, that is immensely, the effect that has is really profound on the image. Because video games are per pixel as a medium.
Yep.
Until temporal AA existed. I won't. Don't worry. I'm not gonna get into it.
No, I'm groaning at temporal AA.
Yeah. Oh, I've been struggling. So once again, I don't really like complaining as a thing. So it's hard to get motivated enough to do a video on it, but I think there's a definitely worthwhile video that exists to explain what temporal AA is, why it exists, and why it makes most modern games look pretty bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And everyone likes it because they're told it's good.
Well, that's the thing. Like with most things, most people have never been sat down with an A-B comparison. You know, I know a lot of people who thought OLEDs were overrated, but had never actually used one.
Yeah.
Because, and like, this is a thing a lot of people had. I've, weirdly enough, never had this issue despite being poor, but a lot of people will vilify something they can't afford. Like, they'll find other reasons to hate it. You know, like, imagine Teslas had no other problems, right? Imagine they were actually just really great quality electric cars.
In theory, right? In theory, they sound like they're great. And some of their features are meaningful, and the idea of, like, having access to superchargers and all that, great.
But then anyway, they're riddled with a million other problems and are liability issues and all sorts of things. There was a point in my life where I actually, my goal was to get a Tesla at some point because, you know.
Understandable.
I'm a big fan of spending money to reduce the cost of living, because if you can do that, then you will have saved so much money. And then the years that I held on to that goal, the more and more information comes out, and it turns out like, oh yeah, no, Teslas, they're all built as like a single piece. So if a part of it breaks, you have to replace all of it.
Yeah.
So they're not good from that angle. Electric cars still financially, like if you're just making the decision for financial reasons, don't make sense.
Yeah. Especially when like, as somebody renting a property, and we all are, unless we're rich, you don't have the right to install a charger for your car. Legally.
Wow, I didn't even think about that. I kept thinking about how do I run a cable from inside my house all the way to the road? Because you can technically use the 230 volt like washer dryer thing.
Right.
Just run a cable all the way out to your car. I always thought about it like, man, how would I even do that? Wait a second.
Crap, I was going to use my power because I thought I could just cheat my way out of this. And I think it's probably the play, but you'd have to do it at the right time. Like when he stops, when the screen locks, just immediately use the power. That's what I gotta do.
And the weirdest part is in 2022, I spent a really long time with a car that was not dependable. Basically my entire adulthood, but it got to the point where I was driving nowhere for months and months and months there. And chat over on my channel helped me afford a down payment on a nice car for the first time in my life ever. Like my first car was older than me by a lot, to the point where people, because Dodge made so few cars and mostly trucks, whenever I would say it was a Dodge 600 SE, they're like, that's a truck, right? I'm like, no. No, it's it is a car, I promise. I promise I didn't tell you I have a car and then it's a truck, secretly.
Well, my mom, for a lot of when I was growing up, she had a car from Dodge, an Aries K Special.
Oh.
Wonderful car, actually, for its time.
That's cool.
Yeah.
But the weirdest part of the, like, chat helped me save up, and I was doing all the research and stuff leading into that, is I did like the cost analysis and other research, and even getting a hybrid still financially isn't the best move.
Yeah.
And that's bizarre, because hybrids can save you so much on gas. Now that I've moved and my family at very least expects, possibly unreasonably, but I don't know, frequent trips down to Niceville so I can go see them. The hybrid definitely is paying itself off now. But, you know, the thought was, because around the time I, quote, bought the car, I always feel weird saying bought it, because I'm so programmed differently from how normal Americans view these things. That's not my car yet. It's still the bank's.
Right.
Like, in my head, that's how I feel.
That's how I view it too, for what it's worth. But you're probably not surprised by that.
Right, because you're pragmatic like me, and, you know, you probably also know people who are really bad with, like, you know, my family had people who were addicted to gambling.
Yeah.
So I have, like, a...
Hey,
oh,
Ray.
hey, it's Ray.
Hey, Ray, how are you doing? How are you doing, Ray?
Hi, Ray. Do you feel the sunshine?
Does it brighten up your day?
What? He phased through again.
Yep. This fight is so hard, but I really like it.
What was... Oh, but yeah, so, like, part of me has, like, a really built-in ethos of debt aversion.
Right.
So that's part of why I didn't go to college.
Thank you, Neo0, for gifting a sub to Ray. And yeah, I want to play Sonic R as well. Ray, let's work that out soon. Now that I'm back from MagFest and everything, let's figure that out. When you can. Anyway,
I also want to watch I want to watch a Sonic R stream.
Yeah.
I feel like it's been forever since someone streamed it.
Yeah, it does feel that way. I also have a strong debt aversion. Even if I put like $500 on a credit card because I needed something that I couldn't afford at that very instant, I always pay it off the moment I have the money.
Right, and that's good. Because a lot of people suffer with bad financial management and other things.
Yeah, so I can happily say that I'm debt-free, but, like, you know, it's because I'm scared to have debt in the first place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. So, like, I ended up getting the hybrid, and ultimately, when I made that decision, the gas prices were really, really high. And I was like, I don't know if it'll continue like this. Even if it does, it will only barely make sense. And then it didn't continue like that, which is great. So now, I don't know. It's cool because I can drive between here and Niceville without filling my tank, which is crazy. A normal car couldn't do that. And that's another weird thing about electrics. Electrics have, even the best electrics have very small ranges.
Yep.
Did you slip on a banana peel for a second there?
Definitely.
Oh, don't twist your ankle. That would be so sad.
Well, she is named Trip.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, Ray's asking if we enjoy Sonic Superstar, or rather, probably you, but we co-opted on a stream. When was that? The beginning of this month, right?
Yeah, somewhere around there. And yeah, I really enjoyed Superstars, and I actually consider the bosses to be among the best parts, which is the opposite opinion of, like, everyone.
It's true.
Like,
Sara's not like all the other girls.
Even this boss, where I've been stuck for hours now, I really am enjoying this boss, because it's a well-designed boss that is legitimately hard. Also, it just looks badass.
Sara said it reminded her of her favorite boss in the Sonic franchise, the end of Sonic 2.
No, I didn't say that. Besides, that boss is so terrible. The co-op experience, in my opinion, was okay. Like, they definitely didn't plan it out right. But, like...
Yeah, every time we would do episode blank, and then one of us would just have to not play. That was possibly, in my opinion, the worst part.
Yeah. I think doing boss fights in co-op was really great, and doing stages was a little awkward, because, like, you and I were often on the same wavelength about where to go, so we weren't constantly getting pulled around, but, like, it was still a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, one ring left.
Haha, one! But yeah, I don't know. I had fun with it. I totally understand people not having fun with it.
I lost my momentum, that's funny. Yeah, thing is that, like, Trip Story, you can't play in multiplayer. You can only play as Trip as a single player.
Which is a real shame. What if there was Trip and then Trip that's purple?
Yeah, or, like, you know... Like, even if you could play with, like, one of the robots or something.
I saw Aaron Bunny in chat said, what if trains? That would be ideal. Like, I'm a huge proponent of public transportation. I don't think it's fair that people should be proficient enough skill-wise to have to drive in order to live in America. That sucks.
Yeah. I agree completely with that.
I've dated a number of people who just absolutely hate driving. One girl I dated, she had massive, like, anxiety and panic attacks driving. And, like, I don't think that's fair. Yeah, I personally enjoy driving, frankly, but, you know.
I never learned to drive because I was just too sheltered, and yet I've only ever lived in places where you need to be able to drive. Of course, now we're in the age of Uber, so it's a lot different, but, like, even then, you have to pay a bunch.
Yeah, it's a lot of money, and that's money that could be saved, and... yeah.
And yeah, Dan and I both thought that the whole episode character thing, the act character, act Sonic, act Amy, that stuff was a bad choice, the way it works.
Yeah, it's a cool idea, but it's the sort of thing that makes you go, they sure didn't think this through from the multiplayer angle first. Like, it comes across to me, Sonic Superstars comes across to me as a game that was just a Sonic game. A normal Sonic game experience where you could play as the different characters, and then they thought, well, we look at the new Super Mario Bros. Stuff, and the success is doing 4 players at once. And not even just new Super Mario Bros., but the Super Mario 3D World.
Yeah. Oh god, it did that again. It fell through the floor again.
He's
That's
like,
terrifying.
one of these times it's gonna trip him up enough. Trip him up. And so like, sure, they've engineered it to be able to do that, but now like parts of it, like the episode Amy, episode Knuckles, episode whatever,
Yeah.
don't really work because of that.
Yeah. Crap.
It's kind of a bummer when you have explained to you that, because you like to think like electric's the future and it's more sustainable and that'll be, we turn all of our vehicles electric, then we'll be way better off. And it's like, so has anyone explained to you how that doesn't work for an 18-wheeler?
Yeah.
It's because the battery would have to be so big that it would take up the vast majority of the weight of the vehicle. And it's like, oh, that's so depressing.
Yeah.
Man, you know what could fix that? Trains.
Yeah. I'm a train lover. I love trains since I was just a little girl. I was enamored with them.
That's cool.
And, we had like a train track that ran through like the main commerce center of town. And so like I would see trains all the time. And eventually that just got replaced with a bike path, and I realized trains are just gone.
Yeah. Yeah. I actually had so little exposure to trains, not just like artistically, but conceptually, that my brain didn't even really, like, I feel like I went my entire youth and just, trains are where you set a thing if the story is like quaint.
Well, that's a take.
Yeah, I was like, what's a good way to put it? Like, I think The Last Journey is the name of that point-and-click game. One moment. The Last Journey. Is that? I don't think that's it. Apparently, that's the name of a 2020 film. Let me try The Last Journey video game? Is that? Yeah, okay, I think that's... No. Okay. I do not remember the name of the game I'm thinking of. But it was a game made by the person who made Prince of Persia, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
One moment. Jordan Mechner. Okay.
Being asked if it was The Last Express.
It was The Last Express. You're ahead of me, chat. By the way, my number one weakness for anyone who doesn't know me well enough is remembering names. I'm terrible with it. I like to think overall I don't have a lot of social anxieties, but my number one is that I cannot remember names.
Yeah.
So most of my streams, you will come into a stream and it will be me and Bob trying to remember the name of some game we both have crystallized in our... I mean, earlier in this very stream, I was trying to remember the name of 5th Phantom Saga.
Yeah.
And you'd think, given who I am and the bits I run, that would be like front and foremost in my brain at all times.
You really and honestly would. Dang, why are you looking over there, man?
I'm just thinking about life.
It sucks for all of us, Fang.
I miss my wife, Fang.
I miss her a lot. I'll be back. I frequently think about how fun it would be to just do a fan dub with some of our streamer friends. Just like do the OVA with no script.
There was a point where I was going to get people I knew to dub the ending of the 3rd birthday because Square Enix has claimed it worldwide forever. And I wanted to do that, and then I got busy. And then there was a part of my brain, possibly the most sane part of my brain, that says, no one cares. No one needs to know the ending cutscene of the 3rd birthday. It's fine. But it's blocked on YouTube forever.
The only thing that's really important about doing something like a fan dub is to have fun, honestly.
That's true. Yeah, these are two very different things.
Ooh,
I've done a couple.
Stressful.
I've done a couple of funny dub cartoon type things, but it's been a while. Oh. Get him! Ugh.
I failed.
It's okay, take this gun. Just hand Trip a pistol.
It's the I want a silenced pistol picture, but with Trip.
Mm-hmm. Whoa. I don't think his hand's expected.
Oh,
that doesn't look right.
Oh, man. Okay, will you give me just a sec? I will be right back.
Yeah, absolutely. Chat, she's right behind me, isn't she? Is she still there, chat? Is she okay? She said she was gonna leave, but she's right behind me. Alright. Yeah. No, she's still just kind of zoned out. She's just thinking about life, I guess. She looks disappointed, yeah. I have that effect on people.
Well, that happened. I guess this is just a thing I do now.
Oh my god. I played Forspoken last year. I do not need any more vibes like that in my bloodstream. The Last Express was a point-and-click adventure with a really cool art style set on a train. And that's what trains are for, quite point-and-click adventures. But yeah, I actually really love infrastructure, and I love money that's invested to make the cost of living for people lower and make their lives happier.
Well then,
anyways, America's a real place.
I'm sure you love the idea of Hyperloop.
Whoa!
Hello, everyone. Hello. Hot Dr. Pepper raid.
Hello, Raiders.
It's a
Hot Dr. Pepper raid. Somebody asked our opinion on Hot Dr. Pepper earlier, and I forgot to read it out loud.
Oh,
because
is
there's
that
so much going on.
Man, I
have not
haven't
tried.
I still haven't tried it yet.
So there you go. We are not experienced.
Thank you for resubscribing, Dot.
A little carbonation, and I'll see you next time.
So, hello everyone. I'm Starlene, the magical cat girl. You probably know me. I am playing Sonic Superstars right now. I'm playing Trip's story, which I am on what I think might be the final boss, and it's very tough. I'm enjoying the heck out of it, though. And this here is Dan VideoGames from GigaBoots. You know, the cat streamers, obviously.
Yes. Hello, I'm Dan VideoGames from GigaBoots.
Yeah.
Also a big Dot fan.
Yes, that's true. That's true. We're all Dot fans here, and if we're not, we're just waiting to become one. Hey, Seahorse.
Oh,
yeah.
Hey, Seahorse. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, last night, me and Seahorse just kept meowing at each other.
Well, see, the difference here, Dot, is that technically Sara doesn't need to run except for to dodge the projectiles. It's not like the Sonic Mania and other always running bosses.
Yeah, the thing about this boss is almost anything can hit you and kill you instantly, except for like these missiles. He has a move that can trap you in a net, and you have to mash to break out. The easiest way is to just not get stuck in it, but like, I'm surprised how powerful Fang is in this fight. Like, he is not messing around.
I don't know
Those
why
will instantly kill you. Those purple bars.
The Space Jam DVD box on Seahorse's head got me.
Thank you for the $5 gamer dollars. I know, Vox, I know.
Just don't die.
But like, I'm not talking about most of the fight when I say that, but like, okay, so when he enters his second phase, he will fire these like triangular patterns that I have warning about.
Yeah.
You'll see them. They'll be very obvious, and you can jump over them just by timing it right, and the timing is pretty loose. That's what makes it easier. But if you get hit by one of those nets, you can mash the button and get out of it. It's that kind of situation. But if you get hit with the net, you're probably dead. You're probably dead.
I made the cold brew and then I drank almost half of it in one sitting.
Oh my god, yeah.
I don't know what I was thinking there. I was seeing through time and space.
Yeah, tell about how you messed that up.
So I made the... Why did you do that? Fox, it tasted so good.
Like, you were saying you had like half of the concentrate, right?
Yeah, I made a 5-to-1 ratio, I think it
Oh,
was.
no.
Coffee to water, grams to milliliters. And then after I... No, I didn't drink it straight. However, it didn't
was barely
matter.
watered down, it sounds like.
Yeah, I took one of these Gamers Nexus, like, really nice blue glasses, and it's a tall glass. I filled it half with the concentrate, filled the other half almost completely with water, creamer, and a giant ice cube, and then I drank it away. Wow, that's a lot of caffeine. My brain's boiling.
Oh my god, and you said you had like a diet soda later. You're like, oh my god, this is too much caffeine.
Yeah, after an hour, I finally had a Diet Mountain Dew in a can, and my brain was like, you are putting that down and drinking water right now. And I'm like, okay, brain, you know best. I go do now.
Okay, so I have to dodge these, or I will get trapped. And it is pretty hard to break out of those nets. What are you looking, Bang?
He got distracted. Sometimes he's got a little bit of ADD. People who suffer from ADD, in fact, can be mech pilots too.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, it's not a challenge to beat. It's not something that you're supposed to rise to.
For people who didn't hear me talk about the quote, the lemonade that kills you,
the charged lemonade.
Yes, the Panera charged lemonade. I drank that multiple times before anyone had heard about how much caffeine was in it. I was aware. So it was really funny when people were like, Dan, you drank that? I'm like, yeah, I don't think you understand how immune to caffeine I am. Like, I have to drink something really strong before it affects me.
Yeah, I feel that. Like, I'm immune to caffeine as far as we know. Like, doctors always said that they suspected it was somehow related to my sleep thing.
Yeah. Sorry,
like,
nah.
Like, you know, obviously my body processes caffeine, but like the stimulant effects don't do anything to me. It's weird.
Right. But yeah, the Panera lemonade is delicious, and I'm saddened that eventually they'll probably take it away because of the high caffeine risk.
Yeah. They have
it's
at
really
least...
tasty. You got to be careful if you drink it, though.
Yeah, they mostly seem like so far they've taken measures to make so there'd be less accidents, but not really tried to get rid of it. Like, it's behind the counter now.
Yeah.
You gotta go up and ask for it, and then they ask for your ID. You gotta be like, hey, I'm 21, give me the good shit.
Oh,
oh my goodness.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. We're talking about adult drinks for adults, like lemonade from Panera.
Konbanwa. Minasan. I hope everyone's doing well. O genki desu ka? Thank you for rating. I am playing Sonic Superstars. This is Trip's story. Thank you for the follow, Biddy Melon.
That's right.
Harutomo. How did your stream go? Oh crap.
That was close.
That was close. Thank you for shouting out Harutomo. Oh god.
You got it. You got to boop him.
Yeah, probably. I panicked.
It's okay. We're still alive. That's what matters.
Yes, yes.
I can't remember if we did both types of shout out for Dot.
I don't remember,
I know one
but
of
there's
them
a
got done.
cooldown.
I'll have to keep that in mind, said the ADHD gamer.
Monster Hunter Rise. I've been hearing good things about that. Thank you, Harutomo. Arigato, arigato. Domo domo. Turning around feels safer.
Yeah, it's with that Sonic momentum. Oh, thank you, Anonymous Gifter, for giving Harutomo a tier 1 sub. Oh,
Whoops.
oh, okay.
So
It was covered by the notification. Them slamming down and launched you into the air.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
it was not a valid boop because I was not curled into the ball.
yeah.
Oh crap! No!
No!
Isn't it really screwed up that that can happen?
Yeah. Well, to be fair, when we got to this boss, the game did say the real Sonic Superstar starts here. Prepare to die edition.
Oh, Dan. Oh, Dan.
Do you have to do the entire fight over?
no.
Would it surprise you if we said, yeah, kind of?
That's right, Digi. The entire fight. Personally, I'm enjoying the fight. I like the mechanics of the fight. But I understand now why people were annoyed with this fight, why they were so frustrated.
Yeah, I totally get it too. It seems neat to me, but I totally get being frustrated immensely at this.
Yeah, this is the fight you should get if you selected expert difficulty.
So I just realized only just now that I probably should have provided more context to people on the cold brew story.
Yes, yes.
I drank a Monster Rehab and a coffee right before it.
Oh! Oh!
Yeah, I feel like maybe if I didn't drink that in the 2 hours leading up to that, maybe it wouldn't have affected me as much.
How are you still alive?
I'm fine. I'm really resistant to caffeine.
Yes, but like, even if you're resistant to the stimulant effects, I think that's well over like what your body is supposed to be able to tolerate in terms of chemicals.
If I was doing that every day, that would be a problem. That would be a capital P problem.
Well,
but yeah, that's probably why it affected me.
Is that what chaos control is?
Well,
yes,
glad.
overcaffeination is what chaos control is.
It's like that episode of Futurama, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Which is like chaos control.
It is, yeah.
That's
me when I finally finish making the cold brew and drink half of it. To be fair, I didn't drink half of what I made, but that's because I spilled a bunch. Because filtering is hard. I'm a very clumsy person. I'm terrible with my hands when it comes to a lot of things, which is why I would feel really nervous doing a cooking stream. Oh no, I didn't catch the everything must meow.
Neither did I.
Oh no. Did it not play the sound?
Oh no. It did play the sound.
Okay.
It's no use!
Like, the idea of this fight is honestly really cool. It's just not forgiving at all. One mess up, and you are back at the start of the fight.
Yeah, if this had limited tries at it, it would be like absolute garbage and really infuriating.
Like, again, I'm the person who actually is really loving this fight, despite the fact that I'm dying so much. But like, yeah. If all of this instant kill stuff only made you drop your rings, I don't think anybody would be complaining about it, really.
Yeah, probably not.
Like, it would still be a kind of long fight, but, you know?
Oh yeah, I forgot to ask, how did Metal Gear Solid 1 go, Dot?
Oh yeah!
I assume Dot's probably...
Dot is probably asleep by now, I bet. But if she's
Probably.
not...
Or heard the word coffee too many times and got bad ideas.
Oh no! Dot just goes off to make the 5-to-1 ratio cold brew.
Oh, God. No, Dot actually doesn't make the concentrate. She makes it so that way you can just drink it straight instead of needing to dilute it with water.
Yeah.
Which is maybe smart given what I just did.
She makes the mocha java.
The mocha java defenses. Oh.
Momentum was really weird on... So yeah, we're still gonna be here for a little bit.
Do I still have the pop? No, I don't.
Activate the
Do I really
volcanic
not
defense
have that on
system to
Twitch?
shield the
Oh, I
base
do
with
have
my
that on
lava
Twitch. There we go.
magma.
There's my counter to the Digi emote.
Oh. You know, I was honestly a little self-conscious about doing a marathon the same day as Dot Day. Because, like, I really didn't want to do that, but it worked out, I think. I don't think I cannibalized Dot too much. Because normally, my Sonic marathons are around the 20th.
Yeah, and this one ran late, yeah.
Yeah, because of MagFest and other things like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm lucky in that streaming on Fridays doesn't seem to run over anyone else's streams so much. Especially since I tend to stream late in the day. So, luckily I'm pretty good on that. And then I just have to hope that I didn't stream so late on Friday that I'm in the hungover death stream state for someone I want to watch's stream on Saturday. Which happens a lot with Chris Wolfhardt's streams.
Oh, yeah?
Like on Thursday on Big Think Dimension, he'll talk about what he's going to stream on Saturday. I get really excited because I want to watch it. And it'll end up being that we were live until 5 or 4 in the morning, and I will literally be in a state equivalent to being hungover, where it's like I don't want to move and I want to sleep all day.
Well, I guess that's the result of I guess that's the result of death streaming.
Yeah, that's why they call it a death stream, baby. Because the moment it stops, I'm a fucking corpse.
There was your one F-bomb for the day.
Yeah, sorry. Oh, hydration reminder. Sure, I'll go get some cold brew. Be right back.
Hey, that seems like a terrible idea.
Lack of sleep hangovers are very real. Yeah.
Yeah, they are.
I stopped drinking energy drinks as much a couple weeks ago, and my sleep schedule accordingly shifted wildly to be earlier in the day because of that. And then Game of the Year so intense, we ended up recording and working on stuff and doing other stuff until really late in the morning. And just doing that made me go, ooh, oh, I feel like trash the next day. So that's why I think it was the X-Men Destiny stream last Friday. I looked really, really sleepy, even though I had on paper slept enough. Because it had shifted so radically from what my body was expecting that even though I slept an appropriate amount of hours, it did not matter.
Was it the return of Tired Dan?
No. No, luckily I have not passed out in a chair since the Red Steel stream. That was such a miserable and boring experience, as Bob had to fight 7 of the same ninja in a row with motion controls that don't work and have to redo. See, this is a miracle game compared to Red Steel.
Well, I mean, this game is actually good. It just has a couple parts where we're like, I might have done this differently.
What a funny bit that would be as a YouTube reviewer to be like, let's put it on the scale next to Red Steel games. Because the funny thing is most people never tried Red Steel 2 because Red Steel 1's so bad. And Red Steel 2 might be the best game on the Wii. It's kind of incredible.
Yeah, I've heard that it is night and day.
It literally, I didn't believe anyone who was like, no, Red Steel 2 is like a 10 out of 10 game. And I'm like, there's literally no way that's true. You were just someone who was stuck with a Wii in 2010 or 2011. And then we played Red Steel 2, and I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah,
If we had a best old game category, that would have won it for this year. It feels like every dream the Wii could have ever had, every ambition was accomplished with the game Red Steel 2, and that's absolutely incredible.
Yeah, that's amazing, actually. And that is the same thing I've heard from others.
And it's because it uses that True Motion Plus.
Like, I think Renee Zargon might have talked to me about it at one point. Someone did, at least. Besides you.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember how we got on this tangent. Oh, right, the whole bit of rate it on scale, rate every game on a scale of Red Steel 1 to Red Steel 2, and it's just the two ends of the line. That would be a really good bit.
Yeah, it would.
Where do we put it on the scale?
And then things get complicated when you have to rate a game that's called something like Blue Steel.
He just stares at the wall and it despawns the missile.
Yeah, he just randomly dissociates for a minute. Which, I mean, I get.
Yeah. No, that's fair.
Like, I can't pretend I don't get it.
But yeah, for anyone who's still in chat, you can actually use the redeem of Ask Us Anything, because apparently today is the FAQ stream where you can bash that thing over and over and ask either or both of us anything.
Yep.
And we might even respond.
We might. It's like 4 a.m., so who knows, right? Who knows?
But yeah, it's... Oh, is this it?
No.
Okay.
You were saying?
It's really weird how different forms of caffeine can affect people differently. You know, some people aren't affected by coffee or are only affected by tea.
Yeah.
It's really interesting. Meanwhile, I drink them all. So, I don't know. You have to get to a point like I did earlier for it to actually... Oh. And then the headbutt.
Ah, crap. Okay,
Yeah,
I'll get him
that
next
slope
time.
got you.
I get the feeling that that's also probably, like, the final hit.
Uh-huh.
Like, you probably...
And it's just like what happened on our co-op playthrough where we got stuck at the final hit for 30 minutes.
Yeah. I guess that's just what Sonic Superstars does.
What, Nintendo?
Yep. I mean, I hope not.
You know, it's weird. I know Mario Wonder's a higher quality game, but the like our stream, us playing through this, actually had a much bigger impact on me than Mario Wonder did.
I think Mario Wonder, outside of like some surprises that were in the trailer, a lot of that game sounds like it's just that sure is a Mario game.
Mm-hmm.
But like, it still sounds like it's an outstanding quality game that, like, Mario hasn't seen that kind of quality
for 2D entries in a really long time. Oh, that's so close.
Yeah, I really hesitated there. And you've got a question. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. No!
No! I'm sorry I let you get distracted by that. Question for Dan, was the Panera lemonade made with the Portal 2 lemons? I guess at a couple locations it was. I hope caffeine isn't a chemical that can burn down my house.
Well...
Do
you feel like you're on fire?
No. Which, that's a funny thing, because energy drinks can make you feel warm. Did you know?
Yeah. And so
It's
can
called-
beer, which is life-threatening sometimes.
See, that's the thing. With beer, it's because alcohol dilates the veins or whatever, the blood vessels. With energy drinks, it's nice and flush. is what they call it, because the niacin makes your blood feel like it's coming closer to the surface, so you like get a blush.
Right.
Yeah, it's really interesting. How about do you feel?
Yeah, do you feel?
I do. I know it sounds like I'm probably really hyper right now, but it's actually way more to do with the fact I'm happy to be here, because it has been a while since I drank that cold brew.
Are
Now,
you sure
admittedly-
that it's been a while? Are you sure it's not time dilation?
One moment, let me check this. We're going to check these facts. Yes, it has been a while. It has been 7 hours?
Oh
Something
my.
like that. Yeah, 6 or 7, I think.
Man, most of this stream has been this boss fight.
Has it?
I think so.
Actually lost the timer when I jumped in here. One moment. Do. It just occurred to me, this is Fine Dog, isn't it? As that emote in chat. 1 second.
Makes sense.
It is Rachel Retros. Oh, okay, that's pretty good. I didn't realize that's a good parody.
Yeah, I'm not going to be doing the final story tonight.
Right. Yeah, because who knows?
Yeah, and if this had gone quickly, like, I would have been all over that. It would have been, hey, let's find out if this is co-op.
Yeah, I mean, also it's worth noting, you beat other Sonic games like a lot. So like even though you're good at those and you are much more proficient than I for certain, still marathoning that many games into this game has an effect.
Yeah. Seahorse, I think about that episode sometimes. I sincerely do. I will be honest, I was a big fan of Michael Jackson, and I still am. Because, like, I don't want to get into controversial things, but if you're ever really interested in what kind of person Michael Jackson was, the evidence from the trials says a lot more than anything. It's really interesting stuff.
Yeah, I like a lot of Michael Jackson's music and stuff. For me, I don't assume people who are creators or artists or whatever are necessarily good people, so it usually, like, how do I put this?
I think a lot of people have trouble separating the art from the artist, and they do this in a way of they will justify absolutely anything that happened or was done because they like the work.
And that's a much worse thing to me.
Yeah.
Like, that's always tragic.
I think
It's like, well, they can't do any wrong because I like thing they made. And it's
Yeah.
like, oh god, that's not a good way to think.
it really isn't. And I think that Michael Jackson was a very complex and nuanced individual. There's too much to them to ever really just sum it up.
I'll be honest, my parents didn't like me watching Simpsons. For some reason, they caught that and not a number of other things. Yeah,
The
for some
classic.
reason. Yeah, I don't get, like, I guess it's because they knew what The Simpsons was, but they didn't know, like, what most things. Yeah, I don't know.
There was
I
an
don't know what
entire scare about The Simpsons back then, believe it or not. I know a lot of people don't remember this, or they're too young to remember this. But me and Dan, we're from the
Yeah.
age, we know because we experienced it. We were the kids who were put down by this. Parents legitimately thought that The Simpsons was going to corrupt their kids.
Which is really funny because I watched South Park when I was in elementary school.
Like, yeah, South Park.
I don't know. Like, they didn't know what South Park was, so they didn't have a rule about it. But they had a rule about Simpsons because they knew what it was.
And
That
it's
is
hilarious,
the kid who
'cause,
tells
like-
you to eat pant.
South Park was straight up more or less what they were describing for its first couple of seasons. Well, like first 3 seasons, let's say.
Yeah.
Like South Park just was that show.
I mean, it's like that thing you run into if people don't realize, like, no, Cartman's supposed to be a terrible person.
Yeah.
If you're on Twitter right now being like, Cartman is so smart, his opinions politically are very interesting, and he's so real, you missed the entire point of 2 decades.
Yeah, he's a straw man.
Yeah, he's the worst. That's the, like, and I'm not defending them writing him that way. I'm just saying, like, literally.
That's the point.
So do you think a child is going to be able to figure that out? Like, meanwhile, Simpsons doesn't have anything like that, right?
No.
Right. So obviously, of the 2 of these, The Simpsons was fine. South Park should have been the one the parents were worried
about. Like the worst Simpsons ever really had is some somewhat racist caricatures that they still tried to handle respectfully, even though they were caricatures. Like, they were trying to make, like, Apu a good and compelling character on his own merits. They clearly didn't understand what they were doing sometimes.
Right, like, Apu doesn't, you know, there's all sorts of conversations you can have about it, but he doesn't strike me as a character solely made out of malice.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he's clearly a character that was made with love, even though it was misplaced.
Right. And something I've gone into a couple times on my own stream is there's a sort of weird thing with a lot of media that has minorities of any sort. I still can't believe Apu got heat before Bumblebee, man. I don't. There was a whole thing with Speedy Gonzalez where it was like, we have to stop this because it's racist. And then as I understood it, a lot of Mexican people got pissed that Speedy Gonzalez got phased out for a bit there.
Because he was like one of their favorite things, actually.
Right, and that's exactly what that's the exact thing I was gonna go into, of talking about, like, early representation for minority groups, no matter how problematic, can be really helpful and powerful to those groups.
Yeah, it can have a lingering and enduring meaning. Like,
right,
Speedy Gonzalez,
you feel seen at all.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Speedy Gonzalez may be way too much of a stereotype, but he is also a cultural icon for Mexico itself.
Mm-hmm.
And that's wild.
Yeah. So, and that's a really crazy effect, like, that I've only become more knowledgeable of as I got older. It's just, you know, it's a weird irony almost. I think that's why a lot of people I knew when I was in my teenage years were drawn to anime who were queer or on the fringe in other ways, because there's more representation there than there was in American media.
Yeah.
And definitely there was a much more respectful handling in a lot of that material than there was in American media.
Oh, crap.
Oh, no!
Not that again.
Such a perfect defense.
Yeah.
Of, like, you can't jump at my head if I boop you up so you're stuck in midair the entire time I was susceptible.
Yeah, you have to jump before he says the smash. Like, it's so specific. All of it is so specific.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, just think of all the people who their favorite thing is, like, Ranma 1/2. And, like, let's be honest, that show is not trans representation, but at the same time, it's what you had.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's true. It's like that exact thing of, like, why they did it and how elegantly they may have done it. Be damned, that was any form of representation, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm. It was an egg cracker. That's a good way to put it.
I'm enjoying all this conversation so much. Honestly, Dan, your presence here has really made this stream. Thank you.
Aw, I'm lucky to be here. People who joined us with the Dot Raid and the Harutomo Raid probably didn't hear me say it earlier, but I was editing stuff and I was watching the stream, and I was like, I don't want to edit this audio. And I would never impress myself onto someone else to be like, let me in your stream. Like, I literally would never write that to someone, even if I thought they would be down for it.
Right.
Like, I would never even ask. Just because I've been in situations where I've been pressured in that, and it's not been great. And so I didn't say anything. Mm-hmm. And so I was working on the Game of the Year stuff, and Sarah DM'd me, and I was like, oh, thank God. Like, I would love to be here and just talk to Sarah.
Yeah, yeah. Man, I don't mind at all that I keep losing at this. Because, like, this fight is stimulating to me, if that makes sense.
No, I get it. And, you know, I fought the co-op version of this boss, and I totally get it there, too. It's hard to explain why it isn't frustrating, and I simultaneously totally get why someone would be.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Like,
maybe it's because I have such great company.
But, you know, it's also like, this is the kind of boss fight that is technically... It's very tough, but technically it's also fair. It's fair.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it immediately presents you with most of its rules. Everything is clear, and even if you have to die once, you will understand things quickly.
Mm-hmm. I just yawned. That gives me permission to go drink more cold brew, right?
Chat, what do you think?
Yeah, chat, can I have a cold brew? I worked really hard at it. It took 18 whole hours to extract. Oh, Seahorse says no. Oh, man. Oh, hydration reminder. I don't know. Sounds like that counts.
The cold brew might dehydrate you.
I don't know. It doesn't have any salt like the Monster Rehab. Oh, a one that is. What about a hot brew? I do have an AeroPress. I could do a hot brew. I'm not gonna though.
Okay, so
I've definitely had
what
enough
you need
coffee.
to do is you need to go heat up some Dr. Pepper really hot.
Oh no! All I have is the Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar, strawberries, and cream.
It'll probably work.
Oh, Sarah's playing. I'm not playing. I'm just astral projecting into the stream.
Yeah, Dan played the normal story of Sonic Superstars with me in co-op. So it only makes sense for Dan to be here. Just that we weren't going to do it in the same stream back then because, like, well, look how long we would have been there.
Mm-hmm. And it was a pretty long stream by that point anyways. A couple hiccups on my end, technically speaking.
Well, it's hard to tell whose end the issue was on, but we'll fix it next time. We'll figure it out. And if we don't, we'll just learn to bear it better.
Honestly, that wasn't that bad. I've had way worse experiences trying to do online co-op stuff.
At least there's that.
Seahorse is coming in here with their fancy shitty science and saying caffeine's diuretic, so it isn't gonna hydrate you.
Well, I reckon that she might have some sort of point there, you know? Like them city slickers, they know they're diuretics, you know?
I don't know. I'd simply not pee.
I think that's worse. I think that is worse. You know, if you hold
if I had a cat that didn't pee, that would scare the hell out of me. I'd be like, "What's wrong? Oh my god!"
I've been through that. It's not pleasant.
Yeah.
One of my cats. This is going to be sad, so cover your ears for a couple minutes if you don't want to hear it. But I had a cat, Sassy, who got hit by a car. Their tail broke, and for whatever reason, the vet did not suggest that the tail be removed, but it would never recover. And eventually, the cat died from something rather predictable. because
That's
they physically
unfortunate.
could not evacuate.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah. He was a really good cat, too.
Yeah,
The
it's
verdict of the story
always...
is don't hit cats with your cars. Watch where you're going.
That is a great moral. My moral taken from the story is far more inflammatory towards vets that don't make the right decisions.
True, true. But he did survive for quite a while that way.
I was really lucky recently. A viewer who had done a lot of fan art of us, and like I never asked anything of them. They did a drawing a while ago of my. I always find it complicated to phrase the word, but my cat Banny who passed.
Yeah.
But they had an incomplete work of Banny as Tango the cat, and I DM'd them and I was like, hey, can I commission you to finish that? Because your art is really good. Like, they do amazing art. And they were like, I don't have a way set up to commission me for anything, but yeah, I'll do it. And then they did a whole stream where they drew a couple different cute Bannies, and one of them was Quest 64 and another one was like Tango the cat, and it was the cutest thing ever.
Yeah, I saw those, and they're so cute.
Yeah, I'm so thankful for stuff like that. Like, I didn't do anything that deserves people to be that nice to me, you know? It's like, it feels complicated to, like, part of the reason I do what I do is so people have something nice to get them through stuff, but it seems so unbelievably generous to have someone do that for me, you know?
So, I've continually lost this fight. I have not won this fight. So, we've been stuck here.
Sometimes these things happen.
Yes. We've been stuck in Fang Limbo.
I haven't been looking at the time, so I have no idea how long it's been.
Good.
Good.
At this point,
Good.
that's all I can say. Yeah,
Good.
yeah, it is pretty sad. Bangladesh.
Is that the city we're located in right now?
I guess so.
Permanently located in Bangladesh. Consult your doctor if this boss fight lasts for more than 2 hours. A winning run of this thing takes like an hour. I'm curious exactly how long it would take if you perfected it. It's a chunk.
It's not short.
It's a big maze.
It's a big maze.
Could be worse. You could be fighting the end boss of Dark Souls with a level 1 character.
I suppose that would be worse.
Ooh.
It's a big maze.
Thank you for the redeem. I love that sound. Remember that Final Fantasy 11 fight years ago that went for 72 hours and they still didn't beat it? Ugh.
Guess what? He's still alive. They booped him. He's still alive.
Oh no. Oh no. Be right back.
Everything must.
It's party time!
Oh, 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 oh! Dan's gone, though. Dan's gone, so I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for Dan.
That was pure skill!
Of all the songs to come on, this one? I just pressed play and this is the song? Okay, Dan is
Die,
here.
monster.
Dan is here.
You don't belong in this world.
Oh my god. Waiting for phase 4. Oh, that was an achievement sound. Trip's courage cleared Trip's story. Oh my god. Ooh, animated. Aww. Oh, that's so cute. That is so cute.
So, chat, we all saw what happened, right? I was clearly the reason Sara didn't beat that boss faster. That is a fact.
What I think is that it probably did not actually need to be booped. It just needed a couple more hits, and I was getting too focused on the idea of booping. So when I saw that booping didn't kill it, I was like, oh.
That's when your third eye opened.
Yeah.
Hmm. That animation was really cute. Trip is cute.
It was. Trip is cute.
You know, as a guy growing up, it was really tragic every time they're like, you're a boy, you don't like cute things. And I'm like, no, I like cute things. Please, please, God. Bring over the cute video games. Stop not bringing over the cute video games.
That definitely sounds like growing up. In the time that we grew up.
Yeah.
And how dare you want a G.I. Joe or something if you're a girl, too.
Mm-hmm.
I went to schools where they enforced dress codes that also required, like, boys must have short hair that does not meet the nape of their neck or lower. Girls must have hair that is past their shoulders.
I don't know why I heard that in the Potions Master voice, but I did. Your professor just comes up to you and is like, your hair, it's too long.
So this is Trip. This is what Trip is.
Trip is Durgan. Rah. Trip better be in another Sonic game.
Seriously.
Trip's too cute.
Yeah.
I love how they don't have enough letters to spell out Earth Dragon on Final Fantasy VI on the Super Nintendo, so it's like Durgan.
Drigen.
Yes.
Speaking of things that are abbreviated, I assume we're going to be rating Rig? I mean, I let my guests choose the raids, but I figure that's what you're choosing.
Let me see. I actually don't know who's live on Twitch.
Literally the only person I follow who's on is Rig, so... I mean, obviously, choose whoever. I'll be happy to raid whoever, meet somebody new if there is somebody, but I just figure you're probably choosing Rig. It's 4:30 in the morning. There aren't that many people live from our circles.
Yeah, which is always tragic whenever I end streams this late, and I'm like, there's like no one live. But then again, that's why, you know, it's really great that Rig is up this late, because then I have someone to watch this late.
Yeah, and you know, on occasion, me or Vox will be live this late.
Mm-hmm.
Not Vox that much anymore.
Yeah, Rig is good.
Okay.
Rig's basically the only person I follow that's online.
New feature has been unlocked. Last story. I just want to...
There we go. That's why
okay,
I couldn't find it via
selected
Googling.
it, and it didn't give me a character select.
Character
so
select,
it's clearly...
so it's probably not co-op.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that'll have to be another time that I do the final story. And I bet it has a last boss that is even more insane.
Now I'm sure this one will be the pushover.
Yeah, sure, the last one ends up being the easy one. It's possible. It's possible.
You know, that's kind of like Armored Core 6. I think the hardest boss of that game is something like 30% in my opinion.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and then from there it was like, well, I finally wrapped my head around the paradigm that is this game, so I'm going to take a hot chainsaw to butter for the rest of this game, basically.
I get you.
Sometimes games be like that.
So, as for me, I'm definitely going to have to get some rest. And you should too if you have the opportunity. I understand your life's not always that convenient. Maybe you still have stuff to edit, but just get some rest when you can, okay?
Oh, I'll probably go to sleep. I got this.
Okay, so what do you have coming up?
Well, today at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time, Part 5 of GigaBoots Game of the Year premieres over on youtube.com/GigaBoots, where you can experience such great categories as Best Companion, I'm pulling it up, Most Likely to be Canceled, Best Plot Twist, Biggest Jobber, and Best Antagonist.
Oh, man.
And then on Wednesday, we're premiering the final part of GigaBoots Game of the Year, where we do our individual top 10s lists, the best soundtrack, and then the GigaBoots collated top 10 lists, where we have to argue games up and down and make trades and deals in order to get the final list done and try to retain our sanity. And then on Thursday, we'll be live with GigaBoots, or with a Big Think Dimension to talk about.
Yeah, and if people want to know more about Big Think Dimension, they can go to patreon.com/gbpodcasts, where they can find all sorts of podcasts, such as the Big Think Dimension, Chugging Bleach, Pokemon Go to the Movies, things like that.
And much more. We have commentary tracks for something like 40 movies.
And there's that one movie that's only available there.
That's true. Our hot exclusive to our network, Isolation 119, a movie so good you can only find it at patreon.com/gbpodcast. And no, we didn't make it. I got the rights to an actual movie.
Yeah, like when I heard that you got the rights to an actual movie and you're just selling it like as part of your Patreon, I'm like, oh my god, that's so funny.
Well, he took it off the services, and I was like, this is like, I legit love this movie. And he watched our commentary track, and he was like, oh, well, this is great. You totally get what's great about this movie. Absolutely.
Yeah, I gotta experience that movie sometime. I have never seen it. So as for me, I've got Void Stranger stream coming up on Tuesday, unless anything comes up. It should be at 5 p.m. Eastern, but given how long this ran, I can't promise. Maybe it'll be a bit later. We'll see. But it'll still be Tuesday, whatever the case. So yeah, Void Stranger coming up. And Ray and I will be doing Sonic R in the near future, looks like. So that's great. You can look forward to that, Dan.
Yes.
So yeah, you got anything else you want to say?
Thank you for inviting me on the stream. I really do appreciate it. Even though I seem to be staring into the corner of the room.
I am sincerely happy.
Look at that. You're that way.
Here. I'm sincerely happy. And like, you know, I hope that we get to do it again soon. It's a pleasure
Me
to have
too.
you on.
Yeah, I was worried this wouldn't happen for a while longer because we now that game of the year is clearing up. There are so many Donathon rewards
Well, I'm in
that we
one
have
of
to
them.
do. That's true. I don't think we've hit that one yet. Let me look.
And there was one other one that I think you never told me I was a part of, but I found out from one of the others that I was a part of.
Well, that's because, well, the fun thing, I didn't announce publicly who all was a part of that one. It just says Giga Friends because I didn't want to pressure anyone. And I wanted people to be able to back out if they wanted to.
That's fair. That's fair. So I won't say anyone else. I won't.
But yeah, that's true. We did hit that one, and the Sonic Adventure 2 one is in the near future, but that's okay. I keep telling myself the Tony Hawk Pro Skater 24-hour marathon that is coming sometime soon will shoot this Donathon dead in the chest.
Yeah, I mean, Winter's really looking forward to that one.
Yes, Winter is the same level, probably even a higher level of Tony Hawk fan than I am, which is always great, you know. It's great to meet someone who understands how deranged some of the final stunts you have to do on the Tony Hawk Pro Skater 4 career mode is.
Is it like having to do the tutorial of Driver?
Yes, but like harder. If you do create a skater, you have to do a trick across an entire level while hitting various cues to set off pyrotechnics and other things. And it's like, I regret creating a skater at all.
But you can see why you described this extremely hard final task of a game. And I'm like, oh, so it's like the tutorial of Driver.
Yeah, Reflections really did a good job of setting themselves up as the parallel to that, because you've played Stuntman too, right?
No, I haven't.
Stuntman is basically the game that is nothing but the tutorial to Driver.
Oh my god.
And it's like a really cool game conceptually, but playing it is the nightmare that is that tutorial for the entire time.
Okay, everyone. I wish you all a wonderful rest of the day.
Goodbye, everybody.
Good night.